Who was Vladimir Lenin and why is he important? That is what we will be discussing in this lesson. Vladimir Lenin was a communist revolutionary who helped orchestrate the Russian Revolution and emerged as the first premier of the Soviet Union. Lenin played a senior role in a number of revolutions leading up to the overthrow of Russia's Tsar Nicholas II in 1917. He formed the world's first communist state, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, in 1917, which, a few years later, would be the basis for the greater Soviet Union. He was also instrumental in getting Russia out of World War I. Don't worry, we'll talk about some of this in more detail later on. Lenin was heavily influenced by another figure, Karl Marx. Marx was a German philosopher who set the theoretical foundation for modern communism. He also had a pretty epic beard. He was essentially the father of communism. Marx, along with another intellectual named Friedrich Engels, authored the Communist Manifesto in 1848. Marx is widely regarded as one of the most influential thinkers in modern history. His ideas affected a host of disciplines, including philosophy, history, politics, and economics. But this lesson is more about Lenin than it is about Marx. So where does Lenin come in? Well, Lenin basically took the theories of Marx and implemented them in a practical form. Because of this, Marx and Lenin are considered the founding fathers of the communist system. In fact, the political theory behind communism is often called Marxism-Leninism. Tsar Nicholas II came to power in Russia in 1894. He proved to be unpopular with the Russian people. Many saw him as haughty and aloof. By the early 1900s, discontentment with the monarchy swelled to the point of revolution. During the Revolution of 1905, the Tsar's Imperial Guard opened fire on a crowd of protesters, killing hundreds, possibly thousands. This event, known as Bloody Sunday, further fanned the flames of radical revolution. In the early 1900s, Lenin emerged as the leader of a radical political group called the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks were composed primarily of working-class citizens and were committed to Lenin's brand of communist ideology. Bolsheviks differed from their more moderate counterpart, the Mensheviks. Lenin's radicalism got him in trouble with the monarchy. At various times throughout the early 1900s, he was imprisoned, exiled to Siberia, and forced to live abroad. When World War I broke out, Lenin hoped to transform the war into a worldwide war against capitalism. Of course, the war didn't quite take the turn he had hoped. With World War I still going on, revolution broke out in 1917. The February Revolution, as it has been called, resulted in the overthrow of Tsar Nicholas II and the installation of a new leftist provisional government. The new provisional government was divided between various factions, including Lenin's Bolsheviks and the moderate Mensheviks. During the October Revolution of 1917, of course, the Bolsheviks overthrew the provisional government and formed a communist government. Lenin then moved quickly to withdraw Russia from World War I. In March 1918, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed. It ended Russian participation in the First World War. Following the Bolshevik seizure of power, civil war broke out between the conservative Whites and the communist Reds. The Reds won the war in 1922, at which point the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, was formally established. Lenin served as the premier of the Soviet Union until his death in 1924. He was succeeded by Joseph Stalin. Vladimir Lenin has been a tremendously influential figure in modern history. Even into the 1980s, Lenin's image remained a prominent symbol of the Soviet Union. Prior to the fall of communism in the late 1980s and early 1990s, there were statues of him everywhere. He appeared on flags and banners. Think of it this way. Lenin was to the Russian people what George Washington is to Americans. If you understand that, you understand just how important Lenin was. He, along with Karl Marx, was a primary architect of the communist system. Let's review the central themes of this lesson. Vladimir Lenin was the communist revolutionary who played a senior role in the Russian Revolution and became the first leader of the Soviet Union. He was influenced by Karl Marx, the German philosopher who developed the theoretical framework for modern communism. The two men are considered the founding fathers of communism. Vladimir Lenin came to power after Tsar Nicholas II was overthrown in the February Revolution of 1917. Lenin was the leader of a radical political faction known as the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks were composed primarily of working-class citizens. Once the Bolsheviks seized power in the October Revolution, Lenin moved quickly to end Russian involvement in World War I. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed in March 1918. It formally ended Russian participation in the war. Lenin went on to form the Soviet Union and served as its first premier until his death in 1924.
Oftentimes in history, one person in particular becomes remembered as the icon of a movement or an event. For example, most people think of George Washington first when they think of the American Revolution, or Rosa Parks or Martin Luther King when they think of the mid-20th century civil rights movement. When it comes to the 20th century Soviet Union, the person most people think of is Joseph Stalin, the brutal dictator who ruled over the early Soviet Union for nearly 3 decades. Stalin was born in 1878 in what is today Georgia, but was then part of the Russian Empire. Though originally a student at the local seminary for the Georgian Orthodox Church, Stalin was expelled in 1899 and soon after became active in the Marxist underground in Russia. For this activity, Stalin was imprisoned multiple times in the first decade of the 20th century, even spending a period in exile in Siberia. Undeterred by this experience, Stalin continued to rise through the ranks of the fledgling Bolshevik Party, becoming a key figure in the Russian government after the October 1917 Bolshevik Revolution. Stalin was a key aide to Vladimir Lenin, the leader of the Bolshevik Party. When the Soviet Union was instituted in 1922, Stalin was installed as Secretary General to the Central Committee of the Communist Party. After Lenin's death in 1924, Soviet and Communist leadership was in limbo. Through complex and often backroom political maneuvering, Stalin won out against his rivals within the party by 1928, many of whom he soon imprisoned and/or exiled. Soon after assuming full control of the Soviet government, Stalin set out to build Russia into an economic and industrial giant. He considered Russia 50 years behind the rest of the world in terms of industry and technology, and he resolved to close this gap through a forced and rapid modernization process. However, in order to force such a wholesale transformation of the economy, Stalin needed total control of the Soviet economy. Fortunately, the Marxist principles Stalin's Communist Party expounded called for precisely the command economy Stalin needed. Under Stalin, the Soviet government assumed control of what few industrial complexes it didn't already own, but the most violent upheaval to the Soviet economy was Stalin's forced collectivization of agriculture. At the time of Stalin's rise to power, the Soviet Union was still a predominantly farming-based society. In order to create a labor pool for Russian industry and have direct control over the Soviet food supply, Stalin seized ownership of millions of farms. Those farmers who resisted were forced into exile or summarily executed. This brutal treatment was not restricted to uncooperative farmers. Stalin maintained a firm grip on power through terrorizing millions of Soviets and even Communist Party members. A secret police force roamed the Soviet countryside and cities, rooting out enemies of the revolution who were exiled or imprisoned for the smallest action or offhand comment that could be construed as anti-Soviet or anti-communist. In the late 1930s, for example, Stalin instituted the Great Purge, which he claimed was to rid the Communist Party of subversive and foreign agents, but in reality targeted thousands of Stalin's political enemies and rivals. Correspondingly, the fabled Soviet Gulag prison camp system expanded enormously in the 1930s, where those imprisoned were often worked to death or simply executed. With totalitarian control over the Soviet economy and people, Stalin's regime began its modernization projects through instituting a series of 5-year plans. The 5-year plans set relatively outrageous goals for everything, from total goals for each sector of the economy to individual expected outputs from each factory. Most of these goals were impossible to meet, and factory and government officials often fudged the numbers to meet their quotas. Conditions in these factories were terrible for the workers, who were often paid in food rations and were worked to the bone. With the forced industrialization of Russia in full swing, Stalin looked to expand Soviet influence outward into territory the Russian Empire had lost after World War I. Soon after Stalin signed a non-aggression pact with Hitler, he annexed Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and invaded eastern Poland and parts of Romania. He also invaded Finland. However, when Hitler broke the pact and invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, Stalin allied with the British and French and later the Americans. As a result, Stalin had a seat at the negotiating table with American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in deciding the makeup of post-war Europe. Through keen negotiating skills, Stalin expanded the Soviet Union when the Western countries recognized Soviet possession of the states Stalin had annexed and invaded during the chaos of World War II. Additionally, the Soviet Union gained control of several Eastern European states, which Stalin claimed it needed as a buffer from future Central European aggression. After World War II, Stalin continued to hold an iron grip on power in the Soviet Union and encouraged the growth of communism elsewhere, especially in the Korean Peninsula. Imprisonment and exile in the Soviet Union became even more common than it had been before the war, as Stalin became more and more paranoid of Western invasion. He died in 1953, 74 years old. Stalin's totalitarian control of the Soviet Union was so severe that directly after his death, the Communist Party dismantled several institutions and the cult of personality Stalin had built, a period of Soviet history historians now call de-Stalinization. Stalin's brutal rule achieved through force what many communists had wanted, a centrally controlled command economy. Unfortunately, the ruthless tactics required to force through such a radical change in the Soviet economy lent itself to similarly vicious treatment of dissenters and Stalin's political enemies, both real and imagined. Indeed, the regime of Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union marks one of the most brutal periods of Russian history.
From the turn of the century through the late 1920s, the United States enjoyed a period of economic prosperity. From 1922 to 1929, the gross national product, or the value of goods produced during the fiscal year, grew at an annual rate of 5%. The gross domestic product measured in at over $200 billion, and wages, for some, skyrocketed by 15%. Additionally, unemployment during the period never surpassed 5%. However, on Black Tuesday, October 29, 1929, the Wall Street stock market crashed and entrenched the United States in the Great Depression, the nation's lengthiest economic downturn from 1929 to 1941. Within a few short months after the initial crash, stock prices collapsed by 50%. They would eventually fall an additional 30% at the peak of the Depression. Industrial output significantly contracted. Over 10,000 American banks, unable to sustain business, closed and left thousands of Americans without money. Between 1/3 to 1/2 of all American financial institutions collapsed. Those who had invested into the market frequently lost everything. To make matters worse, unemployment surged to 25% during the Depression years. Americans did what they could to survive, such as waiting in line at soup kitchens, scouring garbage cans, and even theft. How could such a prosperous nation fall into economic despair? Let's take a look at the factors that contributed to the Great Depression. Throughout the 1920s, stock market speculation, or assuming the future success or failure of stocks, became commonplace throughout the United States for the first time in history. As a result, by the end of the decade, many investors had purchased massive quantities of shares of stock, but mainly through loans and a minimum investment of roughly 10%. Most assumed that once the prices on stock rose, they would be able to withdraw their earnings, pay back their loans, and be left with a net profit. Most investors shared their method and infused thousands of borrowed dollars into the stock market on various industries and products that did not have time to mature and be considered a proven, even valuable commodity. The market was also not regulated as it is today. Unscrupulous agents frequently sold securities to investors which were essentially worthless. Some states had limited regulations known as blue sky laws, which at least required providing a prospectus about the investment opportunity being offered. However, there was no nationwide framework to prevent these types of misdeeds. Combined with the problems caused by banks engaging in market speculation, it's no surprise the above led to the creation of the Securities and Exchange Commission shortly after the start of Franklin Roosevelt's presidency. The 1920s are the reason it was given a mandate to regulate the securities market. Although the stock market crash has received the brunt of the blame for the Great Depression, unhinged market speculation by both banks and the general public were the core cause, especially for the severity. Farm incomes and wages were flat or declining in the 1920s. This created an environment where the average American could make more money from speculating in the stock market. Unlike today, banks were also playing the market. In the 1920s, banks increasingly used their customers' deposits to engage in market speculation themselves. This was a major factor in banks being unable to pay out the value of the funds owed to their depositors. Banks did not keep sufficient reserves, and many hadn't joined the Federal Reserve System. Even those banks in the Federal Reserve System only received warning letters in response to their high-risk behavior. This also meant the banking system in America lacked a way to mount a coordinated response once the collapse started. In contrast, nations with more consolidated banking systems at that time, such as Canada, France, and the Netherlands, experienced a milder, shorter depression. As factory inventories built up, farm incomes failed to materialize, and corporate profits dwindled. The stock market plunged. Simultaneously, creditors who had supplied loans to investors began demanding the repayment of the loans after witnessing market earnings begin to spiral downward. Many of these creditors were the large number of banks who had wagered the funds of their depositors on the stock market. The financial system of the United States crumbled. When the Federal Reserve finally took meaningful action by raising interest rates from 5% to 6%, it was too late. The effect from this measure was that banks stopped lending, which dried up access to capital for businesses, and it killed consumer spending, both of which will make depressions worse. These critical flaws in the American banking system became the impetus for the flurry of banking laws put into place by President Franklin Roosevelt almost immediately after he took power. In particular, the reckless use of reserves prompted the federal government to create the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. Another financial practice that contributed to the collapse of the market was consumer credit and installment loans. The 1920s represented a boom in durable consumer goods, such as vacuum cleaners, refrigerators, radios, automobiles, and farm equipment. Most Americans did not have the available cash to pay for the products, so banks and businesses decided to offer what became known as credit. In addition to purchasing goods, banks allowed average consumers to borrow money to buy stock with only 10% down. This is known as buying on margin and can be very risky for investors who are not prepared to cover the cost in the event the stock price declines. Consumers were able to purchase an item but pay for it over time with interest. The problem was that many Americans could not afford the credit payments and defaulted on loans and installment plans. Over time, banks and businesses lost a substantial amount of money, which in turn helped contribute to the market difficulties. It became worse in 1931 when the Federal Reserve Board decided to curtail credit and raise interest rates on current consumers. Americans especially struggled to service their debts after the misguided decision. While all of the aforementioned financial problems contributed to the collapse of the economic market, the failure of leadership by American presidents during the 1920s may have been the foremost catalyst to the Great Depression. During the period, the White House was occupied by the New Era Republicans, President Warren Harding, President Calvin Coolidge, and President Herbert Hoover. These individuals projected pro-business politics, and in Harding's words, a return to normalcy. These Republican presidents believed in supporting big business because it would provide prosperity for the nation. While Harding's term was short and unimpressive, his successor, Coolidge, personified the ideas of the New Era Republicans. Coolidge repealed the progressive legislation of President Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson and replaced it with a pro-business ideology that consisted of tax reduction for the wealthy, high wall tariffs, deregulation of business by the federal government, and the placement of the economy into the hands of business leaders. As a result, the wealthiest Americans paid less in taxes and received more money. All other Americans received less in earnings and faced tax hikes. Simultaneously, the overproduction of goods led to a flooded market because average Americans could not afford to purchase products unless they pursued credit plans. Needless to say, Coolidge's pro-business political mentality only made the Great Depression more imminent. Hoover added to the wanton disregard of the American economy and the American people. Continuing with the tradition of the New Era Republicans, Hoover called for cooperation between business and society over individualism. Unfortunately, businesses of the period marginalized the common American. Individuals, farmers, and factory laborers, for instance, faced tax burdens, heightened prices, lower wages, and a general devaluation of land and real estate, not to mention longer work days and more dangerous working conditions. These unchecked businesses also absorbed a significant amount of resources. There was little desire among the New Era Republicans to establish controls that would monitor speculation and credit plans, encourage an increase in wages to help consumers obtain more of the newly available products, or protect the average American from the unregulated power of businesses. The severity of the economic impact of the Great Depression could have been lessened with more federal oversight in the years leading up to the 1929 stock market crash. After years of prosperity, the United States stock market collapsed on October 29, 1929. This marked the beginning of the Great Depression, which was the nation's lengthiest economic downturn, lasting from 1929 to 1941. Many causes are associated with the collapse, including rampant speculation by banks and consumers in the stock market and dubious investment opportunities, the overavailability of consumer credit, and the general disregard of the American economy by the New Era Republicans, consisting of Presidents Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover. Many attempts were made at curtailing the financial collapse, but it would not be until the United States entered into the Second World War that the nation's economy rebounded.
But to say it came as a complete shock would not be the whole story. The United States and Japan had been at odds for decades. First of all, just after the turn of the century, both nations were competing for political and economic influence throughout the Pacific. Then, after World War I, Japan laid claim to former German colonies in the East, expanding the Japanese Empire and emerging as a serious rival to America's position in Asia. In 1922, the world's 9 largest naval powers, including Japan and the United States, signed a series of treaties limiting warship capacity, agreeing to consult each other in any disputes over China, and respecting the territorial integrity of that nation. But certain classes of ships weren't restricted by the 9-power treaty, leading to an arms race until the loopholes were closed. Then, in 1931, Japan blatantly violated these agreements by invading Manchuria and other parts of China. With the 9-power treaty now broken, America increased its naval power in the Pacific, and several nations began funneling aid to China through their colonies in Asia. Continued Japanese aggression for the next decade, including the invasion of China in 1937, Their alliance with the Axis powers of World War II and the invasion of French Indochina resulted in escalating American involvement without a declaration of war. Concerned American pilots formed an independent air force called the Flying Tigers and worked with the Chinese government to prepare defenses over that nation's airspace. The U.S. government also joined its allies in seizing Japanese assets and placed embargoes on steel, oil, and other raw materials needed for war production. Running short on supplies, Japan had two choices: submit to foreign demands by abandoning the invasion of China, or seize the resources it needed by attacking even more territory. Japan chose the latter. With the European powers already embroiled in World War II, it looked like the only thing standing in Japan's way of controlling the entire Pacific Rim was the United States. The Empire of Japan devised an elaborate plan to simultaneously attack Allied territories throughout the Pacific, including Hawaii, the Philippines, Wake Island, Guam, Malaya, Thailand, Hong Kong, and Midway. In one sweep, they could secure desperately needed resources, discourage foreign interference, and cripple America's increasing military strength in the Pacific. To Pearl Harbor alone, Japan sent 30 ships, including 6 aircraft carriers. There was a separate force of submarines tasked with sinking any American ships that might escape the harbor. The top-secret Japanese fleet set sail on November 26, 1941, and by avoiding shipping lanes, moved into position without being spotted. Although the Allies had not yet broken the Japanese naval encryption code, there were suggestions of an impending attack. Beginning as early as January 1941, and periodically throughout the year, Washington sent warnings to fleet and field commanders in Hawaii, the Philippines, Alaska, and the Panama Canal Zone. But many American decision-makers believed that Japan did not have the military capacity to pull off a major strike. The day after the Japanese fleet embarked, a message went out to all Pacific stations reading, quote, "Consider this dispatch a war warning." Now, many expected an attack on the Philippines to be most likely. However, minimal steps were taken in Hawaii. Most importantly, the aircraft carriers were all sent out, and in a fatal miscalculation, the Army commander lined up his planes as a protection against sabotage. In order to achieve complete surprise, Japan violated international law and diplomatic protocol by attacking without first sending an ultimatum. Still, in the wee hours of December 7, 1941, there were at least 3 clues of imminent danger. First, an American patrol spotted a submarine periscope as it followed a cargo ship through the anti-submarine nets into Pearl Harbor. A nearby destroyer, the USS Ward, fired at the mini-sub and sank it. Second, a radar operator noticed the incoming Japanese Air Force, but officers were expecting planes from California that morning and dismissed the sighting. Third, Washington forwarded credible intelligence of an attack, but it didn't reach the commander at Pearl Harbor until hours later. Shortly before 8 o'clock in the morning, on December 7, 1941, 181 Japanese planes arrived over the island of Oahu, targeting the military airfields first, before the U.S. planes could get off the ground to defend the harbor. Hundreds of aircraft, lined up in a row like sitting ducks, were damaged or destroyed. Next, the Japanese unleashed their fury against Battleship Row, hitting all 7 ships at anchor there. As the first wave of planes departed, the leader of the Japanese strike force sent back the prearranged message, "Tora, Tora, Tora," to the carriers, meaning the element of surprise had been achieved. After a brief lull in the attack, 170 more Japanese planes arrived in a second wave, targeting another battleship and 3 destroyers in dry dock, and inflicting further damage on the battered fleet in the harbor. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 out of 8 battleships were lost. The bomb that pierced the USS Arizona ignited the ship's ammunition, causing an explosion that killed nearly 1,200 men. A total of 12 ships were sunk or beached, and 9 more were damaged, including 3 cruisers and 4 destroyers. 347 aircraft were hit. A total of 2,403 Americans were killed, including 68 civilians in Honolulu, and another 1,178 wounded. It took several months for the U.S. to bounce back from the losses at Pearl Harbor and other locations, opening a window of opportunity for the Japanese military to advance throughout the Pacific in early 1942. Believe it or not, things could have been much worse. The shoreside facilities were still operational. The aircraft carriers were all away from the harbor. Most of the destroyers and submarines were not targeted, and all but 3 of the ships that were struck that day were raised or repaired and back in service by 1943. The Japanese attack on the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii was the last straw. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt addressed a joint session of Congress, broadcast live to the entire nation via radio, asking them to declare war on December 8, 1941. There was only one dissenter, Montana pacifist Jeannette Rankin, and at 4 o'clock that afternoon, the United States of America was at war. Let's review. On December 7, 1941, the Empire of Japan attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, after decades of rising tension. At first, Japan was merely a rival to the U.S. for influence, but in the 1930s, they violated international treaties by invading Manchuria. International response, including an oil embargo, forced Japan to either abandon its quest for empire or seize the resources it needed by expanding into other territories. They planned a simultaneous strike at several Allied positions, especially targeting Pearl Harbor. Despite several warning signs, America was caught off guard and suffered severe losses, including 3 of 8 battleships, hundreds of planes, and thousands of lives. And though the United States declared war the next day, Japan had nearly free reign over the Pacific for several months. On September 1, 1939, the world witnessed what came to be called Blitzkrieg, or Lightning War, when German troops blazed across the border of Poland with a dense concentration of armored infantry and heavy air support. After years of appeasement, Great Britain and France finally declared war on Germany. World War II began on September 3, 1939. Germany's invasion of Poland was carried out in cooperation with the Soviet Union. Adolf Hitler, the Nazi Chancellor of Germany, hated communists, but for a time he put aside his animosity towards Soviet leader Joseph Stalin to make sure the Soviets wouldn't interfere with his plans. Germany invaded the western part of Poland, while the Soviet Union moved into the east. Almost immediately, a naval campaign was underway as each side fought to keep the other from receiving crucial supply shipments. The Battle of the Atlantic lasted the duration of the war. The United States responded by passing the cash and carry policy, allowing for the sale of arms to belligerent nations if they could pay up front and transport them in their own ships. Though a series of neutrality acts had expressly forbidden most types of economic, military, or commercial investments in the war, cash and carry allowed America to remain officially neutral, keep its ships out of danger from German U-boat attacks, avoid the credit problems that shrouded World War I, and yet still provide help to Britain. This was one of several steps that moved the U.S. towards war. Ultimately, World War II lasted nearly 6 years and spanned several continents with 2 main theaters, Europe and the Pacific, each with multiple battlefronts. It was fought between the Axis powers, led by Germany and Japan, and the Allies, led by Great Britain, France, and later the United States. Italy was part of the Axis powers at the outset of the war, And the Soviet Union had a non-aggression pact with Germany, but both of these nations eventually joined the Allies. Each side also had the support of many smaller nations. This lesson provides an overview of major engagements in the European theater, including the Western, Eastern, and African fronts, from the outset of the war through 1943. Within 1 month in 1940, the Nazi war machine overran Denmark, Norway, Luxembourg, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Next, they set their sights on France. It took just 6 weeks to storm into Paris. France surrendered to Nazi Germany on June 22, 1940, on board the very same railroad car, placed in the very same spot where Germany had surrendered to France at the end of World War I. It was a moment of sweet revenge for Hitler and thousands of other bitter German veterans of the Great War. Meanwhile, Britain hastily evacuated more than 338,000 mostly English troops from French territory, using every craft available, a collection of 700 vessels ranging from Royal Navy destroyers to private yachts, lifeboats, and fishing boats. The so-called Miracle of Dunkirk saved the core of the British Expeditionary Force, but they had faced stiff resistance, and many men, boats, and planes were lost. Worse yet, about 35,000 primarily French troops were left behind, and all of the BEF's heavy equipment, vehicles, ammunition, and fuel fell into German hands. A few days after France signed an armistice with Germany, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill told Parliament,
"The Battle of France is over. I expect that the Battle of Britain is about to begin."
Beginning that summer, the Luftwaffe, Germany's Air Force, dropped more than 100 tons of explosives on London and other British cities, ports, and air bases, mostly at night. This sustained air attack over England is commonly called the Blitz. Churchill begged the United States to intervene, but President Roosevelt still insisted on American neutrality. Congress did, however, trade old warships for naval bases in British colonies, passed the Lend-Lease Act, which allowed for the purchase of war supplies on credit, and institute the first peacetime draft in the nation's history. In addition, some American pilots flew with the Royal Air Force. The Blitz was intended to soften British resistance prior to a German invasion of England. For a number of reasons, including Britain's unexpected retaliatory bombing of Berlin, the Nazis abandoned their plan to invade the island after 10 months. The end of the Blitz in spring 1941 is considered a major victory by the RAF over the Luftwaffe. In one of his most memorable speeches, Churchill praised his nation's Air Force, telling the citizens,
"Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few."
That same spring, the Axis made quick work of the Baltic nations, and then Hitler abruptly turned his aggression against the Soviet Union, opening up a second front that would take the brunt of the fighting for the next 4 years. It was the largest and deadliest military operation in history, resulting in millions of military and civilian casualties. Axis forces notoriously mistreated Soviet POWs, so that nearly 60% died from intentional starvation, exposure, or execution. Before dawn on June 22, 1941, Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union began with the bombing and destruction of a quarter of Stalin's Air Force. Next, more than 3 million Axis soldiers smashed across the Soviet frontier, and Hitler felt confident that the nation would quickly fall. But due to effective Soviet defenses, including death for anyone who retreated, and sub-zero temperatures that the Germans hadn't prepared for, Moscow was saved. The Battle of Leningrad devolved into a siege that lasted 900 days. Still, Hitler didn't abandon his dream of capturing the Soviet Union and all of its resources while exterminating its people. Stalin resorted to a scorched earth policy in which his troops retreated and intentionally destroyed the land around them, luring the German army deeper into their territory with longer supply lines and much greater vulnerability. The Battle of Stalingrad, the biggest, bloodiest conflict on the Eastern Front, is widely considered the turning point. By early 1943, the Nazis were in retreat. Germany was also playing defense on the Western Front. The Axis had occupied North Africa early in the war, but Britain managed to defend Egypt in the Battle of El Alamein. This kept the Suez Canal and oil fields out of Nazi hands. And after America entered the war, as a result of the bombing of Pearl Harbor in December 41, a joint U.S.-British offensive reclaimed French colonies in North Africa. The region then became the launching point for an invasion of Sicily in the summer of 43, the turning point in the Western theater. Retaking this island gave the Allies control of the Mediterranean and prompted the Italian government to remove Mussolini from power. In October, Italy declared war on Germany. Allied forces, under the command of America's future president, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, used Italy as the hub from which they would soon retake Western Europe. Let's review. World War II began in 1939 when Nazi Germany, under the command of Adolf Hitler, invaded Poland. He had convinced Joseph Stalin, leader of the Soviet Union, to cooperate in the attack. Next, Hitler stormed through northern Europe, and by June 1940, France had fallen. Britain evacuated its men from the mainland in an action known as the Miracle of Dunkirk, though critical supplies were also abandoned for Hitler's use. Sustained air raids on England, called the Blitz, were an unsuccessful attempt to soften the island's defenses in anticipation of a German invasion. Hitler shifted his focus to an invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, and the Eastern Front bore the brunt of the fighting for the rest of the war in Europe. The United States gradually increased its participation until declaring war in December 1941. The Allied invasion of Sicily was a decisive turning point in Europe. Allied forces on the Western Front were commanded by General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
The term Holocaust typically refers to the persecution and mass murder of as many as 11 million people by the Nazis, or German fascists, between 1933 and 1945. Though history cannot hold just one person responsible for all of the atrocities carried out, the Holocaust corresponds with the political rise of one man, Adolf Hitler. He became Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933. By the middle of the next year, he was dictator with the title of Führer. Hitler had started cleansing what he called the master race almost as soon as he took office. In addition to the nearly 6 million Jews he targeted, there were more than 5 million non-Jewish victims as well. The Nazi regime tried to eliminate anyone who might pose a political threat, including communists, journalists, and various Christians who opposed Hitler. Those they believed would dilute the Aryan gene pool, such as Romani people, Jews, black people, individuals with disabilities, incarcerated people, and others who were perceived by the Nazi government as a drain on the economy, in addition to groups that they just didn't like, such as LGBTQ people. Depending on the offense, people might find themselves subject to heavy labor, forced abortions, and sterilization. They were very likely to have their assets stolen and then be imprisoned in a concentration camp anywhere in the Third German Empire or Third Reich, where they were often executed or worked to death. The exact number of camps varies depending on the definition, but there were dozens of main camps, many with subunits serving different functions. Current estimates total about 20,000 camps. Since at least the end of World War I, Hitler had specifically blamed Jews for his nation's problems. Anti-Semitism wasn't a new phenomenon in Europe, but the Nazis ramped up the prejudice to a murderous level. First, Jews were identified by voluntary registration, other research like census and immigration records, and synagogue membership, and through informants who were paid bounties. Then, beginning in 1933, a series of increasingly strict laws stripped away Jewish rights, including land ownership. They were barred from many professions like law, medicine, journalism, and the military. By 1935, they had lost their citizenship, and even more personal, business, and property restrictions and regulations were enacted in the coming years. The Night of Broken Glass, or Kristallnacht, in November of 1938, marked a turning point in Jewish persecution. As retribution for the murder of a German embassy employee in Paris by a German-born Jewish student, more than 9,000 Jewish-owned businesses, homes, and synagogues were destroyed or vandalized. As many as 91 Jewish men were murdered, and upwards of 30,000 were arrested and sent to concentration camps. Within days, the German government eliminated Jews from the economy. Most remaining Jewish-owned property was seized, and Jewish children were expelled from public schools. The Jewish community as a whole was also fined 1 billion marks to pay for the damage of Kristallnacht. After invading Poland in 1939, Hitler ordered the separation of citizens the Nazis considered to be undesirable from the rest of the population. Hundreds of thousands of Jews were relocated into ghettos located near railroad lines. Within months, Polish Jews became enslaved and had to wear a white Star of David on their arms. Eventually, Jews throughout the Reich were required to wear the recognizable yellow Star of David on their chests. But as the Nazis conquered more and more territory, they encountered more and more people that they believed to be subhumans, including Allied POWs who fit the description. Germany began deporting Jews to concentration camps. Those who were allowed to remain at home for the time being became slave labor in the war industries. In newly occupied lands, the Nazis thought the easiest solution was to simply kill as many Jews as possible on the spot, or pay local citizens to do it for them, but many others were also sent to camps. Meanwhile, Hitler's allies began to start their own cleansing programs. By the summer of 1941, the Führer ordered the systematic extermination of all Jewish people in Europe. Called the Final Solution, this genocide program began at Auschwitz, but ultimately included 6 death camps, all in Poland, specially equipped for mass murder. European Jews, plus some others considered undesirable, were typically deported by freight and cattle cars, packed shoulder to shoulder for days without room to sit, without protection from weather, and without food, water, or bathroom facilities. Those who survived the train ride were separated upon arrival. Useful prisoners were tattooed with a number, stripped of their clothes and belongings, shaved and hosed down. They were often allowed to live as long as they were productive workers for the German war machine. Those who weren't useful enough were killed immediately, including almost all children and older adults. A number of execution methods were tested, but by January of 1942, Zyklon B gas became the preferred method. The earliest victims were buried in mass graves, but cremation soon became the only sustainable option. There are very few known cases of resistance or rebellion in the camps or even the ghettos, and the Nazis suppressed all uprisings successfully. However, a few individuals did manage to escape to safety. Besides being starved, terrorized, brutalized, and worked to death, the masses of defenseless prisoners were viewed by Nazi doctors as lab rats, perfect for carrying out human trials on a variety of medical experiments beginning in 1942. Most fell into 3 categories. Some doctors worked to increase the survival rate of soldiers at the front. For example, they deliberately inflicted and then tested various treatments for diseases, poisons, frostbite, hypothermia, and battle wounds, including amputations and transplants. Other doctors explored the most efficient ways to exterminate all the people they viewed as subhuman, such as sterilization and execution techniques. Finally, some doctors tried to benefit the Aryan race, including artificial insemination and the infamous experimentation on twin children, looking for ways to predictably breed multiple perfect specimens of what they considered to be the master race. Though twins had some of the best living conditions in Auschwitz, nearly all of them were killed when the tests were finished. There was other research too. One lab successfully developed a method for making soap from human fat, while one failed to change eye color and another failed to make seawater safe to drink. Over the next 2 years, the death camps were continually expanded. But following D-Day, the Allied invasion of northern France, on June 6, 1944, the camps increased the executions to a record daily high of 9,000 at Auschwitz, faster than they could dispose of the bodies. After the Soviet army liberated the first camp in July, the Nazis started eliminating as much evidence as possible, destroying camps and moving the prisoners as the Allies closed in. By the time Auschwitz was discovered in January 1945, up to 2 million people had been murdered there. The first camp to be liberated by American troops was Buchenwald in April 1945. Later that month, on April 30th, 1945, Adolf Hitler committed suicide. Germany surrendered a week later. The war in Europe and the Holocaust were finally over. The Holocaust, between 1933 and 1945, was the murder of 11 million people at the hands of Hitler's regime in Nazi Germany. 5 million undesirable people and 6 million Jews were systematically stripped of their rights and property, imprisoned, and often killed. The final solution attempted to exterminate all Jewish people in death camps, such as Auschwitz. Before their deaths, many prisoners were used as slave labor or as unwilling subjects in medical experiments. The Holocaust ended with Germany's surrender at the end of World War II in May 1945.
Perhaps you've seen or even played the board game Axis and Allies. If so, you're probably familiar with the concept of an alliance. Even if you haven't, I'm sure you understand what an alliance is. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines an alliance as a group of people, countries, etc. that are joined together in some activity or effort. Alliances were a major factor in the outbreak of World War I, and they played an important role in World War II as well. Let's look at World War II alliances chronologically. As fascism and totalitarianism took root throughout the 1930s, countries began falling into camps based on political ideology. Increasingly, the countries of Germany, Italy, and Japan began to realize they had much in common. In 1936, Germany and Japan signed the Anti-Comintern Pact. This pact was basically an anti-communist alliance in which the powers would consult with one another to safeguard common interests. Fascist Italy joined the Anti-Comintern Pact a year later, setting the foundation for the Rome-Berlin Axis. The Rome-Berlin Axis, or the alliance between Italy and Germany, was cemented under the Pact of Steel in May 1939. The Pact of Steel was officially called the Pact of Friendship and Alliance between Germany and Italy. Before invading Poland in September 1939, Hitler wanted to make sure the Soviet Union would not come to Poland's aid. To this end, a non-aggression pact was worked out. Formally called the Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact was signed in late August 1939. The pact is sometimes called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, after the two diplomats who negotiated it. The pact also contained a secret protocol for dividing up Poland into German and Soviet spheres of influence. Basically, this was a plan for both countries to gang up on Poland and divide it between themselves. In September 1940, Germany, Italy, and Japan agreed to the Tripartite Pact of 1940, formally establishing the Axis powers. Of course, the countries opposed to the Axis powers were called the Allied powers, or just the Allies. Their alliance is sometimes called the Grand Alliance. While different countries entered the war at different times, Great Britain, France, China, the Soviet Union, and the United States are among the most well-known Allied countries. Remember the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact? Well, it was really only a ploy allowing Hitler to buy time. In the summer of 1941, Nazi Germany launched Operation Barbarossa and invaded the Soviet Union in a surprise attack. In the early stages of the war, even before the United States was officially involved, American aid was supplied to several countries, including Great Britain and the Soviet Union, under the Lend-Lease Act. Now let's take a look at some of the territorial expansions leading up to World War II. Throughout the mid to late 1930s, Italy and Japan began invading their respective neighboring states. For example, Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935 and Albania in 1939. Japan invaded China in 1937 and wreaked havoc upon the capital city of Nanking. In fact, the term Rape of Nanking describes the atrocities carried out by Japanese soldiers against the Chinese of Nanking City. It is believed roughly 200,000 men were slaughtered and 20,000 women raped. The Japanese also invaded the Soviet Union in 1938. While expansion in Asia was concerning, it was the German expansion that captured the attention of the world. In March 1938, Germany annexed the Republic of Austria in what is called the Anschluss. This German word means union and refers to Austria being absorbed into Nazi Germany. Because Austria had a high percentage of ethnic Germans, when German troops entered Austria, they were greeted as liberators. Realizing European neighbors were unwilling to confront him, Hitler proceeded to claim other regions in an attempt to expand the German Reich. Next, Hitler instigated the Sudeten Crisis. The Sudeten Crisis of 1938 stemmed from Hitler's desire to see the Sudetenland area of Czechoslovakia annexed to Germany. Hitler got his way when British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain essentially caved in and agreed to the Munich Agreement. This act of appeasement allowed Hitler to occupy the Sudetenland as long as he promised not to make any other territorial demands. Of course, Hitler kept his promise, right? Wrong. In March 1939, German forces invaded the remainder of Czechoslovakia. On top of that, Germany began making demands that the free city of Danzig be handed over to Germany. By this point, Germany's neighbors were finally realizing Hitler could not be trusted. France and Great Britain publicly pledged to support Poland should it be invaded by Germany. The rest is, as they say, history. Nazi Germany invaded Poland in September 1939. France and Great Britain came to Poland's aid, and bada bing, bada boom, we have ourselves a world war. Let's review. In November 1936, Germany and Japan signed the Anti-Comintern Pact. This was basically an anti-communist alliance in which the powers agreed to consult one another on important issues. In August 1939, to the surprise of the world, Germany and the Soviet Union signed the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, sometimes called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. This agreement contained a secret protocol for dividing Poland between the two countries. In 1940, under the Tripartite Pact of 1940, the Axis powers were formally established. In 1937, Japan invaded China. During the invasion, Japanese soldiers committed horrible atrocities in the capital city of Nanking. This became known as the Rape of Nanking. In March 1938, Germany annexed Austria in what has been called the Anschluss. The word itself means union. Next, Hitler cast his eye toward the Sudetenland region of Czechoslovakia. The Sudeten crisis of 1938 stemmed from Hitler's desire to annex this region. These territorial expansions, along with the German invasion of Poland, resulted in the outbreak of World War II.
Japan opened its doors to the outside world in the mid-1800s, and before the century was over, they had begun to expand. In 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria and prepared to conquer China. Late in 1940, this military powerhouse allied with Germany and Italy, creating the Axis powers of World War II. This gave them the pretext they needed to invade European colonies in the Pacific, beginning with French Indochina. In response to these and other actions, the United States had imposed an oil embargo against Japan. Running short on fuel, the Japanese decided to simultaneously discourage further U.S. interference in the region and cripple their ability to wage war in the Pacific. The Empire of Japan attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii on December 7, 1941, along with several other American possessions and Allied colonies. America declared war the next day, as did Britain. This was the start of a 5-month rampage across the Pacific. By the end of 1942, Japan controlled a maritime empire stretching more than 2.8 million square miles. Throughout the war, they also attacked but didn't conquer Canada, Australia, many smaller islands, Alaska, and even several spots along the west coast of the United States. Since it's impossible for us to discuss every famous battle, we're going to look at just a few events that were either decisive moments in the war or very good examples of what World War II in the Pacific was like. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese also attacked the Philippines and a collection of islands under U.S. control, and Allied forces steadily lost ground. 3 months later, General Douglas MacArthur, commander of the U.S. Army in the Far East, abandoned the Philippines and escaped to the safety of Australia with his family and 14 staff officers, promising, "I shall return." MacArthur left behind thousands of soldiers, as well as American nurses and civilians. By May 1942, the troops were nearly out of food and ammunition. They surrendered, and the foreign civilians were herded into internment camps for the duration of the war. For 3 years, only small guerrilla units were left to fight back. The gateway to Asia was now in the hands of the enemy. Back in April, Japanese soldiers captured at least 72,000 starving American and Filipino men and sent them in groups on a 63-mile march from the Bataan Peninsula to Camp O'Donnell, where they would be held temporarily. The troops were so brutalized that only 54,000 arrived at the holding camp. Historians believe most of those unaccounted for died during the walk, while a few managed to escape. Then, about half of the survivors of the Bataan Death March died after reaching Camp O'Donnell. In the end, nearly 86% of the Americans who surrendered at Bataan lost their lives. Throughout the Pacific, roughly 40% of American POWs died in Japanese custody from exhaustion, malnutrition, exposure, torture, disease, and execution. Some were even killed in medical experiments. Now, by comparison, just over 1% of American prisoners died at the hands of the Nazis. Most POWs, including women, were transported to Japan on intentionally unmarked ships, leading to more than 21,000 American casualties from Allied torpedoes. Those who did reach Japan were generally used as slave labor in Japan's war industry or railroad construction. A few prisoners died in the atomic blasts that ended the war in 1945. For a year, the United States reacted to events in the Pacific without a coordinated strategy. In April 1942, they devised a plan to launch bombers off an aircraft carrier. strike Tokyo, and then proceed to an unoccupied part of China. But the bombers, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle, didn't have enough fuel to reach their planned airstrip after the attack. They flew until they ran out of fuel, and the crews ditched them. Despite the loss of 7 men and all 16 planes, the Doolittle raid was at once a psychological boost for the Americans and a tremendous blow to the Japanese, who believed their homeland was invincible. Furious, the Japanese planned a secret attack that they believed would keep America from ever launching an air raid against Japan again. They planned to destroy the Allied fleet at Midway Island. 2 factors doomed the Japanese attack at Midway before it even began. One was the Battle of the Coral Sea in May. The battle was a tactical victory for Japan, but several strategic ships were damaged or lost, keeping them out of the Battle of Midway. Secondly, the Japanese were unaware that the Americans had cracked their coded messages. So on June 4th, 1942, Allied forces ambushed the Japanese fleet, sinking 4 aircraft carriers, a cruiser, and 2 destroyers. Other ships were damaged. Though 1 American carrier was also lost, Japan no longer had naval supremacy. The Battle of Midway is widely considered the turning point of the war in the Pacific, halting the Japanese advance towards Australia and sending them into retreat. America and its allies started island hopping, choosing strategic Japanese possessions to attack as they moved closer and closer to Japan. The battles over tiny outposts in the middle of a vast ocean were surprisingly fierce, as invading forces struggled against deeply entrenched Japanese defenses. But the Allies had gained the upper hand and were on the offensive. By the summer of 1944, the successful invasion of Saipan put American bombers within range of Japan. And it was here that the Allies fully grasped the Japanese concept of death before surrender. Nearly 97% of their troops fought to the death, and as many as 1,000 civilians committed suicide rather than face an unknown fate at the hand of U.S. soldiers. Japan's situation was quickly unraveling. Allied forces retook possessions throughout the Pacific, and General MacArthur finally returned to reconquer the Philippines in late 1944. The Japanese military initiated desperate strategies to resist an Allied invasion. Undertrained pilots in so-called kamikaze attacks deliberately crashed their planes into Allied ships. They also dramatically increased the lesser-known strategy of launching balloon bombs destined for the U.S. One of them killed 6 people in Oregon. In early 1945, the U.S. military planned an invasion of 2 key Japanese possessions, Iwo Jima and Okinawa, followed by a 2-part invasion of Japan itself. The Japanese fiercely defended Iwo Jima, just 350 miles from their home shores. 1/3 of all U.S. Marine casualties in the entire war were at Iwo Jima. At Okinawa, a rain of kamikaze attacks inflicted nearly 50,000 American casualties. In both places, Japanese troops refused to surrender, fighting nearly to the last man. Meanwhile, President Franklin D. Roosevelt died, and Harry Truman became president. While he deliberated the planned invasion of Japan, President Truman learned about the Manhattan Project, a secret program to develop a powerful new weapon, the atomic bomb. After a decade of regional aggression, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and other Allied possessions in the Pacific on December 7, 1941, and soon gained an empire stretching over 2.8 million square miles. America lost the critically important Philippine Islands in 1942, leaving thousands of troops to suffer the Bataan Death March. The death rate for American POWs in the Pacific was about 40%. After the Doolittle raid in 1942, the Japanese wanted revenge and planned to wipe out America's aircraft carriers at the Battle of Midway. Instead, American planes decimated the Japanese Navy and gained the upper hand. The Allies began island hopping to approach Japan. Japan defended its territory by using kamikaze attacks and fighting to the last man. High casualties at Iwo Jima and Okinawa caused President Harry Truman to reconsider the planned invasion of Japan, especially when he learned about the Manhattan Project. World War II had been raging for more than 2 years before the United States entered in December 1941. Life was changed almost overnight, and not just for the 16 million men and women who joined the armed services, but for those who stayed home as well. World War II had a profound influence on American government, economy, and society. Personal decisions like what to have for dinner or what to wear to the office were shaped, if not dictated, by the needs of the Army. There was a rationing program that controlled the purchase of certain items needed for the war, like gasoline, and distinct shortages of other goods. Prices and wages were fixed. A massive propaganda campaign run by the United States government urged Americans to conserve wherever possible, grow their own vegetables in a victory garden, and clean their plates. Even fashion was affected by war shortages, since commercially produced fabric was needed for uniforms, not for long ball gowns, vests, or cuffs. Civilians organized drives and held contests to see who could save the most scrap metal, aluminum cans, fats, and rubber. They boosted production at the workplace and in the home. They used it up, wore it out, and did without. Yet 70% of the American people said that they hadn't had to make any real sacrifices as a result of the war. Even entertainment was affected by the demands and interests of a wartime nation. When 95% of professional baseball players traded in jerseys for uniforms, including even Joe DiMaggio, a second string of athletes got a chance at the big leagues, including women. Many of the nation's most famous actors, such as Clark Gable and Jimmy Stewart, also joined the armed forces. But Hollywood still cranked out feature films. Movies typically started with updates and footage from the front lines, often adding cartoons with negative caricatures of the enemy, followed by the main feature. But the radio was by far the most important source of information and entertainment during World War II. Networks reached more than 80% of American households, broadcasting battle reports, performances from overseas military bases, messages from the president, radio dramas, and patriotic music. World War II had an enormous impact on the federal government. A network of new agencies emerged to coordinate the war effort on the battlefront and the home front. Most of these were dissolved after 1945, but Americans still became accustomed to looking to the president in Washington for solutions to problems, rather than local or state government. And even though measures like price and wage fixing ended with the war, there was also a lasting influence when it came to federal oversight of the nation's economy. The propaganda machine cranked out posters encouraging American production and investment. Even before Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt had promised America's allies that the nation would become the world's arsenal of democracy, and it did. The United States unleashed its productive might, lifting the nation out of the Great Depression and forging lasting links between the military and industry. Factories that had once manufactured consumer goods converted to war production. For example, Ford Motor Company could build one B-24 bomber every hour. American workers produced 14,000 ships, 80,000 landing craft, 100,000 tanks and armored cars, 300,000 airplanes, 15 million guns with 41 billion rounds of ammunition, and 2 atomic bombs. Through it all, posters on factory walls reminded workers that every accident, every sick day, every extra minute on a break was time lost to the enemy. The war not only encouraged the growth of big business, it also accelerated the growth of commercial agriculture. American farms multiplied their output of wheat, corn, and other foods. Ironically, American civilians faced shortages of many food items.
All this factory and farm production was paid for by the federal government, which promised to cover costs plus a fixed percentage profit. In the end, World War II cost the U.S. government about $340 billion, not adjusted for inflation. Where did all that money come from? The American people. Nearly 2/3 of all citizens purchased war bonds, loaning the government half of the money it needed for the war. Revenue also increased, as more than 4 times more people were now paying income tax, and business taxes expanded. Finally, World War II had dramatic social effects. Many jobs that had previously been closed to women and African Americans suddenly opened up when millions of men went overseas to fight. Thanks to a popular 1942 song, women in the war industries were nicknamed Rosie the Riveter, epitomized by a now famous poster from the Westinghouse Company. By the mid-1940s, more than 1/3 of American women were in the workforce, up nearly 50% from before the war. While most women left their positions when the men returned, their experience laid the groundwork for the women's rights movement in coming decades. The war also spurred change for African Americans. Before the war, they had suffered legal discrimination and segregation, and had twice the rate of unemployment. When World War II started, 50% of all defense manufacturers refused to hire black men. They were banned from the Marine Corps and Air Corps and could only serve as messmen in the Navy. In the Army, African Americans were generally restricted to service duties. A 1941 protest agitated for the chance to serve equally in the military and in war production. The shortage of labor caused many employers to relent, and the defense industries were desegregated by executive order. Similarly, casualty rates opened up combat positions to minorities, and by the end of the war, African Americans served with distinction in all ranks, in many positions including pilots and medics. The races still weren't socially and legally equal, but World War II was a milestone in the fight for civil rights. On the other hand, Japanese Americans experienced increased racism and violation of personal rights. 2 months after Pearl Harbor, a Japanese submarine fired missiles at an oil refinery near Santa Barbara, California. The following night, a 3-hour barrage of anti-aircraft fire awakened a terrified Los Angeles, inciting fear that a Japanese invasion of the mainland had begun. The U.S. military nervously conceded that the so-called Battle of Los Angeles was a false alarm, though conspiracy theorists still propose myriad cover-ups.
However, mixed reports kept suspicion high that the Japanese had help from the inside, drawing support for the implementation of Executive Order 9066, which imprisoned around 120,000 Americans of Japanese descent along the West Coast, most of whom were citizens.
No one tried to pretend that it was fair. There was simply no time to investigate. It was safer and easier to intern all potential saboteurs and sort out the bad guys later. After being relocated to 10 camps in 7 states, internees not only lost their freedom for the duration of the war, but collectively lost $4 billion in property and income. Still, more than 30,000 Americans of Japanese descent volunteered to fight for the United States in World War II. World War II had dramatic effects on the government, economy, and society of the United States. Some were temporary and caused little disruption, like changes in the entertainment and fashion industries. There were inconveniences, like food and gasoline shortages. But World War II altered America in some drastic ways, too. The power and scope of the federal government increased permanently, especially over the economy. Women, epitomized by Rosie the Riveter, entered the workforce in droves and found their opportunities expanding, as did African Americans. But the internment of Japanese Americans, authorized under Executive Order 9066, represented a significant violation of civil liberties.
For the first 3 years of World War II, the Axis powers prevailed. Japan advanced throughout the Pacific, Germany blazed across Europe, and Italy fought for North Africa with Germany's help. But by 1942, the tide was beginning to turn. Adolf Hitler, Germany's leader, focused his attention on an invasion of the Soviet Union. Despite a rapid initial advance, the invasion slowed to a crawl in 1942, and by that winter, after the Battle of Stalingrad, the Nazis were in retreat. Meanwhile, American forces in the Pacific had Japan on the run after the Battle of Midway in 1942, and British forces defended Egypt in the Battle of El Alamein. American troops' first action in the West was Operation Torch, helping to reclaim French colonies in North Africa. Next, the joint forces invaded Sicily in the summer of 1943. They crept up the Italian peninsula, building airfields from which they launched bombing raids throughout Nazi territory. Italy overthrew its fascist dictator, Benito Mussolini, and declared war on Germany, its former ally, in 1943. This forced Hitler to divert troops and resources from the Soviet front to defend the Italian peninsula. Yet in the face of stiff Nazi resistance, the Allied leaders agreed. It was time to retake Europe. While most American forces withdrew from Italy in preparation, the remaining troops liberated Rome on June 4, 1944. 2 days later, the Allies launched Operation Overlord, the invasion of Nazi-occupied Western Europe. In the weeks prior, the French resistance had sabotaged communication and transportation networks supporting the region. Then, shortly after midnight on June 6, 1944, as many as 24,000 Allied paratroopers dropped behind German lines in northern France, with the goal of weakening their defenses. For a variety of reasons, including scattered landings and fatal mishaps, the paratroopers were not as effective as planned. Then before dawn, thousands of ships unloaded amphibious landing craft, which spent up to an hour in the storm-tossed sea, headed for 5 different beaches. Just after 6 a.m., heavy air support dropped 13,000 bombs, but their caution to avoid the Allied landing craft meant that almost none of the beach defenses were hit. A naval bombardment likewise did minimal damage, but promptly at 6:30 a.m., the landing craft rallied and stormed the beaches of Normandy in an action known as D-Day. Most of the American troops were headed for the beaches codenamed Omaha and Utah. As soon as the ramps dropped, German machine guns opened fire. Some men who made it off the boats alive were shot in the water. Others drowned, weighed down by equipment. The landing craft crushed some men who slipped under the ramp while disembarking. Those who made it to shore faced heavy fire on the open beach, some of them having lost their guns or ammunition to the waves. Many of their weapons didn't fire after being drenched in sand and salt water, nor did their radios work. Officers had been among the first off the boats, the first to die. There were 3,000 American casualties on Omaha Beach that morning. But despite the chaos, disorder, terror, and death, later arriving officers ordered the men to clean their weapons and attack German positions. And by the end of the day, June 6, 1944, the Allies controlled the coast of France about a mile deep. Operation Overlord was the largest amphibious invasion on record, although precise numbers are difficult to pinpoint because so many nations were involved. On D-Day, 11,000 or more Allied aircraft dropped bombs and paratroopers, targeted Nazi troops moving to the front line, kept every German airplane away from the beaches until dark, and stopped every enemy U-boat that approached the English Channel. By D-Day +5, up to 7,000 vessels had participated, and before it was over, nearly 2 million men had taken part in the invasion effort. The fact that such a massive operation was pulled off in secret is practically a miracle in itself. Hitler did expect an invasion, but counterintelligence, Decoy operations and false radio traffic ensured that he did not know the date or location. Notorious General George Patton was the commander of an enormous ghost army, completely fabricated by artists, threatening a different location. The bad weather on June 6th also played a part in convincing Nazi leaders for hours that D-Day was not the real thing. Coordination among the Allies remained paramount in the weeks to come. From his headquarters in Normandy, General Eisenhower, commander of Allied forces, linked American ground troops with scattered paratroopers and directed British movements as well. The Germans were defeated in one bloody battle after another until Paris was liberated on August 25, 1944, by General Patton, leading a very real army this time. The general sent a famous telegram to his commander reading, "Dear Ike, today I spat in the Seine." That's the river that runs through Paris. By the end of 1944, the Allies were approaching the Rhine River, the border between Germany and France. But the engagements had taken their toll, and many experienced troops were lost to be replaced by fresh recruits. Keeping all these forward units supplied was also a logistical challenge, and a special transport group nicknamed the Red Ball Express was organized. Comprised mostly of African Americans, they drove continuously in tag team fashion to bring the combat troops as much fuel, food, and ammunition as possible to advance as fast as the Nazis could retreat. But as the supply line grew, it slowed down, and soon a shortage of fuel was seriously hindering the invasion. Hitler took advantage of the opportunity to mount one last-ditch surprise offensive against the American and British line. On December 16, 1944, the Nazis smashed against a 60-mile front, making significant headway, especially against the inexperienced reinforcements. It has been called the Battle of the Bulge because of the bulge in the Allied front where Nazis had taken ground. Although the Allied line never completely broke, many small units were surrounded, prompting General Eisenhower to drop in airborne troops in critical locations. The Americans suffered approximately 77,000 casualties, and the commanders realized that Hitler was going to fight this war out to the very end. By late January 1945, all of the ground lost in the Battle of the Bulge was recaptured, and the Allies approached Germany from both sides. As the Soviets closed in from the east, civilian refugees fled the border region and moved into the city of Dresden. On February 13th, British and American bombers began attacking, starting fires, leaving the city in ruins, and killing tens of thousands of people. It is one of the most controversial Allied actions of the war, but such air raids helped contribute to Germany's defeat. In March, the Western Allies found an intact bridge across the Rhine River, and within a week, ground troops were invading Germany itself. A month later, they had met up with the Soviet army. On April 30th, 1945, Hitler shot and killed himself. Germany surrendered on May 8th, 1945. This is commonly called VE Day, for Victory in Europe, and it happened to be President Harry Truman's birthday. The war in the Western Theater was over, but it would drag on for several more months in the Pacific. Let's review. The Allies began to turn the tide of World War II in 1942. American troops first saw action in the Western Theater in Operation Torch, the liberation of French colonies in North Africa. Next, a joint force invaded Italy, and the Allied leaders began planning the liberation of Europe, codenamed Operation Overlord. It involved 2 million men from many different countries, thousands of ships and airplanes. The first wave of invaders landed on the beaches of Normandy on June 6, 1944, D-Day. The Allied assault was bloody but successful, and by August they had liberated Paris. As they approached the Rhine River in December 1944, they were surprised by a Nazi counterattack known as the Battle of the Bulge. By January 1945, the Allies had reclaimed the territory lost. In February, Allied airstrikes, such as the firebombing of Dresden, helped to weaken German resistance. In March, Britain and the United States were invading from the west while the Soviets invaded from the east. Hitler committed suicide and Germany surrendered. VE Day was May 8, 1945.
Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, on December 7, 1941, it took 6 months for the United States to stem the tide of Japanese aggression. For most of the next 2 years, Allied troops in the Pacific pushed Japan back in a series of difficult conflicts. The worst fighting started in 1944, as Japan became increasingly concerned about protecting its homeland. In March 1945, American troops conquered Iwo Jima. Just 350 miles from Japan, the island's defenders fought nearly to the last man. A third of all U.S. Marine casualties in the entire war were at Iwo Jima. Meanwhile, American bombers were raining destruction on Japan, targeting airfields and ports and cities. After just 2 days, miles of city streets were leveled, 1 million people were left homeless, and 100,000 people were dead, and that was just in Tokyo. But Japan refused to surrender. When American troops invaded Okinawa, they met even stiffer resistance. The Japanese defenders and civilians fought desperately for nearly 3 months and sent in a rain of kamikaze attacks. Before it was over, they had inflicted nearly 50,000 U.S. casualties, while losing as many as 200,000 of their own, but they still refused to surrender. Meanwhile, its wartime leader, Franklin Roosevelt, died, Harry Truman became president, and Germany was defeated. In July 1945, Truman met with other Allied leaders at Potsdam to discuss next steps, including an invasion of Japan itself. While he deliberated the planned invasion, President Truman learned about the Manhattan Project, a secret program to develop a powerful new weapon, the atomic bomb. It began in some ways before America even entered the war. Upon Adolf Hitler's rise to power, Albert Einstein, the famous German Jewish physicist, had fled to the United States. Then, in 1939, Einstein and other leading scientists learned that Germany was working to split a uranium atom. They quickly contacted President Roosevelt to urge him to begin a nuclear program, and thus began America's Advisory Committee on Uranium. For very humble beginnings with just $6,000 and 3 university labs, the program grew to include 30 sites in the U.S., Canada, and Britain, with more than $2 billion in funding. In 1941, it was codenamed the Manhattan Project, though its main facility was high in the mountains of Los Alamos, New Mexico. In addition to developing an atomic weapon, the program also gathered intelligence on Germany's project from behind enemy lines. Ultimately, the Manhattan Project employed over 130,000 people. Under the direction of J. Robert Oppenheimer, the massive research project was kept secret from even the vice president. Ironically, the Soviet Union had learned about it from a well-placed spy. After experimenting with uranium and plutonium, as well as trying both explosion and implosion type weapons, the world's first nuclear bomb was detonated at the Trinity site in the desert of southern New Mexico. Even the scientists who had developed the bomb were shocked by its power. A mushroom cloud stretched 40,000 feet into the sky, a blinding flash was visible for 200 miles, and a shock wave blew out windows 100 miles away. The desert for half a mile was turned into glass. Civilian witnesses to the destruction were assured that an ammunition dump had exploded. 3 years of intense work had paid off. It was July 16, 1945, the day before the Potsdam Conference convened. By most accounts from the period, the decision to use the new weapons against Japan was fairly simple. The slow progress of the island invasions and Japan's refusal to surrender were becoming expensive, both in terms of dollars and human casualties. The war had been a bloody grind that laid waste to large swaths of Asia and Europe. If the goal was to end the war as soon as possible, why wouldn't America and its allies use every weapon at its disposal to do just that? Keep in mind that the conventional bombings in Germany and Japan up to that point were already deadly and destructive to civilian targets. Truman also justified the attack as retribution for Pearl Harbor, saying, "When you have to deal with a beast, you have to treat him as a beast." Finally, using this impressive new weapon was a way to project an image of power to Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union, with whom tensions were increasing quickly. There was potential for the new weapon to improve the American position in the negotiations to follow the conclusion to the fighting. Truman approved the bombing of selected Japanese targets. Before they were dropped, the Potsdam Declaration of July 26 sent an ultimatum to Japan: surrender unconditionally or face prompt and utter destruction. The Emperor never responded. On August 6, 1945, the American bomber Enola Gay dropped a bomb nicknamed Little Boy on Hiroshima, a center of war industries and military operations. Temperatures reached tens of millions of degrees, and the flash was 10 times brighter than the sun. Within minutes, 2/3 of the city's buildings disappeared, and up to 80,000 people died. But Japan did not surrender. 3 days later, August 9th, the United States dropped a second nuclear bomb called Fat Man on Nagasaki. 1/3 of the city and roughly 40,000 people were destroyed. That same day, the Soviet Union, with whom Japan had tried to make peace, invaded Japanese-occupied Manchuria in northeastern China, an area which was vital for Japan's access to coal and other strategic resources. Finally, with almost no ability to wage war and unwilling to endure more destruction and loss of life, Emperor Hirohito decided to surrender, without knowing Truman had called off any further atomic strikes. Although a few Japanese generals attempted a military coup, preferring to fight to the death rather than surrender, they were defeated. On August 15, 1945, the Emperor explained his decision to surrender in a radio broadcast to his people. Because of time zones, the announcement reached the United States on August 14th, widely considered VJ Day in America. Although a treaty wasn't actually signed for several weeks, World War II was finally over. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill believed that the abrupt end of the Pacific War saved 1 million American lives and 250,000 Britons. VJ Day, however, was not the end of suffering for the residents of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Besides the casualties inflicted on the day of the bombing, thousands more died from burns, radiation sickness, and other related injuries within several months. Most of the dead and wounded were Japanese civilians, although there was a large military presence in Hiroshima, and thousands of foreign laborers were in both cities, including at least 2 American POWs. Although it is difficult to calculate long-term effects, many scientists believe the bombings increased rates of cancer and other radiation-related disorders in the region throughout the lifespan of the survivors. Many people today still debate what role the bombings had in Japan's surrender, and whether the human and financial cost of their use was worth the benefit. The revisionist interpretation holds that the bombs were unnecessary, and that the Soviet invasion of Manchuria would have been enough to pressure Japan to accept surrender. This is a largely counterfactual argument, however, and difficult to support with historical evidence from either American or Japanese sources. Some also argue that a display of the power of atomic weapons would have pushed Japan to surrender. This is similarly impossible to prove and not supported by historical evidence. One can reason that the lack of understanding of nuclear weapons at that time may have blunted the effectiveness of any atomic diplomacy. The traditional argument has aligned with Churchill's description above. The bombing saved countless lives, they expedited the Japanese surrender, and may have improved the position of the United States and Britain vis-à-vis the Soviet Union at the end of the war. It's also supported by the fact that Japanese generals had attempted to overthrow the emperor rather than surrender. Nonetheless, the opinions of Americans continues to evolve on the issue of the dropping of the atomic bombs. A clear generational divide has emerged. Older Americans overwhelmingly support the decision, while younger Americans are more likely to question it. President Truman stood by his decision, but no atomic weapons have ever been used in warfare since that time by any nation. One can argue that a possible benefit of the bombings has been the deeply ingrained global taboo surrounding the use of nuclear weapons due to the horrors witnessed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. As World War II dragged on in the Pacific without an end in sight, the Allied leaders met at Potsdam to discuss how they could bring the war to a close. The day before the conference began, President Truman learned that American scientists had successfully tested an atomic weapon. It was the culmination of a top-secret 6-year program known as the Manhattan Project, which Truman himself had only just become aware of. Wishing to bring the war to a swift end, American planes dropped atomic bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Finally, Japan surrendered. VJ Day was celebrated on August 14, 1945 in the United States. Truman's decision was widely supported by the American public in 1945, but was debated as more and more historical details became available. Most revisionist interpretations, however, are either counterfactual, that is, impossible to prove, or they lack solid historical evidence to support their claims.
In the summer of 1940, newly elected British Prime Minister Winston Churchill had serious problems. Japan had already seized economically valuable British colonies in the Pacific. Now Churchill watched as the Nazi war machine overran most of Western Europe and then set its sights on England. Churchill desperately needed help. Within days of his own election, he began writing to Franklin D. Roosevelt, trying to convince the president that without America's involvement, Britain might be forced to surrender. Then in August 1941, the two met face to face. Although World War II had been raging for nearly 2 years, America wasn't yet in the fight. Still, on board a ship at anchor near the Canadian coast, the United States and Britain outlined the Atlantic Charter, an 8-point statement of Allied war aims, including the disarmament of the Axis powers and the commitment to a free world after the war. The United States finally entered World War II in December 1941, following the Japanese attack on the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Within weeks, Churchill visited Washington, D.C. to begin the first of many wartime conferences to discuss Allied strategy. Different nations gathered at different times in different places on at least 20 different occasions. They agreed to make Hitler their top priority, just how to take back Europe, and which generals should be in charge. They agreed to accept only unconditional surrender without any separate peace treaties with Axis powers. They promised China greater influence in Asia after the war. They laid the framework for the United Nations. And then, in February 1945, with the end of the European war in sight, the Big Three, that was Roosevelt, Churchill, and Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union, met for the second and final time to determine the fate of the post-war world. Each man had his own agenda when they gathered in Russia for the Yalta Conference. In reality, Stalin held most of the cards. His Red Army now occupied much of Eastern Europe, where it had driven out the Nazis, and it was preparing to invade Berlin itself. And what Stalin wanted most was to spread communism. Still, Roosevelt was determined to convince the Soviets to declare war on Japan, a promise Stalin was willing to make in exchange for a greater sphere of influence in Asia. Churchill, completely uninformed of this arrangement, was most concerned about the fate of Poland, half of which Stalin intended to keep. But Poland's sovereignty was the reason Britain had joined World War II in the first place. Churchill couldn't realistically force the Soviets out of Poland without a new fight, but he insisted that Eastern European nations under new Soviet influence be guaranteed free elections. Stalin agreed. Perhaps most importantly, though, the Big Three divided up Germany and the city of Berlin into 4 temporary occupation zones, one for each of their nations and another one for France. Other nations or regions controlled by Axis powers were also slated for occupation, including Korea. None of them could know it at the time, but the plans they made that week would dramatically shape the world for the next half-century. However, Roosevelt wouldn't live to see any of it come to fruition. He died 2 months later, just a few weeks before VE Day. In July 1945, Germany was defeated, but the Allied leaders still had a Pacific war to win and a lot of cleaning up to do in Europe. They met one last time at the Potsdam Conference in Germany to finish the work. The most significant outcome of this conference may have been the Potsdam Declaration, issued jointly by America, Britain, and China, threatening prompt and utter destruction if Japan did not surrender unconditionally. As for Europe, the leaders argued over treaties and borders and the redrawing of Poland, but easily agreed that Germany would be demilitarized and discriminatory laws from the Nazi era would be repealed. And while a new government was being constructed, Germany would be managed via the 4 zones determined at Yalta. In many ways, another major issue at Potsdam was the tension among the leaders. One awkward situation was the addition of Clement Attlee to the British delegation. The results of the July 5th prime ministerial election weren't yet tallied when the Potsdam Conference opened, leaving Churchill in charge. But halfway through the conference, it was finally announced that Churchill had lost his bid for re-election, and Attlee replaced him at the negotiating table. The United States, of course, also had a new player, Harry Truman, who had acceded to the presidency after Roosevelt's death. Stalin tried to take advantage of the change in leadership in a thinly veiled power grab, making territorial and financial demands contrary to the Atlantic Charter. He defended his interests as self-defense against Germany, but President Truman didn't trust Stalin as his predecessor had, and proved to be much less willing to negotiate such issues. Unfortunately, what Truman had hoped would be a major bargaining chip, the revelation that American scientists had just successfully tested the world's first atomic bomb, turned out to be anticlimactic. Stalin had actually known about the development of the bomb long before Truman had, thanks to his spies. It was clear that without a common enemy, Great Britain, the Soviet Union, and the United States were no longer unified in purpose. The leaders of these and many other nations had been able to talk through their differences for 5 years, but Potsdam concluded the wartime diplomacy. A powerful alliance turned to post-war resentment, suspicion, and mistrust. The world's next great conflict, the Cold War, was just around the corner. Let's review. Even before the United States entered World War II, Franklin Roosevelt met with Winston Churchill to produce the Atlantic Charter, establishing war aims for the Allies. Roosevelt, Churchill, and the leaders of many different Allied nations met at least 20 different times throughout the war to discuss priorities and strategy. Then, as the war drew to a close in 1945, the 2 most significant conferences took place. At the Yalta Conference, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Joseph Stalin met to plan the future of Europe. Specifically, they divided Germany into 4 occupation zones and haggled over the Soviet Union's acceptable sphere of influence, including the annexation of half of Poland. At the Potsdam Conference, they made plans to remake Germany and issued an ultimatum to Japan. But it was clear from the tone of negotiations that, with the war behind them, the Allies had come to an end.
The end of World War II marked the beginning of a new era. On the surface, America's future looked bright. However, the effects of a world war presented countless challenges, both foreign and domestic. The dawning of the post-war era revealed a complex, more fragile world. What plans did the United States implement to deal with these challenges? Let's take a look at what American foreign and domestic policy looked like in the post-war era. In the immediate post-war era, the United States adopted a broad foreign policy strategy that has come to be known as containment. Put simply, containment policy was designed to contain the spread of communism, but not necessarily combat it where it already existed. Containment policy was formulated by diplomat George F. Kennan and became the cornerstone of President Harry Truman's foreign policy. The Truman Doctrine marked the official implementation of containment policy. In a famous 1947 speech, Truman proclaimed that the United States would intervene to provide economic and military support to Greece and Turkey, whose people were attempting to thwart a communist takeover. The Truman Doctrine essentially stated that the United States would provide support to countries resisting communism. In this way, the United States sought to stop the spread of communism, but maintain the promise of simple containment. Containment was the overarching foreign policy that underpinned all Cold War strategy. Presidents following after Truman, like Eisenhower and Kennedy, continued this policy, sometimes with success and sometimes with grave consequences. In fact, some historians have suggested containment policy ultimately led to the Vietnam War. Under the broad strategy of containment, the United States launched another initiative called the Marshall Plan. Basically, it was a program to provide aid to war-torn Europe. Named after Secretary of State George Marshall, it was designed to rebuild the devastated economies of European states destroyed during World War II. The program was officially called the European Recovery Program. The plan was in effect between 1948 and 1951. Under the plan, numerous countries received substantial economic aid packages funded by the United States. Sounds generous, eh? Certainly it was, but it was also implemented for political reasons. See, many American officials feared that the economic devastation throughout Europe was fertile soil for the emergence of Soviet-backed communist states. Therefore, the United States felt obliged to assist in the economic restructuring of Europe in order to ward off communist expansion and ensure the foundation of democratic states. Most historians regard the Marshall Plan as a major success. Another foreign policy approach throughout the post-war era was the domino theory. This was the view held by successive administrations that if one country in a region fell to communism, other nearby countries would also fall, much like dominoes. The domino theory is particularly associated with the Vietnam War, since it was justified under the theory. The belief was that if Vietnam fell to communism, many other countries in Southeast Asia would do the same. We also can't discuss foreign policy in the Cold War era without mentioning NATO. NATO stands for North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The organization consisted of major Western democracies like the United States, Canada, Britain, France, and others. Its purpose was to establish a collective defense against the threat of communism. Member states pledged that an attack against any one state constituted an attack against the whole. To counter NATO, the Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc states developed their own mutual defense league under the Warsaw Pact. While foreign policy issues tended to take center stage in the post-war era, there were challenges on the domestic front as well. Not all, but many domestic issues were tied to foreign policy issues. For example, a wave of anti-communist sentiment swept the United States following the close of World War II. Called the Red Scare, or sometimes McCarthyism after Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy, this period, lasting roughly between 1947 and 1953, was characterized by a heightened fear of communism. During this time, many Hollywood actors, screenwriters, and filmmakers who were suspected of having communist ties were blacklisted, leaving their careers in ruins. Members of the American Communist Party were denied First Amendment rights and imprisoned because of their political views. Rooting out communism from the domestic realm was thus a pillar of post-war domestic policy. Many people don't realize the interstate highway system has its root in Cold War military strategy. In 1956, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956, known also as the National Interstate and Defense Highway Act. One of the major motivations for establishing a national highway system was to allow military forces to move quickly from point to point should a war with the Soviet Union break out. Of course, the interstate highway system was open to private use as well. The largest public works endeavor up to that time, the interstate highway system helped revolutionize travel culture. The civil rights movement took place throughout the 1950s and 1960s. This movement centered on securing equality for African Americans. Civil rights issues figured prominently into post-war politics. President Harry Truman, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and John F. Kennedy helped advance civil rights, but the major breakthrough came in 1964 when President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This act outlawed segregation and major forms of racial discrimination. Let's review the major themes of this lesson. In the post-war era, containment was the overarching foreign policy. Developed primarily by George F. Kennan, containment policy sought to contain the spread of communism, but not actively combat it. Containment was enacted on the international stage through proclamations, plans, and ideas like the Marshall Plan, the Truman Doctrine, and the Domino Theory. NATO was also formed during this time, as well as its Soviet counterpart, the Warsaw Pact. Domestically, Americans faced the Red Scare during the later 40s and early 50s. The interstate highway system we know and love today, or maybe not love depending on your daily commute, was established during this time under the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956. Civil rights also figured heavily into post-war politics, with Lyndon B. Johnson signing the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
The end of the Second World War marked the beginning of a new era, not only for the United States, but also the entire world. In America, the end of the war was met with much celebration and hope for the future, even as the threat of conflict with the Soviet Union loomed like a dark cloud. The immediate post-war era was a time of uncertainty. Emerging from World War II as a victorious superpower, America's future appeared bright, even as complex geopolitical concerns spilled over into everyday life, affecting society at its most basic levels. Prosperity and social conservatism came to define the early post-war era amid Cold War-related anxiety. Thousands of young American men had spent years away from their wives and girlfriends because of World War II. You can imagine the joy they experienced upon being reunited. Not surprisingly, marriage rates soared in the post-war era. With the war over and the promise of American prosperity on the horizon, many couples decided this was the ideal time to begin a family, and an unusually high number of children were born. This trend is called the baby boom. The baby boom lasted between 1946 to 1964. People born during this time are now commonly called baby boomers. With the dramatic increase in new families, suburbs emerged as a popular place to live. These prefabricated homes placed just outside city limits became all the rage. One of the most famous examples of the post-war idealized suburb was Levittown, New York. In many ways, the early post-war era was a socially conservative time. Gender roles for men and women were more often than not traditional and very clearly defined. When World War II ended, many women who had worked in factories during the war returned to home and the domestic way of life. The feminism so characteristic of the 1920s to early 1940s was noticeably lacking throughout the 1950s. While there were exceptions, and while we must be careful about overgeneralizing, the traditional nuclear family, as typified in the popular television show Leave It to Beaver, was very much the cultural norm. Unfortunately, not every soldier returning from war was met with heroic welcome and an abundant post-war life. Black soldiers who had served bravely for America were met with the same segregation and racism they'd felt when they'd left for war. Job opportunities were scarce due to discrimination in the workforce, and receiving the benefits of the GI Bill proved almost impossible. While some were refused benefits because they had not been honorably discharged from the Army, others who were discharged could not access the benefits or were still denied. Local and state government loopholes and racist-based intimidation kept black veterans from the prosperity the white veterans were given to enroll in college and to excel in the housing and job markets. In protest, the NAACP and other civil rights groups gained a tremendous amount of support and membership that would later propel the civil rights effort in the 60s. The American-Soviet tension was another aspect of life at this time period. The roots of this conflict were tied to World War II over the differences in how Eastern Europe should be reconfigured. By the time the Soviet Union successfully exploded their first atomic bomb in 1949, the Cold War was well underway. The Red Scare, sometimes called the era of McCarthyism or just McCarthyism, was a period of time roughly between 1947 to 1954 when many Americans experienced heightened fear over the potential spread of communism. Of particular concern was the prospect of communist infiltration within the United States. Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy, after whom McCarthyism is obviously named, was one of the leading figures of the Red Scare. McCarthy became famous for his crusade against communism and for making unfounded allegations of communist activity. Throughout the Red Scare, many Americans were wrongly accused of being communists. The Hollywood motion picture industry, in particular, came under suspicion, resulting in many actors and actresses having their careers destroyed. The House Committee on Un-American Activities was set up to investigate alleged communist activity within the United States. While there is still debate among historians, it is now generally believed that the Red Scare was mostly an unfounded paranoia. What is important to remember is that a deep-seated fear of communism ran rampant throughout America during the immediate post-war era. It affected numerous areas of cultural life. Patriotism and religious sentiment ran high as Americans sought to shield themselves from godless communism. Fearful over the possibility of a nuclear attack, some Americans went as far as constructing their own underground bunkers. In schools, children were taught the duck and cover drill, in which they would crawl under their desks in an attempt to protect themselves in the event of a nuclear explosion. A distinct youth culture developed during the post-war era. Many teenagers enjoyed souping up old cars, a hobby that came to be known as hot rodding. Many boys read comic books and science fiction, while among girls, hula hooping became a fad. For both males and females, blue jeans became a popular fashion. Today's rock music is one of the most beloved genres in the world. The origin of rock and roll can be found in the musical culture of the late 1940s and early 1950s. During this time, musicians combined the genres of blues, jazz, country, and gospel to create the decidedly innovative genre we know today. One of the most popular rock and roll artists of the 1950s was, you guessed it, Elvis Presley. Known as the King of Rock and Roll, or just the King, Elvis became a pop culture sensation. Adored by teenage fans and often despised by older generations, Elvis's hip gyrations and rebellious attitude reflected the spirit of 1950s youth. Another unforgettable pioneer to American rock and roll was the flashy and energetic Little Richard, with famous hits like Tutti Frutti and Long Tall Sally. Richard broke barriers with his colorful stage persona and a sound that influenced rock musicians for decades. Chuck Berry entertained audiences with his unique dances in partnership with his guitar, a new style that influenced performances of rock musicians across the globe. Drive-ins and fast food were another popular feature of the post-war cultural landscape. Throughout the 1950s, a fast food chain called McDonald's perfected the art of delivering affordable, tasty food prepared in a matter of minutes. Within a short period of time, McDonald's would become a staple of American food culture, spawning numerous imitations. Let's review. Hope in the future and Cold War-related anxiety both characterized the early post-war era. Social conservatism and prosperity were also trademarks of the late 1940s and 1950s. With World War II behind them, many couples decided to have children. The baby boom was a trend lasting roughly between 1946 to 1964, in which high numbers of babies were born. During this time, suburbs became an attractive place to live for many young families. One of the most famous suburbs was Levittown, New York. Gender roles were typically traditional during this time. Many women stayed home, tending to their children and engaging in other domestic tasks, while men were understood to be the breadwinner. The Red Scare, a period of heightened fear of communism, lasted roughly between 1947 to 1953. Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy became famous for making unfounded allegations of communist activity. Anti-communism was a defining characteristic of the post-war era. Rock and roll music was born during this time. One of the leaders of this bold, rebellious new genre was none other than Elvis Presley. A distinct youth culture developed also, with many teenagers engaging in hobbies like hot rodding. Comic book reading, hula hooping, wearing blue jeans, and eating fast food were other activities commonly associated with the post-war era.
Before we examine the counterculture of the post-war era, let's first briefly highlight mainstream culture. This will provide us with a basic conception of what the post-war era was like and what counterculture movements were opposed to. Generally, the culture of the late 1940s and 1950s was socially conservative. With men returning home from World War II, traditional gender roles became firmly entrenched and clearly defined. Many women stayed at home to raise children and tend to domestic tasks like cooking and cleaning. The 1950s was a prosperous decade and conformity ran high. Most Americans wore similar clothing, had similar haircuts, engaged in similar activities, and generally thought along the same lines. This was the era of Leave It to Beaver. Anti-communism was widespread. Anything that ran contrary to the accepted norms was met with suspicion. Now let's look at post-war counterculture. While conservatism and conformity characterized the 1950s, there were, of course, exceptions. Rejecting the social norms of the day, a group of bohemian intellectuals and writers, known collectively as the Beat Generation, emerged during the 1950s. The Beat Generation promoted feminism and acceptance of homosexuality, mysticism, drug use, environmental awareness, and other themes deemed radical by mainstream society. Writer Jack Kerouac was one of the leading figures of the Beat Generation. His 1957 book, On the Road, chronicles his travels across America and is a sort of guide to 1950s counterculture. The book remains a modern classic. Other important figures included Allen Ginsberg and William Burroughs. The Beat movement was centered in Greenwich Village, New York, but spread to other urban areas throughout the United States. So where did the term beat come from? What's that all about? Jack Kerouac first introduced the term Beat Generation in 1948. Originally, beat meant beaten down or weary, but Kerouac applied musical connotations to the word, shaping it from something negative to something positive. Thus, in time, the term came to be associated with being on beat, upbeat, and so forth. The Beat Generation inspired beatniks, followers of the beat lifestyle. Beatniks were 1950s hipsters who rejected traditional conventions. They often opposed capitalism, religion, and many other mainstays of conformity. Stereotypically, beatniks wore dark clothing, turtleneck sweaters, sometimes a beret, and sandals. Male beatniks often sported beards. Jazz music and poetry were integral parts of the beatnik lifestyle. Many beatniks played bongo drums. Beatniks adopted unique slang words, with hip being one of the most common. In many respects, the beatniks can be thought of as the precursors to the hippies of the 1960s. It is important to understand that the beat movement was incredibly amorphous. Some beatniks were apathetic toward politics, while others were communists and others still libertarians. Some were Buddhist, while others were agnostic. Generally, the beat movement was leftist, though again, we must remember it was ill-defined and very diverse. The 1950s were characterized by intense anti-communism. Between 1947 to 1953, the Red Scare gripped America. The Red Scare, also called McCarthyism after Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy, was a period of heightened fear over the spread of communism. Therefore, anyone who did not fit the democratic capitalist mold came under intense suspicion and even persecution. Legislation written in the late 1940s and 1950s was designed to purge communists from government and private business. Communists frequently lost their jobs and in some cases were jailed. Homosexuals were also discriminated against throughout the post-war era. The traditional gender roles of the 1950s cast homosexuals as virtual second-class citizens. Homosexuality was considered subversive to a well-ordered society and was thought by many to be a form of mental illness. Let's review. While conformity and social conservatism characterized the 1950s, there were, nevertheless, counterculture movements. The most significant of these was the Beat movement, led by a group of writers collectively known as the Beat Generation. Jack Kerouac was one of the most famous Beat Generation writers. His 1957 book, On the Road, can be thought of as the Bible of the Beat movement. Other popular Beat writers were Allen Ginsberg and William Burroughs. Followers of the Beat movement came to be called Beatniks. Beatniks rejected conformity and traditionalism and instead promoted mysticism, drug use, spontaneous creativity, and many other themes. Beatniks often wore dark clothing, turtleneck sweaters, berets, and sandals. Poetry and jazz were important components of the beat culture, and many beatniks played bongo drums. While these stereotypes are generally accurate, it is also important to remember that the beat movement was ill-defined and diverse in its philosophical framework. Anti-communism was widespread throughout the 1950s, and communists were singled out for persecution. This was especially true throughout the Red Scare, a time between 1947 to 1953, when many Americans experienced a heightened fear of communism. Many communists were fired from their jobs and even imprisoned. In an era of traditional gender roles, homosexuals were also intensely discriminated against throughout the post-war era. The Second World War left Europe devastated. Millions of people had been killed or wounded, while many major cities lay in ruins. Agricultural production had declined, resulting in near famine for millions of Europeans. Industrial and transportation infrastructures had been disrupted, leading to countless problems. In Eastern Europe, the dark shadow of Soviet occupation loomed. Even as the world celebrated Victory in Europe Day on May 8, 1945, Europe lay in shambles. How would Europe recover from such devastation? What plan would guide Europe through reconstruction? Let's take a look. To assist in the recovery of war-torn Europe, the Marshall Plan was implemented. Between 1948 to 1951, the Marshall Plan provided economic aid to 16 European countries struggling to rebound from the destruction of World War II. The Marshall Plan was officially called the European Recovery Program, or ERP. The program has come to be called the Marshall Plan because U.S. Secretary of State George C. Marshall was instrumental in developing it. Diplomat George F. Kennan also played a key role in its development. When it was all said and done, nearly $13 billion in assistance was given away under the Marshall Plan. Assistance took the form of food shipments, fuel, machinery, and other staples. Distribution of aid was coordinated through the Economic Cooperation Administration, a U.S. government agency created specifically for the Marshall Plan. When the Marshall Plan first rolled out, the United States invited the Soviet Union to participate. The Soviets, however, refused, along with their Eastern Bloc states. Great Britain, France, and West Germany were among the countries receiving the most substantial aid packages. If you think about it, this makes sense. Great Britain and France were America's closest allies during the war, and America had vested interest in seeing these countries prosper. Okay, so what about West Germany? Wasn't Germany our enemy during the war? When World War II ended, the eastern half of Germany was occupied by the Soviets, while the western half was occupied by the Allies. In 1949, the two zones of occupation became the countries of East Germany and West Germany. East Germany was communist and highly influenced by the Soviet Union, while West Germany was democratic and highly influenced by the Western Allies. It is helpful to consider the rivalry between the two German states. If East Germany became more prosperous than its counterpart, it could be seen as a sign of the superiority of the communist system, whereas if West Germany became more prosperous, it could be taken as proof of the superiority of the democratic capitalist system. Both the Soviet Union and the U.S. realized the tremendous propaganda value of their Germany's prosperity. For this reason, the U.S. placed high value on seeing West Germany rebuilt, and rebuilt better than East Germany. We have to understand that the apparent generosity behind the Marshall Plan was, to a very large extent, motivated by a desire to thwart the spread of communism in Eastern Europe. The Western democracies believed that the devastation following World War II was fertile soil for Soviet expansion. The United States, therefore, felt obliged to assist in the economic restructuring of Europe in order to ward off communist expansion and ensure the foundation of democratic states. Most historians regard the Marshall Plan as a major success. Just as the occupation of Germany was divided between the Soviets and the Western Allies, so too was the capital city of Berlin. The Soviets controlled the eastern half of Berlin, while the Americans, British, and French each controlled sectors of West Berlin. Now the city of Berlin lay inside the Soviet half of Germany, so basically Allied-controlled sectors of the city were completely isolated, kind of like an island within a sea of Soviet-controlled territory. In an attempt to gain control of the entire city, the Soviets began ordering American military forces out of East Berlin in the spring of 1948. In June, they began restricting traffic between the eastern and western sectors. They also cut off electricity and food shipments to West Berlin. Basically, West Berlin was being completely isolated. This was called the Berlin Blockade. Without access to the outside world, the people in the Allied sectors found themselves in a grave situation. President Harry Truman and American officials determined they could not afford to be bullied out of the city. When diplomacy failed, the U.S. was forced to draw up a host of plans. There was even a contingency plan for an invasion to break the Soviets' blockade. Just 3 years after the end of World War II, many people feared they stood on the brink of World War III. After consultation, the Western democracies decided airlifting aid was the best approach to counter the Berlin blockade. It was a monumental undertaking. An estimated 1,534 tons of food needed to be supplied daily to a population of 2 million. Initially, there was doubt over whether the Western powers could muster the necessary aircraft needed to carry out such a massive operation. Adding to the logistical problem was the fact that the Allies only controlled 2 viable airfields. Flying through neutral air corridors into West Berlin, Operation Vittles, the code name for the Berlin airlift, began on June 26, 1948. Its implementation was led by men like General Lucius D. Clay, Lieutenant General William H. Tunner, and others. Over the course of a year, the operation became highly efficient as more and more cargo planes were drawn in to supply the people of West Berlin. Eventually, planes were landing and taking off around the clock in a highly mechanized fashion. When it was all said and done, more than 2.3 million tons of cargo was delivered to the people of West Berlin. The Soviet Union was humiliated by the success of the airlifts, and on May 12, 1949, they lifted the blockade. As a brief side note, recently the story of chocolate pilot Lieutenant Gale S. Halvorsen has come to light. Halvorsen was an American pilot who parachuted packages of candy to the delight of children in West Berlin. I don't want to go on and on about this, but if you find this as fascinating as I do, check out Andrei Cherney's book, The Candy Bombers, The Untold Story of the Berlin Airlift and America's Finest Hour. The Berlin Airlift was a major success. It had important political value because it showed the world that the Western democracies would stand firm against the threat of Soviet aggression. It allowed the U.S. to play the part of hero, and it made the Soviet Union look cruel and uncompassionate. Let's review. After the unparalleled destruction of World War II, the Marshall Plan was implemented between 1948 to 1951 to provide aid to 16 European countries. The Eastern Bloc states, of course, were not among those receiving aid. The Marshall Plan was named after U.S. Secretary of State George C. Marshall. The Economic Cooperation Administration, a U.S. government agency, oversaw the distribution of aid under the plan. The Marshall Plan was put into place in order to restructure the economies of European states along capitalist lines and to ward off communist expansion. In the spring and summer of 1948, Soviet forces began to isolate Allied-controlled West Berlin. This was called the Berlin Blockade. In June, transportation was restricted, while food supplies and electricity were also cut off. Refusing to be bullied into handing over West Berlin to the Soviets, President Harry Truman and leaders of the Western powers determined to supply 2 million West Berliners with aid by aircraft. Operation Vittles, the code name for the Berlin airlift, went into effect beginning June 26, 1948. Though a daunting undertaking, American and Allied aircraft flew around the clock to transport food to the desperate people of West Berlin for nearly a year. Embarrassed by the success of the airlifts, the Soviets lifted the blockade in May 1949.
Just about every aspect of society has its rivalries. In computers, both philosophical and operational differences have made Apple and Microsoft each other's biggest competitors. In sports, you'd be hard-pressed to find a bigger rivalry with more animosity involved than the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox in Major League Baseball. Geopolitics is no different. Rivalries exist between nations based on political and philosophical differences as well, only the implications for these rivalries turning sour can be far worse. Perhaps no rivalry between different nations had greater implications for the entire world than that between the United States and the Soviet Union in the second half of the 20th century. Separated by vastly different political, economic, and social philosophies, tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States, a period historians term the Cold War, had the potential to lead to the end of the world as we know it. When World War II ended, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union had already decided what post-war Europe would look like. At various conferences, the most important of which were at Yalta and Potsdam, the three powers split Germany and its capital Berlin in two, with the eastern portion controlled by the Soviet Union and the western portion controlled jointly by the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. Additionally, the Soviet Union was given influence over the governments of several Eastern European states, where they promptly set up loyal, communist puppet regimes. These client states, though technically independent, were effectively part of the Soviet Union, sharing its communist economy and single-party political structure. The United States and the West feared the creation of this Eastern Bloc, as Western journalists and governments termed it, and the further spread of communism and/or totalitarian states in the rest of the world. U.S. foreign policy became one of containment, essentially stopping the spread of communism wherever it could. This was in direct opposition to the Soviet Union's policy of fostering the spread of communism, especially in its Asian neighbors. For example, Soviet agents had spent significant time with Mao Zedong's fledgling Communist Party in China in the 1930s and 1940s, where communism eventually prevailed and created the People's Republic of China in 1949. The tensions between the world's two biggest superpowers ratcheted up with the advent of nuclear weaponry. The United States had already obliterated 2 Japanese cities and hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians with atomic bombs to end fighting in the Pacific Theater in World War II, and in the late 1940s and 1950s, both the United States and the Soviet Union pioneered even larger hydrogen bombs, capable of producing explosions thousands of times more powerful than atomic bombs. Furthermore, scientists theorized that if a large number of these missiles were launched simultaneously, the resultant radiation and explosions could lead to a global nuclear winter. Both nations eventually stockpiled thousands of these weapons over the following decades, and after the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, or ICBM, was invented, these nuclear warheads could be attached to missiles that could enter the stratosphere and detonate on the other side of the planet. These capabilities and the sheer number of weapons stockpiled by these two superpowers often place the fate of the world on a knife's edge. Though these two countries never fought an all-out war, they fought numerous proxy battles around the world. For example, the entire reason the United States got involved in Vietnam in the 1960s was to contain the spread of communism. Though the Soviet Union never sent troops to Vietnam, they funneled arms and weapons to the communist North Vietnamese, and American pilots often faced Russian-made MiG fighter jets. However, there were several times when the United States and the Soviet Union came dramatically close to open conflict. In Berlin in 1961, soon after the Soviet Union erected the Berlin Wall to separate the Western-controlled half of Berlin from the Soviet half, a dispute over U.S. officials entering and leaving East Berlin led to a standoff that nearly began World War III. After a U.S. diplomat was turned back at the border by East German officials, another diplomat was led through East Berlin by an armed escort. Despite the stunt, East German officials continued to claim control over who entered and left East Berlin. As a result, the U.S. General in command of the area, General Lucius Clay, ordered several U.S. tanks to a border post known as Checkpoint Charlie. Viewing this measure as a threat, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev ordered Soviet tanks to the same checkpoint. The standoff between the two groups of tanks, separated only by about 100 yards of no man's land, continued for the next 16 hours. After some secret negotiations between Moscow and Washington, D.C., the tanks slowly pulled back, one by one, averting further conflict. But the following year, the two superpowers were involved in yet another tense standoff. In October 1962, a U.S. spy plane spotted Soviet ballistic missiles being erected on the island of Cuba. Cuba had only recently become a communist nation in 1959 when Fidel Castro seized power from the corrupt but American-supported Fulgencio Batista. Castro had allied himself with the Soviet Union, and a failed U.S.-backed invasion at the Bay of Pigs in 1961 had irrevocably severed relations between the U.S. and the island nation, only 90 miles from the U.S. coast. With Soviet missiles now on the island, within close enough range to strike any target on America's eastern seaboard, the American government sprang into action. President Kennedy admonished the Soviet Union for placing the missiles there and threatened an invasion of Cuba. The confrontation and strong words from Kennedy led many in both nations to assume war, likely a nuclear war, was imminent. After nearly 2 weeks of tense standoff, including a naval encounter where U.S. ships blockading Cuba non-violently turned back a Soviet ship carrying more missiles, cooler heads fortunately prevailed. The Soviets agreed to remove their missiles from Cuba in exchange for the United States removing its missile installations from Turkey. Thankfully, all-out nuclear warfare was avoided between the superpowers in the 1950s and 1960s. Though the superpowers remained hostile to each other throughout the 1970s, that decade saw a cooling of tensions from the height of the early 1960s. For example, in 1975, Soviet cosmonauts and American astronauts met on the Soviet space station and shook hands, an event seen as symbolic of the better relations between the two superpowers. The 1980s saw the Soviet Union slowly decline, racked with internal economic and political problems. Reforms were unable to fix the deep problems, and the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. Tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union could have very easily led to World War III and all-out nuclear war. The advent of increasingly powerful weapons with an increasingly wide range made the animosity between the two superpowers dangerous for the entire world. Both nations wanted to spread their wildly divergent economic and political doctrines worldwide, naturally leading to several tense encounters between the two countries unaccustomed to backing down. Fortunately, in each of the crises discussed above, from Berlin to Cuba, peaceful settlements were found to avoid conflict and war. Have you ever tried to corral a bunch of marbles on the floor? They roll around every which way, and just when you think you have them all gathered together, a few more squirt out from your grasp and go skating away. Surely, your job is much easier if you have a few friends to help cage in those marbles. Though your own travails gathering marbles may seem trivial, the United States' greatest fear in the second half of the 20th century was hemming in a different slippery character, the spread of worldwide communism. For this, the United States gathered its own friends in Western Europe to help stop communism from taking root elsewhere in the world. After World War II ended, the Soviet Union took control of most of Eastern Europe, creating client states in countries such as Poland, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany. The Communist Soviet Union and the capitalist West stood toe-to-toe with each other in Germany, especially in the capital, Berlin, where the two worlds were literally separated from each other by the Berlin Wall. The United States feared the spread of Soviet-style totalitarian communism could threaten Western Europe's capitalist states. Furthermore, if more and more states became communist and integrated into the Soviet Union's command economy, the U.S. could lose important trade and economic partners around the world. To combat the spread of communism, U.S. foreign policy functioned on the idea of containment immediately after the war and through the Truman administration. According to the policy, the United States would do everything it could to stop the spread of communism anywhere in the world, be it through diplomacy or military intervention. This policy also inherently intended to avoid open conflict with the Soviet Union, as any military confrontation with the Soviets could possibly lead to World War III. A complementary and contemporary theory that helped spur this policy was the domino theory. The domino theory stated many U.S. government analysts' greatest fears, that if countries in Southeast Asia were allowed to develop communist governments, as China had in 1949, one by one the neighboring countries would also become communist, eventually shutting the U.S. out of the region and threatening the U.S. presence. In order to safeguard against further countries in Europe becoming communist, the United States resolved to develop a strong alliance with its partners in Western Europe. Fortunately, the groundwork for the United States' intended treaty organization was already laid. In 1948, with the spread of communism in Eastern Europe in mind, the United Kingdom, France, and the Benelux countries formed the Western Union Defense Organization for mutual military protection against future invasion. Almost immediately, the United States began negotiating with the Western Union and other countries in Europe and North America in the hope of creating a lasting, larger alliance opposed to the spread of communism. After a year of negotiations, the Western Union countries joined the United States, Canada, Iceland, Italy, Norway, Denmark, and Portugal in signing the North Atlantic Treaty, creating the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, in April 1949. The participating countries famously agreed that an attack on any country within the organization would be considered an attack upon them all, with a strong military response from the coalition immediately following. Within a few short years, the organization's military brass began to integrate command structures more seamlessly, breaking up the area covered by NATO into 5 regions. They further created region-specific plans in case of Soviet invasion and developed military installations to meet any threat, discreetly placing its headquarters in a small suburb of Paris. The military stability aided Western Europe in its post-World War II recovery. With knowledge that invasion by the Soviet Union would be met with the full force of the Western world, economies across the region began to recover, in large part due to the significant financial stimulus provided by the United States through the Marshall Plan. The successes of NATO and NATO countries fostered its growth. Both Greece and Turkey successfully joined the treaty organization in 1952, and West Germany officially joined in 1955. The development of a strong defense organization in the West prompted action by the Soviet Union. In 1955, the Soviet Union orchestrated the formation of the Warsaw Pact. Joined by Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, East Germany, Poland, and Albania, though Albania left the organization in 1962, the Soviet Union's Warsaw Pact essentially created a similar treaty organization for the Communist East. This organization was less a treaty like NATO and more of an imposition. Though all of these Eastern European nations had their own governments, they were single-party states in close contact with and essentially controlled by the Central Soviet government in Moscow. This was the culmination of a global political dichotomy that had grown in between World War I and World War II. Soviet-dominated Communist East against the capitalist West, led foremost by the United States and the UK. The solidification of this dichotomy in the 2 treaty organizations led to an uneasy standoff between the two on the front lines of the Cold War in Germany, Southeast Asia, and elsewhere in the world. Throughout the Cold War, the 2 organizations acted as both an active threat to one another and as a conduit for dialogue between the 2 sides. In fact, it was through NATO that one of the first agreements between the 2 sides was ever struck. In the 1970s, when relations between the 2 began to cool, it was the Belgian Foreign Minister, Pierre Harmel, who negotiated to get all countries of NATO and the Warsaw Pact to sign the Helsinki Final Act, which bound all governments to respect the fundamental freedom of its citizens. In 1985, more concrete measures were taken when both the United States and the Soviet Union agreed to remove all nuclear-capable weaponry from within intermediate range of each other's borders. Regardless, NATO remained first and foremost a military defense organization, a fact best exemplified by NATO actions during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. When the Soviets invaded in 1979 and occupied the country throughout the 1980s, NATO deployed nuclear-capable weapons in Western Europe within reach of most major Soviet cities. The dissolution of the Soviet Union a few years later, in 1991, meant a change in focus for NATO. With its chief enemy no longer in existence, NATO continued to encourage democracy and national self-determination throughout Europe and elsewhere in the world. Additionally, NATO has continued to foster increased European integration in the hope of avoiding future regional conflict, even to the point of including former Warsaw Pact states in both the European Union and NATO. However, despite the change in focus, NATO's military mission was not and is not over. Indeed, NATO forces played the dominant role in ending the ethnic warfare in the Balkans in the 1990s during the breakup of Yugoslavia and led the peacekeeping mission in the region. The integrated military command structure and military readiness of NATO endures to this day. The creation of NATO in the aftermath of World War II is the direct result of the U.S.'s policy of containment in the 1940s and 1950s. It was a policy that functioned on the domino theory, which feared the spread of communism in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. NATO intended to stem the growth of Soviet-encouraged communism in Europe, in part through military integration, and in part through encouraging political stability on the front lines of the Cold War in Western Europe. The creation of its communist analog, the Warsaw Pact, solidified the Cold War battle lines and dictated the nature of European and global politics in the second half of the 20th century. The subsequent end of that figurative war did not spell the end of NATO, just merely different priorities. Nobody likes a bully, yet everyone seems to have known one, especially when they were children. He or she generally traipsed about the playground, forming a posse of admirers more fearful than friendly, which the bully often forced to do his or her bidding. With this image in mind, it's pretty apt to describe the Soviet Union as the bully of Eastern Europe in the second half of the 20th century. With its powerful military and internationally acknowledged influence over the region, the Soviet Union bent the states of Eastern Europe to its will for nearly a half-century. During World War II, and especially once it became apparent Germany would lose, leaders of the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union met at several conferences to determine what post-war Europe would look like. The most decisive of these conferences took place at Yalta in the southern Soviet Union. At Yalta, President Franklin Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill made key concessions to appease the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin and hopefully secure his participation in the United Nations, which the Western governments instituted soon after the war. In return, the United States and the United Kingdom agreed to recognize the annexation of the Baltic nations the Soviet Union made before and during World War II. Additionally, and most importantly, the Western governments agreed to recognize Soviet influence over the governments of several Eastern European states. The Soviets claimed they needed this influence to create a series of buffer states to protect the Soviet homeland from future Western aggression. After the war ended, with Soviet troops still occupying most of Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union saw to the creation of Soviet-friendly communist parties and governments within each state, and engineered their election. The Soviets essentially created client states out of most of Eastern Europe in states such as Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. This group of states became known to the West as the Eastern Bloc. Yugoslavia was also a communist state, however it was not allied with the Soviet Union, and Albania began the post-war era as a Soviet client state, but broke off relations early in the 1960s. Soviet control of the governments and economies of these Eastern European countries was almost complete. Though all Soviet client states had their own independent governments, the communist parties which controlled these governments were closely allied with the Soviet Union and directly connected to Moscow. Additionally, the Eastern European states were integrated into the centrally controlled command economy of the Soviet Union, and external trade with Western Europe or the United States was forbidden. This relationship between the Soviet Union and its client states in Eastern Europe was further solidified in 1955 with the creation of the Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact was an agreement between all of the Soviet client states and the Soviet Union for mutual military protection. That is, if one country was invaded or attacked, all of the other nations would rush to aid that country. The Warsaw Pact was little more than a show. With the Soviet Union in firm control of the entire region, any incursion by a Western country into any Eastern European country would surely have been met with a Soviet counterattack, pact or no pact. In fact, one of the countries involved in the agreement, East Germany, had no military presence to speak of as part of the treaties which ended World War II. The creation of the Warsaw Pact was largely a response to the West's formation of NATO, a mutual military treaty organization between most of Western Europe and North America. The Soviet Union's firm grip upon the other nations in the Warsaw Pact is perhaps best exemplified by the Brezhnev Doctrine. Named for Leonid Brezhnev, Soviet premier and leader of the Communist Party from 1964 until his death in 1982, the Brezhnev Doctrine stated that all communist countries in Eastern Europe were responsible for promoting the health of the communist parties throughout the region. Any perceived weaknesses in a national communist party or any attempted relaxation of communist measures were to be met with military intervention by all other Warsaw Pact countries. The strictness of this policy was made all too apparent in Czechoslovakia in 1968. In the face of a struggling economy and popular distaste for communist measures, the Czechoslovakian Communist Party removed its leader and replaced him with Alexander Dubček. Dubček was a reformer, by communist standards, and he ended censorship of the press in 1968 and enacted some liberal economic reforms. The relaxation of press censorship allowed for greater public debate concerning communism, and anti-communist demonstrations erupted across the country. Fearing the unrest in Czechoslovakia might spread, Moscow resolved to invade Czechoslovakia and reinstall a more conservative communist government. Soviet forces faced minimal opposition as they rolled across Czechoslovakia, swiftly taking control of major cities. Before long, the Soviets had forced Dubček to step down and imposed a strict form of communism and ended the short-lived freedom of the press. Though guerrilla movements fought Soviet troops in the countryside for another year or so, communist order was well and truly restored in Czechoslovakia. The Soviet Union maintained its firm grip upon Eastern Europe until well into the 1980s. However, by the 1980s the Soviet economy was floundering, and Mikhail Gorbachev's attempted reforms, ironically some of which were similar to those tried in Czechoslovakia in 1968, only hastened the decline of Soviet control over the rest of Eastern Europe. In the late 1980s, communist governments across Eastern Europe fell to reform movements, and Moscow made no attempts to retake the countries. The Soviet Union itself dissolved in December 1991. The creation of the Eastern Bloc and the Warsaw Pact gave the Soviet Union virtual totalitarian Western-sanctioned control over the affairs of several Eastern European nations. The communist puppet regimes the Soviet Union set up in these countries were merely for show. Nearly all were under the direct thumb of the Soviet government in Moscow. This control is best exemplified by the severe repression of economic and political reform in Czechoslovakia in 1968. Only with the weakening and eventual failure of the Soviet Union was Eastern Europe allowed to truly govern itself. Have you ever worked an entry-level job before? Whether you were filing papers or flipping burgers, you surely had a boss telling you what to do all the time, and maybe you even had more than one. For Poland, after World War II, despite technically being its own country, its leaders were similarly ordered around like low-level employees. Indeed, after World War II, Poland became a communist Soviet client state similar to the rest of Eastern Europe. Prior to World War II, Poland already had a relatively tumultuous history. Indeed, in the late 18th century, Poland was wiped clear off the map in 3 separate partitions by Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Poland was only able to become a functional political entity again after the end of World War I in 1918, with Germany and Austria-Hungary defeated and Russia in disarray in the throes of the Russian Revolution. Poland expanded beyond the bounds of its original state in the first few years, fighting Soviet Russia for new territory. Afterward, the Polish state existed peacefully for nearly 2 decades, before the Soviet Union and Adolf Hitler's newly aggressive Germany secretly agreed to divide Poland up among themselves. The subsequent German invasion of Poland began World War II and divided Poland yet again. In eastern Poland, controlled by the Soviet Union, the middle and upper classes of society were persecuted by the Soviet government, including the massacre of 22,000 Polish military officers ordered by Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin. In the east, Poland was turned into a killing ground by Germany, who placed some of the most notorious concentration and extermination camps of World War II in western Poland. Poles living in the area were often forced into hard labor building these camps and other German installations. After the defeat of Germany in World War II, Poland remained more of a concept than a reality. Under staunch Soviet control and with borders already somewhat amorphous, the victorious Allies had to decide what to do with Poland. In the end, the United Kingdom and the U.S. agreed to the Soviet Union's plans to annex the eastern territories of Poland to the Soviet Union, and in recompense, Poland received East Prussia and other German territories roughly 80% of the size of the territory it lost in the east to the Soviet Union. Poland was also recognized as being part of the Soviet sphere of influence within Eastern Europe. The Polish people had no voice in the discussions and certainly were not asked if they preferred being under Soviet influence or not. Regardless, millions of Poles were directly affected by the new borders, as the Soviet Union forced the mass migration of Poles from the formerly Polish territory in the new Soviet borderlands. It relocated many of these Poles to the lands the new Polish state had received from Germany, where the Soviet Union also expelled millions of Germans. In all, nearly 6 million Poles were relocated by 1949. Furthermore, despite the arbitrary nature with which these borders were drawn, they largely remain the borders of the Polish state today. As the closest state to the Soviet Union and well within the US and UK recognized Soviet sphere of influence, Poland stood little chance of gaining complete control over its own affairs after World War II. Indeed, the Polish government was reconfigured to foster the growth of communism and increase Soviet control. For instance, in 1946, the Polish Provisional Government held a national referendum which approved the nationalization of Polish industries and created a single House Representative Assembly, one that the Communists could easily dominate. The results of this referendum were likely doctored by Soviet officials. In the first post-war elections in 1947, the Communist government, led by the Soviet-backed Władysław Gomulka, won a vast majority of the seats in the Polish government, though this was largely engineered through fraudulent election results and intimidation of opposing politicians. Gomulka promised to lead Poland to socialism and communism slowly, in a way that aligned with Polish values and needs. The true extent of Soviet control in Poland was displayed the following year, however, when the Soviet Union decided Gomulka's plans were too slow-moving. In 1948, Gomulka was removed from the leadership of the Polish Communist Party in favor of Bolesław Bierut, who initiated a more rapid communization of Poland. As a result, Poland became increasingly integrated into the Soviet economy, along with the rest of Eastern Europe. The country was rapidly industrialized, and agricultural land was collectivized and nationalized. The Soviet-backed Polish government even began instituting 6-year plans in 1950, mimicking the 5-year plans the Soviet Union used to set goals for industrial output. Poles did not necessarily flock to communist principles in the way the Soviet puppet government hoped, and by the mid-1950s, unrest was sparked when some 15,000 industrial workers rioted over the failure to be paid properly. The riot was initially put down by troops, killing dozens of demonstrators. Whereas in the past, the Soviet regime would have mercilessly quelled the rebellion, the new Soviet regime of Nikita Khrushchev negotiated with Gomulka, who was returned as leader of the Polish government during the crisis, and Gomulka reassured Khrushchev he could successfully end the strike and riots without further bloodshed. Cycles of protest and riot remained a problem for the Polish Communist government over the following decades. In 1968, riots broke out in Warsaw after an anti-Russian play was banned from being performed, and Gomulka only staved off Soviet invasion by lending Polish troops to the Soviet Union to be used in the Soviet repression of demonstrations in Czechoslovakia. Only 2 years later, riots again broke out across Poland's major cities when food prices rose dramatically. The riots spread to the countryside, and Gomulka was removed from power. His successor managed to quell the unrest only through placing strict price controls on food. These piecemeal measures only led to a concurrent rise in foreign debt, which nearly bankrupted Poland, and by 1976, strikes and riots again broke out when food prices jumped 60% because the price controls bankrupting the country were removed. The economic depression and unrest led to the creation of Solidarity in 1980. Solidarity was a trade union independent of the government, founded in Gdansk with Lech Walesa proclaimed the leader. The Solidarity movement quickly gained popularity throughout the country, and in 1981, the communist government declared martial law and outlawed Solidarity. Unfortunately for the Polish communists, at the same time Mikhail Gorbachev was relaxing controls on political freedoms in the Soviet Union, which undermined the communists' attempts to clamp down on Solidarity. With the newfound ability to speak relatively openly about politics from the mid-1980s onwards, Poles began discussing the nature of Polish communism and the best way forward for Poland. In 1988, the country held a Soviet-sanctioned free election, which returned a massive majority for the Solidarity movement, and calls immediately began for a return to democracy in Poland. In December 1990, Solidarity's leader, Lech Walesa, was sworn in as president of the new Polish democracy. Poland has a long history of foreign intervention. Whether it's being wiped off the map in the 18th century or again in World War II, Poland has often been persecuted by its neighbors. Even after World War II, when Poland emerged as its own country, its borders were manipulated without its consent, and it was recognized as being under Soviet influence. The Soviet Union used this internationally recognized influence to foist communism and a single-party political structure upon Poland, regardless of the will of the people. However, the will of the Polish people did manifest itself in the various strikes and riots that took place throughout Poland during the communist period. In the 1980s, as the Soviet Union itself weakened and allowed more political expression, Poles flocked to the Solidarity movement and its leader Lech Walesa, whose winning of Poland's first truly free post-war elections allowed Poland to finally become a true democracy. Sometimes, no matter what you do, things just don't go your way. For example, you might be incredibly well qualified for that new job, but you lose the position to the boss's friend. It stinks, but sometimes things are just out of your hands. You'd be hard-pressed to find a country whose history was more out of its citizens' hands than Czechoslovakia. Indeed, from German occupation to eventual dissolution, neither the bulk of the Czech or Slovak populations ever had a significant voice in the biggest events of the nation. Prior to the beginning of World War II, Czechoslovakia was annexed by Germany. It was agreed to in Munich by the leading European powers of the day in the hopes that granting Germany this territory, which they wanted due to the large German population in the Sudetenland, would placate German imperialism, avoiding conflict and ending future aggression. The Czechoslovakian government was not privy to the negotiations, and as a result has since referred to the agreement as the Munich Betrayal. After Germany took possession of Czechoslovakia in 1938, its president, Edvard Beneš, resigned. He soon set up a Czechoslovakian government in exile in France, and moved it to London after the German invasion of France. During the war, German occupation grew increasingly strict in Czechoslovakia, and politicians that had remained or activists who stirred up trouble were routinely arrested by German police and the Gestapo. As the war progressed and the Holocaust increased in intensity, Czech and Slovak Jews were deported, and areas of Czechoslovakian cities were transformed into Jewish ghettos. After the defeat of Germany in World War II, Beneš returned triumphantly to Prague in 1945, where the Republican Czechoslovakian government was restored. The harsh treatment of Czechs and Slovaks by the German occupiers was not forgotten. Soon after the restoration of Czechoslovakia, Beneš's government began deporting any Germans remaining in Czechoslovakia, especially those living in the Sudetenland. In all, 1.7 million Germans were deported to the American occupation zone in West Germany, and an additional 750,000 were deported to Soviet-controlled East Germany. Additionally, the land and companies of any Nazi collaborators were confiscated and nationalized. Unfortunately for the Czechoslovakian Republic, the country fell firmly within the sphere of influence the United Kingdom and the United States had agreed to grant the Soviet Union. When the Czechoslovakian Republic made moves to begin accepting Marshall Plan aid and better relations with the West, the Czechoslovakian Communist Party, or KSC, began stirring up trouble at Moscow's behest. As a result, the KSC began using its control of the Ministry of the Interior to purge the police and security forces of non-communists. In the first few months of 1948, the KSC used its control of the police and security forces to take control and occupy key ministries and posts of the Czechoslovakian government. Before long, non-communist government officials were denied speaking time on any major Czechoslovak radio or television network. On February 25, 1948, Beneš resigned the presidency, fearing that any resistance from his Republican allies would lead to a Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. He died later that year, having seen his dreams of a democratic Republican Czechoslovakia crushed twice in his lifetime. Soon after the KSC took control of the Czechoslovakian government, they began implementing Marxist principles and strengthening their already close ties with the Soviet government in Moscow. Most sectors of the economy and society were brought under state control. All heavy industry was nationalized, and all schools were controlled by the government. Furthermore, the government was purged of any remaining democratic officials. Even within the KSC itself, purges occurred, as any communist not sufficiently radical for Stalin's and Moscow's liking found themselves arrested. Czechoslovakia was soon integrated into the Soviet economy and was tightly controlled by Moscow, regardless of technically remaining a separate state. In the 1950s, communist Czechoslovakia rapidly expanded its heavy industry, as dictated by Moscow. By the 1960s, however, the Czechoslovakian economy had slowed, and some within Czechoslovak communist circles began clamoring for change. The Moscow preferred communist leader was deposed in 1968. In his place, Alexander Dubček, a moderate communist reformer, took the presidency. Dubček relaxed some of the stricter communist measures in the Czechoslovakian economy, hoping to encourage growth, and he removed the censorship of the press. This led to mass demonstrations against communism across Czechoslovakia. These developments alarmed the Soviet Union, who feared the failure of communism in Czechoslovakia could lead to rebellions elsewhere in communist Eastern Europe. As a result, Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev ordered Soviet troops into Czechoslovakia. Soviet forces rolled through the country largely unopposed, taking control of most major cities in a matter of days. Soon after, Dubček was forced to resign, and a more communist-friendly regime was installed at the head of the Czechoslovakian government. Only 2 decades later, the Soviet economy was floundering, and Mikhail Gorbachev ironically instituted some of the very same reforms the Czechoslovakians had attempted in 1968. As the Soviet Union's tight grip over Eastern Europe began to falter, anti-communist protests and demonstrations broke out across the region, including in Czechoslovakia. The anti-communist movement in Czechoslovakia was largely led by students and other members of the educated public. Many historians have contributed the students' fervency to being too young to remember 1968, and therefore unafraid of possible Soviet reprisals. Václav Havel, a former playwright, emerged as leader of the opposition in the streets of Prague. In 1989, only days after the Berlin Wall fell in Germany, the communist government of Czechoslovakia quietly and bloodlessly handed over the reins of government to Havel, which has become known as the Velvet Revolution due to the peaceful regime change. The fall of communism was not the final momentous event in the history of Czechoslovakia. Indeed, before the end of the millennium, Czechoslovakia itself would cease to exist. The two regions of the country were different ethnically and economically, the western half inhabited mainly by ethnic Czechs and far richer, as opposed to the eastern half, which was poorer and inhabited mainly by ethnic Slovaks. Soon after the Velvet Revolution, Slovakian nationalists formed the Slovakian Nationalist Party, and pushed for further decentralization from Prague. Despite the wishes of its politicians, the majority of both Czechs and Slovaks did not wish for the country to split. Regardless, the government pushed through with several resolutions in late 1992 at the behest of the Separatist Party, and on January 1, 1993, Czechoslovakia dissolved, becoming the Czech Republic and Slovakia. The history of Czechoslovakia after World War II was largely out of the hands of either Czechs or Slovaks. German hegemony over Czechoslovakia was virtually given to Germany by the United Kingdom and France, and after the war, Czechoslovakia's short-lived republic under Edvard Beneš was doomed due to the United States and the United Kingdom agreeing to give the Soviet Union influence over the Eastern European state. When the Soviet Union fell in the late 1980s, Czechoslovakia was finally free of foreign influence, only to be dissolved at the behest of a small but vocal separatist party in 1993. If you've ever baked a cake, then you know how incredibly important it is to have the exact proportions of ingredients. Having too much or too little of one ingredient, or worse, forgetting it altogether, can ruin a cake, tart, or a batch of cookies. Though post-war Yugoslavia was made up of numerous different ethnic and linguistic groups, its cohesion was balanced like the icing on a cake by the rule of Josip Broz, the head of Yugoslavia's communist dictatorship. When Marshal Tito, as Broz was nicknamed, died and his strong arm left the seat of Yugoslav power, the entire confederation began to unravel. Yugoslavia was created in the aftermath of World War I. Prior to World War I, the Balkans had largely been the military playground of two major powers of early modern Europe, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. However, World War I destroyed what remained of the once mighty Ottoman Empire and drastically weakened the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This created a power vacuum in the Balkans, one many Slavic intellectuals hoped would be filled by a new, pan-Slavic state. Through the work of several nationalist groups working with Western countries, the Slavs got their wish and founded the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, which was officially and internationally recognized in May 1919. Yugoslavia's early history was tumultuous, as ethnic conflict arose between ethnic Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The government under the king was dominated by a rivalry between Serbs and Croats, and their competing political philosophies, Serbs preferring a strong central government which they would likely dominate, while Croats preferred a decentralized federation of states. These concerns created numerous problems, but the issues became secondary with the rise of a strong, aggressive Germany in the late 1930s. After Germany consolidated its control of Eastern Europe in the late 1930s and began World War II with its invasion of Poland, Germany invaded Yugoslavia in April 1941. It only took 11 days for the German army to completely overrun the country, and over 300,000 Yugoslav troops and officers were taken prisoner by the Germans. The German occupation of Yugoslavia gave rise to a communist movement in the pan-Slavic state. Indeed, the Communists were the chief organizers of the anti-German resistance movement during World War II, and the Yugoslav Communist Party, named the Partisans, reorganized its leadership for that purpose in July 1941. Later that year, Josip Broz Marshal Tito began organizing Albanian communists in the south and conducted guerrilla movements against German military installations throughout Yugoslavia. When the tide of the war turned, it was Tito's communists who fought alongside Russian troops, pushing the Germans out of Yugoslavia. Tito's partisans emerged from the war the most powerful political force in Yugoslavia, and soon after the war's end, most Western countries recognized Tito's government as the legitimate government of Yugoslavia. Earlier in 1945, Tito's government had held free elections, though most political parties boycotted the elections in response to the tactics of Tito's partisans, who suppressed non-communist publications and hindered non-communist politicians' ability to campaign. The overwhelmingly communist government which was elected adopted a Soviet-style communist constitution later that year. Though the constitution set up many of the offices of a federal republic, including multiple ministries and various administrative freedoms given to the non-Serbian provinces, in reality most actual power within Yugoslavia was concentrated in the presidency and Marshal Tito. Tito's post-war government followed Soviet examples and collectivized and nationalized most large land holdings in the country, whether they were held by large landowners, banks, churches, or other groups. They even instituted Soviet-style 5-year plans, which set out incredibly ambitious goals intending to rapidly industrialize the Yugoslav economy and enrich and empower the incredibly poor majority of the population in the rural areas of Yugoslavia. Despite the Soviet-style communism practiced in Yugoslavia, Yugoslav relations with the Soviet Union were surprisingly poor. Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin and the Moscow government expected Yugoslavia to fall in line and follow Soviet directives, much like the other communist governments under Soviet influence in Eastern Europe. However, Marshal Tito resisted integration into the Soviet economy, fearing an unfair trade balance that would undoubtedly favor the Soviet Union. Resentments between the two countries due to looting and rape by Soviet troops in Yugoslavia during World War II further strained relations. When Yugoslavia refused to attend a conference between the Soviet Union and its client states in 1948, the Soviet Union expelled Yugoslavia from its group of communist nations and called for Yugoslav communists to overthrow Marshal Tito's government. However, Tito's power was never threatened in Yugoslavia. The vast majority of communists in Yugoslavia supported Tito, and his government openly suppressed opposing politics, at times jailing and executing political prisoners or foreigners accused of attempting to subvert communism in Yugoslavia. Despite this early radicalism, Yugoslavia slowly softened its communist stance in the 1960s. The economy was slowly liberalized, and Tito even allowed for the devolution of some power to the regional republics within Yugoslavia. In 1970, the country even signed an initial economic treaty with the European Economic Community. In 1980, Marshal Tito died just 3 days short of his 88th birthday. Tito's strong hand and popularity proved crucial to Yugoslavia. Furthermore, his policy of dispersing Serbs, by far Yugoslavia's largest ethnic group, throughout the country had prevented Serb domination of the Yugoslav government. The death of Tito renewed many of these ethnic anxieties concerning the future of the Yugoslav government. The 1980s were also a time of economic trouble for Yugoslavia, as the same problems that plagued the rest of the communist East also affected Yugoslavia. Inflation and unemployment were rampant, and living standards within the country fell. These issues, coupled with ethnic tensions, caused many republics within Yugoslavia to begin pushing for more decentralization and eventual independence. In 1981, for instance, Yugoslavia sent troops into its southern republic of Kosovo to silence calls for independence there. Tensions grew even higher when the fears of Yugoslavia's smaller ethnic groups were realized in 1989. That year saw the Serb Slobodan Milosevic take power and begin calling for increased centralization in Yugoslavia. Its other republics began almost immediately making preparations for independence. On June 25, 1991, Slovenia and Croatia both declared independence from Yugoslavia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina did the same the following year. Though Slovenia's war for independence lasted less than 2 weeks, in Croatia and Bosnia the fighting lasted several years. Fighting in Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina was often ethnically based, as the independence movement ignited age-old rivalries between Croats, Serbs, and Bosnian Muslims. Several instances of ethnic cleansing occurred during the fighting, where Serbian troops raped, tortured, and murdered entire villages of civilians based solely on their ethnicity. Several Serbian generals have since stood trial in European courts for war crimes because of these actions. Bosnia-Herzegovina and Croatia both achieved recognized independence as part of the Dayton Accords in November 1995. Additionally, NATO and the UN established a peacekeeping mission in the region to hopefully avoid future ethnic conflict. However, this did not stop the disintegration of Yugoslavia. In the late 1990s, the Kosovo Liberation Army fought for independence from the Serbian-dominated Yugoslav government. Serbians responded by invading once again and persecuting Kosovo's majority ethnic Albanian population. This time, the international community responded in force. NATO and U.S. bombs fell upon the country, at times hitting targets in the capital, Belgrade. The bombing campaign forced a hasty Serbian retreat, and by 1999, Kosovo's independence was recognized. The ethnic and linguistic differences that Slavic intellectuals believed could be overcome to create a pan-Slavic state in the aftermath of World War I eventually tore the country apart. Only through the strong communist rule of Marshal Tito was the Yugoslav government able to simultaneously fend off Soviet hegemony and maintain peace in the diverse nation. The relaxation of communism and devolution of authority to regional republics during the later years of Tito's reign increased Yugoslavia's ties with Europe while also emboldening regional governments like Kosovo and Slovenia. With Tito's death, Serbian dominance of the central government encouraged Yugoslavia's other ethnicities and republics to pursue independence, especially after the accession of the Milosevic government. The ethnic differences between the Serbian government and regional republics fueled the bloody wars of independence that eventually dissolved Yugoslavia in the 1990s. Most people these days are proud to fly their country's flag. At international sporting events, you'll often see all sorts of flags being flown by proud citizens of the participating countries. Perhaps you've even heard the term most people use to describe this form of pride: nationalism. Well, you may be surprised to learn that, historically speaking, nationalism is a relatively new phenomenon. Indeed, nationalism had its greatest impact in international events in the 20th century, when the fervent nationalism of countries like Germany and Italy led to aggressive foreign policy and global warfare. At the same time, that same type of domestic nationalism led to independence movements in many of Western Europe's colonies in Africa, Asia, and elsewhere. The growth of nationalism among native peoples in European colonies in Asia and Africa often played an enormous role in the process of decolonization. Indeed, without the growth of nationalist movements in colonies themselves, it was highly unlikely that colonial powers would unilaterally surrender their colonies. These nationalist movements necessarily varied from colony to colony. Often they arose first from a group of educated intellectuals within the colony, often including individuals that had been educated in the colonizing country. For example, Mahatma Gandhi, the greatest hero of India's independence movement, was educated at University College in London while England held colonies in India. After growth in intellectual circles, nationalist movements generally spread outward to all sectors of colonial society, as members of the movement disseminated the message and informed their compatriots of the often imbalanced nature of colonial economics and the detrimental effect colonialism had on the society and culture of the colonized people. As movements grew, Nationalists often rallied around symbols and ideas which they could easily identify as their own, in essence asserting their cultural independence from the colonizers even before they could assert independence politically. Though characteristics of nationalist movements certainly varied across the spectrum of colonies in Asia and Africa, many movements exhibited at least some of these characteristics. However, even with a strong nationalist movement, many of these nations lacked the resources to fight their powerful European overlords. While these movements could generally not look to the international community for military help, they did receive diplomatic help. Indeed, international organizations like the United Nations and countries like the United States increasingly became proponents of national self-determination in the post-World War II era. The theory behind national self-determination stated that the citizens of individual countries and colonies should largely be left to their own devices to decide which form of government was best for themselves. This often led to international pressure upon European states to peacefully sever control of their colonies when those colonies began clamoring for independence. Decolonization in South Asia was a long process. Facets of Indian society had been peacefully fighting for Indian independence from Great Britain since the 19th century. For example, the foremost organization calling for Indian independence, the Indian National Congress, was created in 1885. As a result, the movement for independence was likely farther along in India by World War II than in any other country. Nonviolent organizers like Mahatma Gandhi had mobilized large portions of society, and several violent suppressions of protest by British officials, such as the Amritsar massacre in 1919, had turned popular sentiment against the colonizers. Recognizing both domestic Indian cries for independence and worldwide anti-colonial sentiment, British Prime Minister Clement Attlee realized maintaining peaceful British control over India would be impossible, and he agreed to grant the expansive territory its independence. Before doing so, however, Attlee and the British government partitioned the colony into two states, India for the Hindus and Pakistan for the Muslims. This resulted in the mass migration of millions of Hindus and Muslims who suddenly found themselves on the wrong side of the border. The partition did not end the violence in the region either, as the two countries fought over the border region of Kashmir, which still remains a contentious territory today. Whereas India managed to avoid a major military struggle, in Southeast Asia, the world's largest archipelago, Indonesia, required several years of war to free themselves from Dutch control. Ironically, the Dutch did not even have control of Indonesia at the end of World War II. Indeed, Japan had controlled most of the Dutch colonial archipelago during World War II, and 2 days after the Japanese surrendered, Indonesia declared its independence from Japan and from their erstwhile Dutch colonizers on April 17, 1945. The Netherlands had no intention of surrendering their colony easily, but were in a tough position. Their country and military were devastated by the German occupation during World War II, and despite making claims to Indonesia, the Netherlands had little resources or means to physically retake control of the archipelago. As a result, the British forces under Admiral Mountbatten attempted to hold the territory in the name of the Netherlands. However, nationalists maintained Indonesian independence, and fighting occurred in October 1945 between British forces and Indonesian nationalists who had largely equipped themselves with abandoned Japanese equipment. Not wanting to fight someone else's war, the British crafted an agreement between the Netherlands and the Indonesian nationalists in November 1946 that effectively split the archipelago between the two parties. Neither side was very happy with the agreement, and in July 1947 the Netherlands invaded the rest of the archipelago. By December 1948, the Netherlands had regained control of nearly the entire country and even captured Indonesia's president and vice president. Despite the setbacks, Indonesian nationalists continued to make guerrilla strikes on soft Dutch targets. Indeed, Indonesia might still be a Dutch colony today, if not for the ensuing international intervention. The harsh tactics used by the Dutch military aroused the ire of the UN Security Council, in particular the United States. Newly independent Asian countries like India also vocally supported Indonesian nationalists in the international arena. In January 1949, the UN Security Council passed a resolution requiring the Netherlands to reinstall the Indonesian government. In the face of international sanctions, the Netherlands reluctantly agreed to relinquish control of Indonesia in July 1950, and by December the Indonesian nationalist government was recognized internationally as the sovereign government of Indonesia. The other hotspot of decolonization in Asia was Vietnam. The Vietnamese had been clamoring for independence from the French since before World War II. After World War II, armed conflict routinely broke out between Vietnamese guerrillas and French forces. In the 1950s, the United States began tacitly supporting the French and later the democratic South Vietnamese government in order to hinder the spread of communism. Meanwhile, the Communist North, led by Ho Chi Minh, was secretly being supported by the Soviet Union and China. After a U.S. naval vessel was attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin in 1964, the United States began bombing North Vietnam and sent troops to the former French colony the following year. After nearly a decade of fierce and internationally controversial violence, the United States withdrew its troops in 1973, and the North Vietnamese united the country under the Communist government when it took the southern capital, Saigon, in 1975. The country remains united under its Communist government today. The decolonization of South and Southeast Asia varied according to local circumstances. In India, nonviolent protest and major demonstrations of civil disobedience, often led by Mahatma Gandhi, led to the eventually peaceful separation of India and Pakistan from Great Britain. In Indonesia and Vietnam, both countries had to fight for independence, Indonesia from the Dutch, and the Vietnamese from both its French colonizers and later the United States. In all, however, strong nationalist movements grew before the calls for independence began. Additionally, all were aided by international pressure on the colonizers to allow the principle of national self-determination to run its course. When the Olympics comes around every 4 years, one of the hallmark events is always the opening ceremony. With much fanfare, the host nation welcomes in athletes from all around the world. The athletes' processional through the stadium is always one of the event's most colorful segments, with each country's athletes proudly wearing their national colors and carrying their nation's flag. Well, as recently as 50 years ago, this was a far less colorful event. Indeed, until the rise of nationalism in colonies throughout the world in the second half of the 20th century, Western European countries owned huge swaths of territory in Africa, Asia, and elsewhere, which today are entirely different countries. Western European countries amassed these colonies in the far reaches of the world over the previous 4 or 5 centuries, founding them for resource extraction, trading posts, or merely territory for the glory of their respective monarch or country. With certain exceptions like the United States and Haiti, the vast majority of colonial holdings did not get their independence until after World War II. Several factors contributed to this growth in independence movements across the colonized world, and many of these motivations and subsequent experiences are country-specific. Regardless, a few international developments aided these movements. After World War II, recognizing national self-determination became an objective for some countries and international organizations like the United States and the United Nations. Proponents of national self-determination largely believe the inhabitants of a region should be able to decide what government is best for themselves. In addition, domestic nationalism in all these countries spurred the growth of independence movements. The global community was often sympathetic to nationalism within the colonized territory, and anti-colonial international sentiment, coupled with a nation or people's demands for independence, often forced the hand of the colonial nations in this period, and helped make decolonization all the more likely. One region of the world which was not only colonized by a Western European power, but entirely transformed by it was Palestine. Palestine was only under British control since World War I. The Holocaust had created worldwide sympathy for the Jewish people and the Zionist cause. In 1947, the newly formed United Nations passed a resolution calling for the creation of 2 states, Arab Palestine and Jewish Israel, out of the British Mandate. The resolution divided Palestine into 2 states and left Jerusalem under UN control. While the Jewish population in Palestine and abroad rejoiced, the existing Arab population of Palestine was outraged. Violence between Jewish settlers and Arabs in Palestine escalated in the territory, and both sides armed themselves. The Arab League nations of Egypt, Transjordan, Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon declared war on the new Israeli state. The Israelis themselves mobilized quickly and combined their many paramilitary groups into the Israeli Defense Forces. Despite initial setbacks from the pan-Arab invasion, Israeli forces slowly took back territory, eventually occupying even territory the UN intended to be part of Palestine. When the armistice between Israel and the Arab states was signed in early 1949, Palestine was only left the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and even these were held by Jordanian and Egyptian troops respectively. Since then, Israeli relations with its Arab neighbors and the Palestinian population within Israel has alternated between contentious peace and all-out war. For example, in the late 1960s, Israel launched a preemptive strike against Egypt and Syria, and quickly took control of the Golan Heights, all of Jerusalem, and most of the West Bank, virtually eliminating the Palestinian state from territorial existence. One of Israel's chief enemies was also a country once colonized by the British, Egypt. Egypt had been a British colony since Great Britain had forced the French out of Egypt in the 1800s. Great Britain maintained control in Egypt for several decades before officially declaring Egypt a protectorate of the British Empire just after the beginning of World War I in 1914. The British used Egypt as a cheap source of labor and resources during the war, conscripting over 1 million Egyptians into the British forces, often to do menial, hard labor. The treatment of Egyptians during the war angered many, and some, led by the Wafd Party and its founder Saad Zaghloul, began calling for independence. The British were not willing to give up their colony, however, and Zaghloul and other Wafdists were routinely arrested and at one point even exiled to Malta. While Zaghloul was in exile, the Wafdists that remained began organizing student protests, general strikes, and massive displays of civil disobedience, agitating for Egyptian independence. In 1922, with Zaghloul recently returned from exile and British officials realizing only massive military intervention would quell the uprising, Great Britain granted Egypt its independence. The newly independent Egypt created a constitution in 1923, and in the 1924 elections the Wafd Party received an overwhelming majority of the seats in the new Egyptian parliament. Africa was unique among continents after World War II, in that virtually the entire continent was under colonial rule. Indeed, over the past few hundred years, France, Portugal, Great Britain, Germany, Belgium, and Italy had divvied up its territory and resources between themselves. As a result, the African experience of decolonization varies wildly. For example, many British colonies were granted their independence with little bloodshed in the late 1950s and early 1960s. In contrast, Portuguese colonies that became the states of Angola and Mozambique were required to fight long, hard wars of independence. The decolonization of Africa, be it through war or peaceful means, took place mainly between 1956 and 1975, with its most intense period occurring in the early 1960s. In these years, most British and French colonies in Africa were peacefully granted their independence. One major exception to this rule was Algeria. Though Algeria did gain its independence from France in 1962, it fought a bloody 8-year conflict to gain that independence. The French public valued its colonies for the prestige they brought France. The French worried that if the country were to lose its African holdings, especially Algeria, it would lose its influence internationally. For example, 4 years into the conflict, a national poll showed a majority of the French people favored fighting to hold on to Algeria, even to the point of integrating Algeria into the French state, rather than allowing the colony to separate. Ironically, it was mainly Algerians living in France that financed the war. The National Liberation Front taxed Algerians living in France and focused their guerrilla attacks on softer French targets. The war in Algeria led to a political crisis in France in 1958, and Parliament responded by asking Charles de Gaulle, the former French commander and president of the post-World War II provisional government, to retake the presidency. De Gaulle consented, became president, and renewed the conflict. After several offensives failed to eliminate the FLN and take full control of Algeria, the French people grew increasingly weary of the war, and some even started sympathizing with the rebel cause. In 1961, President Charles de Gaulle resolved to hold a referendum in Algeria to settle the issue once and for all. Over 99% of the votes cast voted for independence, and de Gaulle began making preparations to remove French troops from Algeria. In July 1962, Algerian independence was internationally recognized. The experience of decolonization in Africa and the Middle East was varied. Some countries, such as Algeria and Mozambique, had to fight protracted conflicts against their colonial overlords, often because the European country valued the resources the colony provided, or due to fear that losing its colonies would affect the country's international influence. Other countries, like Egypt and several of Britain's other African colonies, achieved independence through civil disobedience, avoiding bloodshed. Still, other regions had entirely unique experiences altogether, like Palestine, which was partitioned to create an entirely new state and eventually supplanted altogether by that new state's military. Indeed, the national self-determination the international community pushed, which encouraged decolonization, also led to varied, country-specific paths towards decolonization and independence. When I say Europe to you, what do you think of? Perhaps you think of Paris and the Eiffel Tower, or maybe you think of the Queen and the green pastures of jolly old England. Regardless of what particular part of Europe you think of, that you thought of anything at all shows us just how cohesive many of us view Europe today, regardless of its regional quirks and differences. A huge reason for this is the topic of this lesson: the increasing cooperation between European states during the Cold War years. Indeed, many of the relationships and institutions Europeans created in the second half of the 20th century are the very reasons many of us view Europe as a distinct political entity today. When World War II ended in 1945, Europe had spent the last 30 years fighting two of the bloodiest wars the world had ever seen, and in between, fascist regimes whipped the populations of Central Europe into a racist and xenophobic frenzy, ending in the genocide of approximately 6 million Jews. Even before these horrible events, Europe had experienced generational warfare for centuries. For example, less than a lifetime before World War I, millions of Europeans perished in the Crimean War, and before that, the Napoleonic Wars only a generation before embroiled the entire continent as Napoleon expanded his French Empire. In addition to killing millions, these wars also caused massive destruction in European cities and in the countryside, often forcing industries to rebuild from scratch and states to spend massive amounts of money rebuilding infrastructure. To avoid this continuous warfare, some European states began looking for greater international cooperation in the region. Through greater communication and involvement, the leaders of Western Europe hoped they could avoid future conflict. Additionally, after World War II, Europe was economically ruined. Not only were large parts of the continent devastated by war, but its post-war economies were failing quickly due to the destruction of its infrastructure and the abrupt change from wartime production to peacetime production. Fortunately for Europe, the United States and several smaller allies less affected by the war, like Canada and Australia, were willing to help. The Marshall Plan, named after the U.S. Secretary of State George Marshall, intended to get the European economy back on its feet through huge infusions of U.S. cash. The first agreement toward European cooperation was made in 1948 to meet the challenges of distributing this cash. The Organization for European Economic Cooperation had 18 participating nations, almost all of whom were directly affected by the war. It included nearly all European nations, with the exception of those under Soviet control. Soviet states, fearing Western influence, were directed by Moscow to not accept any Marshall Plan aid. The importance and clout of the OEEC declined in the early 1950s as Marshall Plan aid from the United States began to taper off. However, the suspension of aid did not stop the European countries from realizing that they could be better by working together. In 1951, Italy, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, France, and West Germany founded the European Coal and Steel Community. Through the ECSC, all 6 nations agreed to allow coal and steel, two materials that were the backbone of Central European industrial production, to move freely across each other's borders. Additionally, companies from each country were free to set up mining and refinement operations in other countries without having to pay tariffs. The ECSC established an impartial high authority to monitor the trades and set prices across the region. The successful treaty between these 6 states expanded heavy industry and encouraged economic growth throughout Western Europe, and a few years later the same states signed the Treaty of Rome, creating the European Economic Community in 1957. This agreement sought to establish a European common market, which would reduce tariffs and trade restrictions between the participating nations, fostering trade and growth in other sectors of the economy as well. Additionally, many travel restrictions between the 6 nations were similarly removed, allowing the citizens of member states to live and work freely across the region. Though critics were initially worried about the consequences of having similar policy approaches across such a diverse and varied region, the results were largely positive economic growth for all states involved. The success of the cross-borders cooperation fostered the organization's growth, with the UK, Ireland, and Denmark joining in the 1970s. However, the EEC was not perfect. In the 1980s, several member states were angry that domestic laws and pre-existing trade relationships with countries outside the EEC gave some countries an economic advantage over others. As a result, in 1986, the 9 member states agreed to the Single European Act, which tried to remove the restrictions which gave some countries advantages and make the community a truly common marketplace. Additionally, the Single European Act put in place several laws tying the member states' foreign policy decisions closer together. The success of the Single European Act and the collapse of communism caused the member states to look for even greater cooperation in the 1990s. According to the Maastricht Treaty, implemented in 1993, the European Economic Community became simply the European Community, and later the European Union. Though this may sound simply like semantics, the implications of the name change and contents of the treaty were far greater. Indeed, the member states were no longer simply joined together to foster the region's economic growth, but for greater integration of all sectors of economy, government, and society. Maastricht gave greater power to the European Parliament and greater control over the foreign policy of its members. Additionally, Maastricht created a committee to look toward creating a common currency for the EU. This common currency, the euro, was successfully launched in 2002. The success of the EU has similarly sponsored its growth. Greece, Spain, and Portugal joined in the 1980s, while Austria, Finland, and Sweden joined in 1995. The fall of communism further bolstered the regional power of the EU in the early 2000s, as several formerly communist states became member states. The EU grew out of economic and political necessity. Indeed, while still licking the wounds made by a half-century of intense warfare, 6 Western European nations put aside their differences to work towards safeguarding their own nations and their region against further bloodshed. At the same time, their numerous agreements and treaties over the past decades have encouraged economic growth in the region and made the EU an important international player. Though the EU has its critics like any other organization, its results of an economically prosperous Europe free of large-scale warfare for over 60 years speak for themselves.
To many today, Europe seems like a relatively peaceful place, a land of progressive social programs, delicious food, and loads of history. Europe is a prime travel spot for many Americans. However, this was not always the case. As recently as the first half of the 20th century, Europe was a volatile landscape, the arena for numerous wars, ethnic strife, and genocide. A main reason for the favorable view of Europe mentioned above is the increased European integration in the past half-century. Indeed, in the recent past and moving forward, the bonds between European nations are poised to grow even stronger. The roots of today's European Union can be traced back to the aftermath of World War II. Indeed, with Europe economically devastated by World War II, the United States and other Western allies came to the region's aid with huge sums of cash through the Marshall Plan. To help distribute this cash wisely, 16 war-torn European nations formed the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, or OEEC. Though this organization dissolved as Marshall Plan aid dried up in the early 1950s, 6 nations, Luxembourg, West Germany, France, Netherlands, Belgium, and Italy, formed the European Coal and Steel Community in 1957, aiming to continue to foster growth in European economies. Their success caused other Western European nations to join the treaty organization over the following decades, and by the 1990s, the European Economic Community, or EEC, included the United Kingdom, Greece, Denmark, Ireland, Spain, and Portugal. The next major step in European integration and the development of the EU came in 1993, when the European Economic Community officially became simply the European Community as part of the Maastricht Treaty, which was signed the previous year. Indeed, no longer were the member states concerned merely with international economic cooperation in the region, but the transition from the EEC to the EC meant these same states were intending greater cooperation at all levels of government, from agricultural development to foreign policy. Going forward, the EU began to put more emphasis on all sectors of European life. For example, in 1997, the Treaty of Amsterdam stated the EU's goals to improve employment and general human rights in all of its member states, as well as reconfiguring EU institutions in order to meet the challenges presented by its changing role. In addition, the treaty set plans to explore the possible introduction of a single currency for all of Europe. In 1999, the euro was introduced for electronic commercial and large-scale financial transactions, and in 2002, banknotes and coins were introduced as the euro became the sole currency of all of its member states, with the exception of the UK, which kept the British pound. The new currency made moving between countries even easier for the citizens and businesses of Eurozone countries, and it gave the Eurozone one of the strongest currencies in the world. Additionally, the Eurozone has expanded greatly in the last 10 years, adding 8 countries from formerly communist Eastern Europe in 2004: Czech Republic, Slovenia, Lithuania, Latvia, Hungary, Estonia, Slovakia, and Poland. Malta and Cyprus were also added the same year. Bulgaria and Romania joined only 3 years later, and Croatia became a member state in 2013. Turkey and Macedonia are still candidates for membership. The EU today continually works toward further integration between European member states and more international influence. For example, in 2004, the EU wrote a European constitution meant to state common goals of all member states and enumerate the shared values of the organization. However, it was largely rejected at the time. In addition, the EU now has a foreign minister, a post which is supposed to represent the foreign policy interests of all of Europe on the international stage. The EU also continues to make itself a more efficient and democratic institution. In 2009, the Treaty of Lisbon reformed numerous EU institutions with these goals in mind. The EU is not without its problems today. Indeed, the financial crisis of 2008 hit the Eurozone hard, and the failing economies of several nations, including Spain and Greece, have forced the EU to make massive loans within the organization and between various member states and cause friction between nations. The EU is hopeful that Spain and Greece will make a full recovery, much in the same way Ireland did in the early 2000s when it required an EU bailout. Some of this friction has caused anti-EU movements within certain countries, and isolationist anti-European political parties have gained traction in even wealthier EU countries like the UK. As a result of such pressures from within the UK, the country voted to leave the EU by a small majority in 2016. There is also growing anti-EU sentiment in Germany and France. The National Front in France and the AfD in Germany have promoted sentiment against the EU and have managed to gain roughly 20% in national elections. The EU also faces difficulties in Poland and Hungary, as they have issues regarding democracy, treatment of migrants, and the rule of law. Hungary was especially criticized by the European Commission for media censorship. Populism also remained a persistent problem in many EU countries, while moderate political parties throughout Europe faced election losses. Those issues notwithstanding, the EU remains a powerful force in international politics and is still largely considered the voice of the European continent. Its mission continues to be one of economic growth and development and increased human and political rights in its member states. The EU evolved out of a need for greater cooperation for the sake of the several Western European economies in the aftermath of World War II. It has evolved into more than just an economic arbiter. It is a wide-reaching institution that plays an important role in the everyday lives of the citizens of its 25 member states, be it currency control or foreign policy. Through the EU, the fragmented map of Europe has remained relevant through working together on an international stage, increasingly dominated by huge economies like the US and China.
Have you ever been to the circus? If you have, then you've probably seen trapeze artists flying high above the ring, jumping and spinning on swings, ropes, and wires. The job is certainly a dangerous one, and for that reason, most circuses provide a safety net for the trapeze artists just in case they slip up. After World War II, most British wanted their own safety nets. Fortunately for the British government, Most Britons were not trapeze artists. The nets they wanted were figurative, an assurance that, if any British citizen was hurt, unemployed, or just downright unlucky, the British government would be there to lend a helping hand. At the end of World War II, Great Britain found itself at a major crossroads. Millions of its young men were returning home from fighting on the continent and needed jobs, medical care, and help returning to the normalcy of peacetime. Furthermore, parts of Britain needed to be rebuilt after having been heavily bombed during the war, especially London, where Germany dropped thousands of bombs in less than a year during the London Blitz. Among Britons, there was a general consensus that the country's first post-war priority should be meeting these domestic needs of its citizens and cities before anything else. Historians have termed this general sense among the British public the post-war consensus. It was these motivations that led to Britain shocking the rest of the world when Winston Churchill, the Conservative Prime Minister who had led Britain to victory in World War II, was defeated heavily in the July 1945 parliamentary elections. Churchill's Conservative Party lost nearly 200 seats in the government, returning a parliamentary majority for the Labour Party, led by Clement Attlee. Attlee, who had been appointed Britain's first ever Deputy Prime Minister during the war, won the election through claiming the Labour Party could rebuild Britain after the war better than the Conservative Party, whom he branded as a party fit only for wartime leadership. He was elected based on campaign promises that the Labour Party would focus on achieving and maintaining full employment in Britain, nationalize key industries, and create an entirely free national health service. Attlee's calls for improved social services and an improved standard of living for all Britons did not come out of the blue. Rather, Attlee was continuing the policies of several Labour and Liberal ministers and leaders of the early part of the 20th century. For example, Liberal Party Prime Minister H. Asquith, in partnership with his Chancellor of the Exchequer David Lloyd George, introduced a variety of reforms including unemployment insurance and old age pension for Britons 70 years of age or older without the means to care for themselves. What was different about Attlee's plans for social reform is the overwhelming support his policies had from the public. Indeed, many of Attlee's goals were taken directly from the Beveridge Report, published in November 1942. The Beveridge Report, produced by the Keynesian economist William Beveridge, addressed the social inequalities in British society at the time. The report categorized the needs of British society into 5 great evils: squalor, want, ignorance, idleness, and disease. The report also proposed large plans to combat these evils, mainly through the creation of a national social safety net to help those without the means to help themselves. The Attlee government used the Beveridge Report as a manifesto of sorts after the 1945 election. Indeed, only a month after its election, the Attlee government passed the Family Allowance Act, which granted each family a small monthly stipend per month for each child to aid in the child's care. The following year, they passed the National Insurance Act, which established an extra income tax for all workers to pay into funds they could access later in life, such as unemployment insurance and a retirement pension. Only 2 years later, in the summer of 1948, the Attlee government instituted its most ambitious social program yet, the National Health Service. The NHS intended to bring free health care and cheap prescriptions to all British citizens, regardless of their socio-economic class. The NHS was incredibly popular at the outset and remains one of the cornerstones of British society for many Britons. Attlee's decisive actions, built upon the work of his predecessors, and in conjunction with the post-war consensus, helped build what many have called the British welfare state. While internally the British were coming together, externally their once mighty empire was falling apart. Soon after the end of World War II, following nearly a century of unrest and conflict with Indian nationalists and the Indian National Congress, led chiefly by the non-violent protester Mahatma Gandhi, Attlee's government partitioned the expansive British Empire's territory in South Asia into India and Pakistan, and granted both their independence from Great Britain in 1947. The British further withdrew from the Middle East when they eliminated their mandate over Palestine and the newly founded State of Israel the following year. Furthermore, the British Empire suffered a major embarrassment when then Prime Minister Anthony Eden engineered a joint Israeli-French-British invasion to retake the Suez Canal, which had been nationalized by the Egyptian government in 1956. The invasion was condemned internationally, and after threats from several nations, the British withdrew their forces. In the 1960s, the British government slowly allowed most of its remaining holdings in Asia and Africa to declare independence peacefully. Whereas the British government had once controlled nearly half of the entire African continent, by 1970 the Seychelles Islands were the only African territory still a British possession, and even that small nation declared independence in 1976. By the end of this period, the once mighty British Empire was largely confined to the British Islands and several small islands around the world. The demise of the post-war consensus came in the 1980s with the surprise 1979 election of Britain's first female Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. A staunch conservative, Thatcher guided Britain through a difficult economic period. Only, instead of championing social investment like Clement Attlee, she preferred free market economics and did her best to dismantle as much of the social safety net as she could. For instance, even prior to her premiership, when she was Education Secretary, she removed the free school milk program in British schools, earning her the derisive moniker, Margaret Thatcher the Milk Snatcher. In her time as Prime Minister, she cut taxes, abolished certain social programs, and even tweaked the popular NHS to allow for increased competition in the system. Thatcher's ultra-conservative policies earned her many political enemies, even within conservative circles, and she was removed from power by her own party in 1990. The end of the post-war consensus and the difficulties Thatcher had in removing many of the provisions of Great Britain's social safety net are perhaps a testament to the program's success. Indeed, touching the NHS, which provided free healthcare and cheap prescriptions to all British citizens, was highly disliked during Thatcher's time and largely remains so today. These programs, from the NHS to free school milk, were in part due to the Beveridge Report's recommendations of far-reaching social programs, which provided a Keynesian blueprint for the Attlee government. The overwhelming majority Attlee's government received in the 1945 elections were viewed as a mandate for the implementation of these programs, one which Attlee's government did not waste. Most people know someone who has had a house fire. It's a terrible thing to have happen. Even if the entire house doesn't burn down, nearly everything is ruined by smoke and water damage. Entire families end up having to start all over. In France at the end of World War II, this situation existed all around the country, only the devastation was even more complete as families lost members and their entire life savings, and politically France had been turned upside down by the German occupation. The most important question facing France in 1945 was how to rebuild France, from its homes to its entire government, largely from scratch. France joined Great Britain in declaring war on Germany in 1940, only months after Germany invaded Poland to begin World War II. The same year, Germany invaded France, and the poorly supplied and disorganized French forces offered little resistance on the French mainland. By June 1940, for instance, Germany had such sufficient control of Paris that Hitler comfortably toured the French capital. By 1942, Germany had full control of all of France, and what French forces remained in North Africa operated in conjunction with British and American forces there. The fighting that liberated France, beginning with the D-Day invasion of the coast of Normandy on June 6, 1944, was some of the fiercest of the war. As Allied forces pushed the German lines back across France, the French countryside was devastated. France emerged from World War II technically victorious, alongside its American and British allies, but the German occupation and intense fighting of the war left French society, its economy, and infrastructure utterly ruined. Immediately after the war, nearly all of France exhibited the devastation of the war. Major thoroughfares were bombed out, making transportation impossible, and its once great cities had been reduced to rubble. Those French who had survived the horrors of war were living on little actual food, as the countryside had been stripped clean of food by the retreating Germans. Inflation skyrocketed, and the French economy was virtually non-existent. In response, the United States rushed to French aid, and France became one of the largest recipients of U.S. Marshall Plan aid, a program which gifted huge sums of cash to Western European countries to help rebuild European infrastructure. While the money was certainly intended to rebuild Europe, it was also intended to kickstart capitalist economies and markets in Europe, hoping to give the United States trading partners on the continent and ward off the spread of communism from Eastern Europe. After World War II, many of the leaders of the French government that had collaborated with the Nazis, nicknamed Vichy France, were imprisoned for treason. In its place, the provisional government first instituted by French statesman and commander Charles de Gaulle in North Africa took control of French affairs. The provisional government made preparations for a constituent assembly, which drew up a new French constitution. The constitution reinstalled many institutions of France prior to World War II, including a powerful national assembly. After the constitution went into effect, de Gaulle resigned as French president, fully expecting to be re-elected. Instead, the French government in the 1940s and 1950s elected a series of socialist and centrist coalition governments. The resulting coalition governments were racked by indecision caused by the diversity of political opinions within the National Assembly and the inability of any party to gain a majority of seats. Regardless of the political instability, the French economic recovery continued unabated, encouraged by the substantial economic contributions made by the U.S. through the Marshall Plan. Additionally, France began cooperating with its regional partners in Western Europe, hoping to both avoid future military conflict and encourage economic growth throughout the region. Indeed, France was a founding member of the six-state European Coal and Steel Community in 1951. The ECSC facilitated the movement of the key industrial components of coal and steel throughout Western Europe and removed trading restrictions between the participating countries. The success of this agreement fostered the later creation of the European Economic Community, which in turn became today's European Union. France was also a founding member of both the United Nations and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO. As France was rebuilding domestically, nationalist movements were growing in French colonies in Africa and Asia. France's colonies were incredibly important to the psyche of the French people, and as a result, France resisted the independence movements in its colonies. The French people viewed their colonies paternalistically, believing the French had a duty to improve and modernize the foreign lands under their control. Furthermore, the empire was an important part of the French national identity, and its possible collapse spurred fears of a decrease in France's relevancy internationally. As a result, France fought harder than other European countries to maintain its colonies abroad. For example, French forces fought guerrilla movements for over a decade after World War II in French Indochina, present-day Vietnam. In addition, France fought a bloody war in the 1950s in Algeria that cost hundreds of thousands of Algerian lives. Indeed, Algerian independence was not recognized until 1962, and even then was so unpopular among the French that it led to several assassination attempts on President Charles de Gaulle's life. The Algerian War was so controversial that it led to a political crisis in France. Facing the possibility of civil war breaking out over the Algeria situation, the French Parliament insisted Charles de Gaulle return as President of France. He was elected President by France's Parliament in December 1958, and Parliament also granted de Gaulle the power to radically alter the French Constitution as he saw fit. Over the following decade, de Gaulle reorganized the French government, maintaining the French Parliament, but concentrating most real power to enact change into his own hands. Regardless, he was re-elected in 1965, and de Gaulle maneuvered internationally to improve French influence abroad. He reached out to cooperate with other French-speaking countries, and even tried to develop better relations with countries in Eastern Europe under Soviet influence. As NATO and the UN were largely dominated by the United States and the United Kingdom, he lessened French involvement in those organizations and continuously blocked the UK's attempt to join the European Economic Community out of fear it would decrease French regional influence. In 1969, de Gaulle organized a national referendum which would reform the upper house of the French government, the Senate. If the reforms were not accepted by the French people, de Gaulle claimed he would resign. True to his word, de Gaulle stepped down soon after the referendum was defeated. His legacy remained, however, and de Gaulle's chosen successor, Georges Pompidou, was elected president the same year. The devastation wreaked in France by World War II was nearly total. Its infrastructure and economy were ruined, its cities destroyed, and the French that had survived the German occupation had little to eat and often even less money. France was greatly aided in its recovery by a huge influx of U.S. cash through the Marshall Plan. Marshall Plan aid stimulated the rebuilding of the French countryside and the growth of French industry, and France helped itself through increased European economic integration. However, the rebuilding of the French economy could not stop France from losing her colonies. With the once mighty French Empire so important to the French psyche, France fought hard to hold on to her colonies, only relinquishing Algeria and Vietnam after long and bloody conflicts. Without its colonies, French international influence survived through the patriotic foreign policy maneuvers of the regime of Charles de Gaulle, who changed the very structures of the French Republic. Everyone makes mistakes. Perhaps even recently you've backed into a parked car, messed up a recipe, or forgot your mom's birthday. Most of us atone for these mistakes. We leave a note on the car or apologize effusively to our mothers. Italy made a mistake itself in the early part of the 20th century when it allowed the rise of fascism and rallied behind Benito Mussolini, who concentrated power in his government and turned the Kingdom of Italy into his own personal dictatorship. However, with the defeat of the Axis powers and the death of Mussolini after World War II, Italy had a chance to move forward in a different direction. Prior to the war, Mussolini's fascist party and his foot soldiers, the infamous brown shirts, rose to power during the chaotic period after World War I, when the fragmented Italian society and government produced 5 different ineffectual coalition governments in only 3 years. In the midst of the chaos, Mussolini marched his party's soldiers into Rome, where King Victor Emmanuel III asked Mussolini to form a fascist government and bring domestic peace to Italy. As soon as Mussolini took power, he began dismantling the Italian democracy, and by 1925 he was officially referring to himself as Il Duce, literally meaning the leader. Mussolini's jingoistic fascist party allied itself with the equally fascist regime of Adolf Hitler in Germany. The anti-Semitism characteristic of Hitler's Germany was also present in Italy, where Jews were barred from holding office and further Jewish immigration into Italy was prohibited. When World War II broke out in 1939, Mussolini's government resolutely stood with Germany and declared war on Great Britain and France in 1940. Regardless, Italy's showing in World War II was decidedly poor, and by July of 1943, Allied troops were invading Sicily and the Italian peninsula. What local support remained for the totalitarian Mussolini evaporated, and the Allies were largely welcomed by everyday Italians. In April 1945, not long before the end of the war, Mussolini was discovered attempting to escape near the Italian-Swiss border, and he was summarily executed by Italian communists. Immediately after World War II, Italian society was largely divided as to how to move forward. For some, the main priority was abolishing the monarchy and establishing a republic, while others wanted to nationalize the northern industrial sectors and implement socialism and communism in Italy. The range of opinions was diverse. The first major post-war political decision in Italy took place in June 1946, when 54% of Italians voted to abolish the monarchy in a popular referendum. In order to prevent possible royalist uprisings, the royal family was expelled from Italy and banned from living within Italian borders. Italians also elected a constituent assembly in 1946, tasked with creating the Italian Constitution. The vote returned mainly members of the Christian Democrats Party, the Socialist Party, and the Communist Party, with the Christian Democrats, led by Alcide de Gasperi, holding a slight edge over its left-leaning compatriots. The constitution this assembly drew up created a bicameral parliamentary republic in Italy with separate judiciary and executive branches, the latter being headed by a president elected by Parliament. The new Italian constitution went into effect January 1, 1948, and set Italy's first open parliamentary elections for later that year. This election was heavily influenced by the United States. At this point, the United States was gifting huge sums of money to Western Europe through the Marshall Plan in the hopes of rebuilding the infrastructure and economies of Western Europe, and also hopefully warding off the spread of communism westward from Eastern Europe. Indeed, the United States provided huge sums of money to the Christian Democrats in their campaign, and the Marshall Plan's architect, U.S. Secretary of State George C. Marshall, even publicly warned that if the socialists or communists came to power, all U.S. aid to Italy would be suspended. With U.S. help, the Christian Democrats won nearly half of the popular vote and received a majority of the seats in Italy's first Republican Parliament. With a pro-Western government in charge and U.S. aid secured, Italy rapidly became an economic powerhouse in Europe in the 1950s and 1960s. At the end of World War II, Italy was a largely rural, agriculture-based society, but with the influx of U.S. cash, Italy rapidly industrialized and gained important trading partners throughout the world. Indeed, Italy became a founding member of the European Coal and Steel Community in 1951, an organization which formed the basis for the wider European Economic Community and today's European Union, organizations which fostered and foster economic growth and prosperity throughout the region. Italy's prosperity led to a softening of politics of the Italian left, and the socialists even joined the coalition government in 1963. Italian communists also began moving to the political center. For example, in the early 1970s, communist leader Enrico Berlinguer campaigned on the idea of Euro-communism, stating he wanted Italy to become a communist state but have zero affiliation with the Soviet Union. However, the prosperity of the 1950s and 1960s did not last forever. International increases in food and gasoline prices, along with diminished demand for Italian-produced goods, led to an economic downturn in Italy in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The decrease in the standard of living and the lost wages and jobs led to riots and strikes in several major Italian industrial centers. Socialist and communist parties enjoyed a resurgence in popularity during this period, and the political hegemony of the Christian Democrats was threatened, though never seriously. Several radical left-leaning groups broke away from the Communist or Socialist Party, upset with their respective parties' moderation in the past decades. One such group, the Red Brigade, turned to terrorism and guerrilla warfare, even kidnapping and assassinating former Italian Prime Minister Aldo Moro in 1978. Just as the social unrest in Italy settled down and the Italian economy improved in the mid-1980s, the Italian public was rocked with allegations of widespread government corruption and cronyism. The revelations led to the wholesale rejection of the traditional Christian Democrats and socialist parties in the early 1990s. In its stead, regional parties and politics made up the new face of Italian politics. With the fall of Mussolini and fascism after Italy's defeat in World War II, the Italian public seized their opportunity to remake their government on a democratic, republican model. While the new Italian constitution and the removal of the monarchy were done solely by the Italian people, its first elections in 1948 were heavily influenced by the United States and American threats of removing economic aid if socialists or communists should come to power. With a Christian Democrat government and U.S. aid secured, Italy proceeded to rapidly industrialize and turned into an economic powerhouse in Europe and an important regional trading partner. Though the cycles of global capitalism eventually led to an economic downturn and a resurgence of socialism and communism in the country, Italian democracy was never threatened. It took the greed of its own politicians and public knowledge of the corruption in the late 1980s and early 1990s before the face of post-war Italian politics was significantly altered. When I say Germany, what do you think of? Perhaps you think of sausage, their excellent soccer teams, or their delicious beer. What you may not know, however, is that only a quarter century ago, you might have asked a follow-up question. Which Germany? This is because for nearly a half century after the end of World War II, Germany was split into two states. With one communist government and one capitalist government, Germany was on the front lines of the Cold War in the second half of the 20th century. At the end of World War II, Germany had suffered total defeat at the hands of the Allies. As Soviet troops conducted a prolonged siege of Berlin in the first few months of 1945, Adolf Hitler, Germany's Chancellor cum dictator and the orchestrator of the murder of 6 million Jews during the war, committed suicide in his bunker. Soon after, Germany's remaining generals surrendered to the Soviet Union and the Allies. The three chief allies, the United Kingdom, the United States, and the Soviet Union, now had to decide what to do with a defeated and broken Germany. Indeed, due to Germany's willingness to fight until the very last man and Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin's insistence on Germany's unconditional surrender, the Allies had fought their way through the German heartland, wreaking devastation along the way. Additionally, the German political structure, which in the past decade had increasingly become a centralized dictatorship under Adolf Hitler, had entirely collapsed. Several high-ranking officials followed their chancellor's lead and committed suicide, while others attempted to flee. Fortunately, these circumstances had been foreseen by the Allied leaders. In the final year of the war, multiple conferences were held between Stalin, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and President Franklin Delano Roosevelt to determine just what to do with Germany when the country was finally defeated. At the most important of these conferences, at Yalta in the southern Soviet Union, the three leaders agreed to split Germany into 4 different occupation zones, with roughly the eastern third of the country controlled by the Soviet Union, and the western 2/3 split between American, British, and French control. The German capital, Berlin, although seated squarely in the middle of the Soviet zone, was also split in half between the 3 Western Allies and the Soviet Union. Additionally, the US and the UK acquiesced to Soviet demands of influence over most of Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union claimed it needed buffer states in Eastern Europe to protect against future Western aggression, but in reality it wanted the states to help spread the reach of communism further into Europe. Once this settlement had been realized and Western and Soviet troops had taken control of their respective zones, the rebuilding of Germany began with its further dismantling. Indeed, Germany was largely to blame for the 2 major wars of the 20th century, World War I and World War II, both of which cost millions of lives. As a result, all sides wanted to make it nearly impossible for Germany to ever start a war in Europe ever again. German states, regardless of their occupying country, were outlawed from keeping any sort of standing army or military presence whatsoever, and any factories in Germany's industrial military complex not already destroyed in the war were dismantled. Furthermore, the main industrial sector of Germany, the Rhine Valley in the southwest, was turned into a quasi-police state under French control. As tensions between the West and the Soviet Union increased, Germany found itself on the front lines of the Cold War. Indeed, the Soviet occupation zone and the 3 Western occupation zones were completely cut off from one another. A few years after the end of World War II, Germany was officially separated when the Soviet Union set up the communist government in East Germany, and the Western 3 occupiers fostered the creation of West Germany. Over the following decades, the West German government was largely allowed to operate as an independent state, with democratic republican institutions, although the Western military presence remained and they were still not allowed to have a domestic military. For example, West Germany became a founding member of the European Coal and Steel Community in 1957. The Six-Nation Agreement facilitated the exchange of resources between Western European countries and promoted economic growth throughout the region. The ECSC was the earliest formation of what later became today's European Union. East Germany, though technically its own state, was essentially a client state of the Soviet Union. The East German government was dominated by a communist party that was closely allied with Moscow and further outlawed the existence of any other political party. Whereas West Germany developed a strong capitalist economy fully integrated with the rest of Europe, East Germany was fully integrated into the Soviet communist economy. Over the next few decades, these different economic philosophies would lead to huge economic disparities between the 2 Germanys, the West's economy eventually being far healthier than the East's. The West's economic production and Soviet-US tensions led to the creation of arguably the most recognizable symbol of the Cold War, the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall was built in only 2 weeks in 1961 to separate East and West Berlin. It was built by the Soviet Union in order to prevent the constant immigration of young East Berliner professionals who could make more money and live a better life in the capitalist West than in the communist East. After several decades of moving in wildly different directions politically and economically, the possibility of reunifying Germany came surprisingly quickly. In the 1980s, the Soviet economy, with which East Germany was fully integrated, was floundering. Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev's attempted reforms did little to solve the crisis, and the relaxation of political suppression gave citizens of Eastern Europe greater freedom to protest communism. As demonstrations broke out across Eastern Europe, the East German government actually began banning Soviet publications within its borders in a vain attempt to hold on to power. However, after East Germany's neighbors like Czechoslovakia and Hungary began opening their borders to the West, East Germans flocked to their neighbors to permanently resettle in West Germany. Destabilized by these developments, East Germany erupted in protest in 1989. On November 9th, the Berlin Wall fell, and soon after East Germany's communist regime collapsed. Both East and West Germans wanted their country to be reunified, and after East Germany held its first free elections in March of 1990, a joint East-West Bundestag passed several laws during the summer of 1990 preparing to reunify Germany. The reunification became official in October 1990. Though reunification was joyously celebrated across Germany, spending nearly a half-century separated caused some problems moving forward. After all, the western two-thirds of Germany had been fully integrated into the capitalist global market since World War II, while East Germany was ill-prepared to enter the Western markets, and its industry was grossly inefficient by capitalist standards. As a result, economic conditions got worse in Eastern Germany before they got better. This exacerbated the already stark disparities in wealth between Eastern and Western Germany, a situation that is still somewhat present today. The creation of East and West Germany after the end of World War II largely occurred for two reasons. The rest of the world blaming Germany for instigating World War I and World War II, and the development of a global rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States and its Western allies. Indeed, without the rise of the worldwide struggle between communism and capitalism, Germany may have merely been occupied by the four different countries until the occupiers could agree Germany was sufficiently rehabilitated. Instead, East and West Germany grew in wildly different directions, depending on which side of that global battle they fell on. As the Cold War ended, Germany was quickly reunified, but the legacy of the division still remains in Germany today. It seems people are always talking about figurative walls. Whether it's throwing up walls in your personal life, at your job, or socially, cutting yourself off from the rest of society is generally considered a bad thing. This colloquialism is prevalent in modern language, possibly due to a very real wall which existed for a quarter century that divided one half of a German city from another. The Berlin Wall, which existed for nearly 30 years, was even more detrimental than your personal foibles, literally cutting off families and friends from one another. Germany's defeat in World War II presented a bit of a problem for the Allied nations. The Western Allies had advanced from the west and south, with Russia advancing through German territory from the east, achieving the unconditional German surrender that Stalin demanded, only through a prolonged siege of Berlin. As Hitler committed suicide and his generals surrendered, the Allied nations had to decide what to do with the defeated German nation. At conferences at Yalta and Potsdam, the United States and the United Kingdom agreed to allow the Soviet Union to have direct control or influence over most of Eastern Europe, including the eastern third of the German state. The western two-thirds was split into zones and controlled by the US, the UK, and France. However, the German capital, Berlin, presided smack in the middle of the proposed Soviet zone of occupation. The Western Allies did not want the traditional German seat of power entirely in Soviet hands, and as a result agreed to split the city of Berlin down the middle in similar fashion as the rest of Germany. The Soviets accepted this situation, although they did not like having a partially capitalist city in the middle of the communist zone. As a result, they attempted to drive the Western Allies out of West Berlin by blockading the city. The Allies showed their resolve to hold on to West Berlin by conducting the Berlin Airlift in 1948, which flew millions of tons of food and supplies into the ailing West Berlin. With the Soviet Union forced to live with the capitalist West Berlin, it had to face a far more serious problem in the city: the mass exodus of Berliners from the eastern half. In the 1950s, thousands each month left East Berlin, permanently relocating in West Berlin. To make matters worse, these were largely young, highly skilled professionals, doctors, lawyers, and engineers, who could make far more money and live a better life in West Berlin. The Soviets did not want an empty city to govern, and even worse, they feared the bad publicity for communism and the Soviet Union that this immigration would cause. The Soviets met this problem in the bluntest way possible. To stem the flow of migration, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev ordered a barbed wire and concrete wall built to separate the two sides of the city. The army of workers shipped in to construct the wall took just 2 weeks to complete it in August 1961. Over the following years, the wall would be built higher and fortified with concrete and steel until it rose to 12 feet in some areas. Eventually, the wall stretched for over 100 miles, as it not only divided the western half of the city from the eastern half, but wrapped around West Berlin to entirely isolate the capitalist enclave. There were only 3 checkpoints where people could cross from east to west, and these were heavily guarded and reserved only for military personnel and diplomats. Normal citizens required special papers to be allowed to cross, and after several years, virtually no German citizen was allowed in or out of West Berlin. Despite the massive wall, the impetus for escape was still there, and many attempted to escape East Berlin by scaling the wall, digging tunnels, or executing other elaborate schemes. The wall existed in various forms throughout the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. The Soviets continued to fortify and strengthen portions of the wall until it was virtually impregnable. Escape attempts became fewer and more complicated. Moreover, escape to West Berlin was incredibly dangerous as the wall's guards were instructed to shoot on sight anyone even near the wall. However, as the 1980s wore on, it became increasingly apparent that the Soviet Union was having major problems of its own. Economic growth in the Union and its client states was stagnant, and the government structure was too hierarchical and the problems too endemic to enact quick and meaningful change. Despite Mikhail Gorbachev's attempts at saving the Union through reform, communism and the Soviet Union's authority slowly eroded in Eastern Europe. After Poland secured free elections for itself, and with the Baltic states clamoring for independence from the Soviet Union, the communist official for East Berlin announced that free passage from east to West Berlin would open up at midnight of November 9, 1989. Berliners rejoiced at the news, and an impromptu citywide party began, and the wall started to come down. Revelers joyously chipped away at the wall with hammers and chisels, and within a few short days heavy equipment began dismantling the wall piece by piece. With Berlin reunited and communists crumbling across Eastern Europe, the entire German nation was reunified the following year, in 1990, and Berlin once again took its rightful place as the capital of a unified Germany. The Berlin Wall is often seen as a symbol of the Cold War and the half-century-long struggle between Communist East and Capitalist West. A literal manifestation of the Iron Curtain, which Winston Churchill poetically claimed separated the two regions of Europe, the Berlin Wall was built by the Soviet Union to stop the emigration to the capitalist West Berlin. The harsh treatment of attempted escapees and the wall's stark features are representative of the tensions that existed during the Cold War between the Soviet East and the Western world. After nearly 30 years of separating former neighbors from one another, the communist-built wall crumbled just as other communist institutions disintegrated across Eastern Europe. Are you ever sick from school or work and find yourself watching endless hours of daytime TV? If you have, you've likely seen a few instances of one of daytime talk shows' favorite tropes, the reunion of long-lost family members. Whether it's a father who left home or two sisters mistakenly split at birth, the reunion is usually surprising, tearful, and fulfilling for the viewer. While this sort of thing happens to average people every day, it isn't every day that countries get split in two, and it's even rarer that they are ever eventually reunited. Nonetheless, this very thing happened in 1990, when East and West Germany were reunified after 45 years of separation to become simply Germany. Germany's defeat in World War II presented a bit of a problem for the Allied nations. The Western Allies had advanced from the West and South, with the Soviet Union advancing through German territory from the East, achieving the unconditional surrender Stalin demanded only through a prolonged siege of Berlin. As Hitler committed suicide and his generals surrendered, the Allied nations had to decide what to do with the defeated German nation. Thankfully, several conferences and summits had been held at Potsdam and Yalta in the past year after it became apparent Germany would lose. There, the United States and the United Kingdom agreed to allow the Soviet Union to have direct control or influence over most of Eastern Europe, including the eastern third of Germany. The western two-thirds was split into zones and controlled by the US, the UK, and France. Additionally, the German capital, Berlin, which was in the middle of the Soviet zone, was also split between the two sides. In both the western and eastern portions of Germany, new governments were set up. In the east, the German Democratic Republic was founded. Despite the name, the communist government that was set up in East Germany was tightly controlled by Moscow, and East Germany became a client state of the Soviet Union. In the West, there was a bit more freedom allowed in domestic politics, as the Federal Republic of Germany was founded in 1949. Whereas East Germany had a communist economy that traded exclusively with its communist allies in Eastern Europe, West Germany slowly rebuilt itself as a capitalist hub in Central Europe, soon entering into trade agreements with other Western European countries and becoming a founding member of what would later evolve into the European Union. Both states, however, were allowed virtually no personal military force as punishment for German aggression in World War I and World War II. As the decades wore on, the two Germanys became more and more different. In West Germany, the economy prospered as its industrial heartland in the Rhine Valley recovered from the devastation of war and grew into a European industrial powerhouse through increased European integration. East Germany, on the other hand, lagged behind its former compatriots, saddled with a centrally controlled command economy dictated by Moscow and East Berlin. The differences between the two halves were nowhere more apparent than in Berlin, the German capital, which had also been split in two. The standard of living and opportunities for professionals were so much better in West Berlin than in East Berlin that the Soviet Union erected a permanent, concrete and barbed wire wall in August 1961 to stop the mass exodus of East Berliners. As the 1980s wore on, it became increasingly apparent that the Soviet system was under an immense amount of internal pressure. The Soviet economy was failing, and the political structures of communist governments in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union were too stilted to be able to enact meaningful change. Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev's attempted reforms only hastened the Soviet Union's decline, inadvertently giving those under communist rule more latitude to protest working conditions, political corruption, and communism in general. Fearful of Gorbachev's reforms, which led to massive protests across Eastern Europe, the East German government began banning Soviet publications and directives in the 1980s, hoping to maintain its grip on power. It was undermined in this effort by its neighbors. As Czechoslovakia, Poland, and other formerly communist nations began to open their borders to the West, East Germans began pouring over the border, ironically to immigrate from them to West Germany. Simultaneously, demonstrations began in earnest around East Germany in 1989. In November, the communist officials in East Berlin allowed free passage between East and West Berlin, reuniting Berlin and causing the wall to fall in a matter of days. After several quick regime changes and a vain attempt to maintain power, the East German communists allowed East Germany its first free elections in March 1990. The communists were soundly defeated, and the new party in power promised reunification with West Germany. Working alongside the West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl, the Germans secured reunification and admission to NATO through promising financial aid to the ailing Soviet Union. With all obstacles removed, East and West Germany were reunited in October 1990 after the reunification bill was overwhelmingly ratified by a joint Bundestag. Germans rejoiced and celebrated after nearly a half-century of formal separation. However, the conditions of this separation created problems for Germany soon after reunification. East German industry was far inferior to West German industry, and the fledgling capitalist economy in East Germany soon collapsed, unable to compete domestically, let alone internationally. This legacy created by these economic differences still exists today, and economic production in the East still lags behind the West. Additionally, cultural differences remain a contentious point between former East Germans and West Germans. Despite these minor quibbles, the reunification of Germany was an incredibly joyous occasion for most Germans. The partitioning of Germany after World War II had separated friends and family who may have previously lived only miles apart, but now were figuratively worlds away from each other. As communism fell across Eastern Europe in the late 1980s, East Germany came under considerable pressure from its own people to reform the government and reunify with West Germany. After the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, East Germany's communist government's days were numbered. The differences in economic approach between East and West Germany exacerbated the physical separation of the country, causing East Germany to be far behind West Germany economically when reunification finally occurred in 1990. When things in your life fall apart, be it a relationship, a job, or just your mental state, sometimes it can be incredibly difficult to pick up the pieces. You often don't know where to begin or what to do. In a way, the end of the Soviet Union presented a similar problem for Eastern European countries. Gone were the directives from Moscow and the communist Soviet economy, and in its place each new state had to figure out for themselves how to move forward. In December 1991, Mikhail Gorbachev resigned as leader of the Communist Party and the Soviet Union dissolved. Communist regimes throughout the region fell, leaving many Eastern European states in limbo. Debate raged within each country, and in the West, as to how to proceed. Nationalism largely prevailed throughout the region, as countries retook control of domestic politics and internal affairs. The Solidarity movement, led by Lech Walesa, campaigned successfully in 1989 to get free elections for Poland. After Poland's securing of free elections, demonstrations and revolutions swept across Eastern Europe, toppling nearly all communist regimes by the middle of 1992. Even states annexed by the Soviet Union experienced nationalism-driven independence movements, with Estonia first demanding its independence from the Soviet Union in 1987. After the Soviet Union's dissolution in 1991, 14 separate countries in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and along the Baltic Sea declared their independence. Communism was even abandoned in Yugoslavia and Albania, who had maintained communist regimes despite not being affiliated with the Soviet Union. Yugoslavia's federation disintegrated as well, breaking into 5 smaller states. Most, including the base of the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation, made the transition to parliamentary democratic republics, and most wrote constitutions, similar to many Western governments. The end of communism in the East and the tightly controlled Warsaw Pact had other ancillary political ramifications as well, as East and West Germany were reunited in 1990, and in 1992 Czechoslovakia split into the Czech Republic and Slovakia in a peaceful separation. Economically, the transition was far harder for Eastern Europe. After several decades of essentially controlled command economy, moving to a globally integrated market economy was a violent upheaval for Eastern Europe. Most of these new nations experienced deep economic depressions in the 1990s. This was a result of entering the global market without the tools and experience that Western European economies had developed over the past decades. It would take well over a decade before many of these economies reached domestic levels of GDP similar to what they had produced during the Soviet era. After the end of Soviet control over Eastern Europe, many of these states looked for greater integration in not just the global economy, but better relations with the West, and in particular the greater European community. In 2004, the former communist and/or Soviet-controlled nations of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia joined the EU as member states. These states were joined 3 years later by Bulgaria and Romania, and Croatia joined as recently as 2013. Many states have since adopted the euro as their currency. As a result of their increased European integration, their economies have gained better access to Western markets and an overall stronger presence in the global market. However, old relationships die hard, and the issue of whether to associate more strongly with the rest of Europe or with Russia remains a contentious point in other Eastern European states. As recently as early 2014, this contentious point touched off riots and episodes of police brutality in the former Soviet state of Ukraine. The end of communism in Eastern Europe and the fall of the Soviet Union presented both opportunities and issues for the successor states in the region. Participatory politics was now a viable option. As Soviet control waned, countries like Poland successfully held free elections and relaxed political and economic controls without fearing retribution from Moscow. Nationalist movements within these countries seized their opportunity and created or recreated independent democratic republics. At the same time, formerly communist economies were ill-equipped to enter the volatile global capitalist markets, and economic conditions in many countries got worse before they got better. Despite this, the end of communism has also made Europe a more stable region, as the 21st century has seen greater political and economic integration between formerly Soviet states and the rest of Europe.
After World War II, the Soviet Union emerged as one of the most powerful states in the world. The other, of course, was the United States. Although the Soviet Union suffered unimaginable casualties and enormous economic devastation during the war, by the 1950s it was well on its way to recovery. Eastern Europe had fallen under the control of the Soviet Union, further aiding the Soviet recovery and boosting Soviet nationalism. In the resource-laden Ukraine, agricultural and industrial output was particularly important. Soviet economics, of course, proceeded according to Joseph Stalin's 5-year plan. The Soviet Union had also acquired nuclear weapons technology, leading to the nuclear arms race between the two superpowers. The 1950s and 1960s were particularly tense because both countries competed for military superiority as well as cultural prominence. The Berlin airlifts, the construction of the Berlin Wall, and the Cuban Missile Crisis were just a few of the highlights of the Cold War. The 1970s were characterized by détente, which is a French word meaning the relaxation of tensions. Throughout the 1970s, both countries worked to improve relations. The Cold War heated up again throughout the 1980s as President Ronald Reagan took a strong stance against communism and increased defense spending. See, President Reagan was not content with the Cold War as it had been waged for decades. He wanted to win it. The largest peacetime defense buildup in American history took place under his administration. The Soviet Union's economy was not nearly as robust as the American economy, and when the Soviets increased defense spending to counter American expenditures, it severely hurt their economy. The arms race was basically bankrupting the Soviet Union. The Soviet war in Afghanistan, which began in 1979, also proved to be a drain on the Soviet economy, even as it highlighted the general decay of Soviet power. Something had to be done. Enter Mikhail Gorbachev. Mikhail Gorbachev came to power as General Secretary of the Soviet Union in 1985. Reform-minded, he realized he had to take drastic measures to revive the stagnant Soviet economy. Let's take a look at the reforms he put in place. The Russian word glasnost means openness or publicity. Upon coming to power in 1985, Gorbachev called for transparency in government dealings. He wanted government actions to be more open, more transparent for the Soviet people to observe. Practically, this meant limiting strict government censorship, granting freedoms of speech and expression to a greater degree, and improving human rights. Under glasnost, the Soviet people were also able to learn about the corrupt actions of former leader Joseph Stalin. The Russian media was particularly affected by glasnost. Gorbachev's reforms allowed for greater media critique of government. For the first time, the full extent of the Soviet Union's brutal past was exposed, causing many Russians to lose faith in communist ideology. Many Soviet citizens were shocked to find out the high standards of living enjoyed by Americans and Western European citizens. The bottom line is glasnost helped fuel disillusionment with the Soviet system. Perestroika literally means restructuring. Another of Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms, perestroika, refers to the restructuring of Soviet political and economic systems. Under perestroika, Gorbachev implemented political reform and introduced elements of free market economics. For example, he called for multi-candidate elections within the Communist Party to replace single-candidate elections. This reform, called democratization in the Soviet Union, gave the people a degree of choice in whom they elected, although technically all candidates were still members of a single-party system, the Communist Party. Hey, baby steps, right? Perestroika was also economic. In 1988, Gorbachev allowed limited ownership of private business under the law on cooperatives. This was a radical departure from decades of planned Marxist economics. We should understand, Gorbachev's plan was not to completely do away with the Marxist planned economy, but rather to tweak it. He wanted to make socialism more efficient by implementing certain elements of free market economics. Mikhail Gorbachev's policies of glasnost and perestroika had profound and unintended effects on the Soviet Union. In fact, many historians suggest these reforms led directly to the fall of communism and the breakup of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, faced with widespread opposition in the wake of Gorbachev's reforms, officially ceased to exist on December 26, 1991. While the dissolution of the Soviet Union is complex and resulted from a multitude of factors, glasnost and perestroika undoubtedly played a major role in bringing about this democratic revolution. Glasnost and perestroika allowed Soviet citizens to have a taste of the freedoms enjoyed by Western democratic states. Once the Soviet people tasted freedom, they craved more. Having the corruption of the Soviet government exposed by a free press and having greater economic flexibility caused Soviet citizens to realize what they had been missing for so many years. Let's review. In 1985, reform-minded Mikhail Gorbachev came to power as General Secretary of the Soviet Union. He introduced reforms along liberal lines. The two reforms most commonly associated with him are glasnost and perestroika. Glasnost means openness and refers to government transparency and increased freedom of expression. Perestroika means restructuring. Under perestroika, Gorbachev introduced elements of free market economics and implemented minor democratic reforms. These reforms allowed Soviet citizens a taste of freedom and led directly to the fall of communism and the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991.
Transitioning from childhood to adulthood can be hard. Entire worlds are opened up which you never knew existed before, whether it's having to pay rent and bills, work a regular job, or even something as mundane as cooking for yourself. Some are more prepared for that transition than others. By the time some kids reach their 18th birthday, they have already had jobs for years or done their own laundry and cooking. In this way, when Russia was reborn from the demise of the Soviet Union in 1991, it was more like a coddled newborn than any other Eastern European nation. Nearly 70 years of secretive political leadership and communist economics meant the country was totally unprepared for engagement in the wider world, economically and politically. Indeed, the Soviet Union had existed since Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks had finally consolidated power in Russia in the early 1920s. Over the following decades, Lenin's successors, from Joseph Stalin to Leonid Brezhnev, had implemented numerous communist reforms, detaining and often exiling capitalists while collectivizing all industry, agriculture, and overall economic output under government control. For years, the Soviet Union exerted control over Eastern Europe and enforced communism in its regions of influence. The Soviet Union excelled for a while, creating an industrial military complex rivaled only by the United States and launching the first satellite, Sputnik, into space as a show of its technological superiority. After several decades, however, the Soviet economy began to fail. The central control of the Communist Command economy created widespread inefficiencies, and the Soviet government was too stilted and hierarchical to properly react to the crisis. In 1985, new Premier Mikhail Gorbachev attempted to remedy these problems through introducing a modicum of economic openness and political freedom, policies named perestroika and glasnost respectively. Though these measures were intended to save the Soviet Union, in reality they only hastened its decline, as the increased political openness allowed for greater protests against communism throughout the Soviet Union and in Eastern Europe. In 1989 and into the early 1990s, Eastern European states responded to their population's demonstrations through ending communism and holding free elections. With most of Eastern Europe freeing themselves of Soviet control and smaller states in the Soviet peripheries clamoring for independence, Gorbachev announced the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991 and the end of communism in Russia. The reins of the Russian government were immediately handed over to Boris Yeltsin, a politician who had grown popular with the Russian people. This is perhaps surprising, since Yeltsin was a career politician of the Soviet era, a man who had joined the Communist Party in 1961 and risen through the communist ranks until becoming Gorbachev's right-hand man in the 1980s. But Yeltsin was a reformer, so much so that when he felt Gorbachev's glasnost and perestroika reform packages were not moving quickly enough, he quit the party in early 1990. The following year, in Russia's first democratic elections ever, he was elected president of Russia in June 1991. When a coup by communist hardliners attempted to oust Gorbachev and reinstall the draconian communism of Russia's Soviet past, Yeltsin was seen among the crowd of people that surrounded the Russian government building, famously climbing upon a tank to demand Gorbachev's release. After the coup ended, Yeltsin's antics and his reputation as a reformer made him a folk hero in Russia. His election as president in early 1991 and his popularity made his transition to Russian premier run smoothly when Gorbachev dissolved the Soviet Union in December. As president, Yeltsin implemented a series of drastic reforms in order to introduce market economies and democratic institutions to Russia. The transition was not easy. Russia's nearly century-long Soviet experiment meant all Russians had ever known was intense state control of resources, companies, and industries. The massive privatization project Yeltsin implemented, shock therapy as Yeltsin termed it, sold off entire sectors of the Russian economy to the highest bidders. Often, these men were Yeltsin's political cronies and former friends in the Soviet government. The result was economic chaos. Those few lucky enough to gain large stakes in vital Russian resources and industries, like oil and mining, grew incredibly wealthy in a short period of time, while the vast majority of the Russian population wound up unemployed and watched their Soviet-era pensions and savings evaporate. The Russian people's problems during this severe economic depression were further exacerbated by the elimination of many Soviet-era welfare programs that the poorest in Russia had relied upon. Though Yeltsin had entered the presidency as a popular figure, the effect of his economic reforms eroded that popularity quickly. Furthermore, Yeltsin lacked a certain amount of tact necessary in divided, democratic government. For instance, when Yeltsin tired of dealing with an intransigent and often obstructionist parliament in 1993, he simply surrounded the Russian parliament with tanks and issued a decree abolishing parliament, making him a de facto dictator. A tense, month-long standoff between parliament and Yeltsin ended with the leaders of parliament in jail and scores of civilians dead or injured in the ensuing demonstrations and chaos. In the aftermath, Yeltsin strengthened the office of the presidency and wrote a new Russian constitution which severely weakened the Russian parliament. Yeltsin's bruising tactics and the effects on the Russian people of his shock therapy economics caused the rebirth of the Communist Party. By the 1996 election, Yeltsin was in poor health and trailing all candidates in the polls. He scraped by as the second-best candidate in the first round of elections, only to surprisingly defeat the Communist Party candidate, Gennady Zyuganov, in the runoff election. Yeltsin retook the presidency without incident, signifying the normalization of peaceful post-Soviet politics in Russia. In Yeltsin's second term, he continued to battle bouts of poor health, often remaining outside the public spotlight for long periods, emerging only to announce important economic projects or political reshuffles. In 1999, he surprised most of the world by announcing his resignation, leaving the presidency to then Prime Minister of Parliament, Vladimir Putin. He died of heart failure in April 2007 at 76 years old. Unsurprisingly, Boris Yeltsin's legacy is dependent upon perspective. Many in the West consider him a great proponent of democracy and freedom. After all, his shock therapy economics created a vast amount of private wealth in a short period of time, albeit concentrated in the hands of the few, and integrated Russia into the global markets more quickly than anyone could have expected. Although Russia suffered a severe economic depression during Yeltsin's years in the presidency, many economists give credit to Yeltsin for Russia's atmospheric economic productivity in the first decade of the 21st century. Meanwhile, advocates of democracy in Russia often decry Yeltsin, and specifically the episode in 1993 when he dissolved parliament, rewrote the Russian constitution, and made the Russian presidency a virtually unchecked, omnipotent office. Only time will tell which of these developments becomes more important in Russian politics and economics. Relationships can sometimes end in messy ways. Everyone has seen movies or TV shows where the spurned lover throws their partner's belongings out of a window, or perhaps you yourself have had a relationship ended with a shouting match and been left out in the cold. Just like those volatile relationships, when countries break up, it's often a rather contentious affair. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, when the communist state of Yugoslavia began to break up in the Balkans, its state's attempts at breaking away were met with varying degrees of resistance from the central, Serbian-dominated government. This resistance led to several military conflicts in the 1990s. The first of these conflicts was also the shortest. The 10-day war occurred when Yugoslavia's northernmost province, Slovenia, attempted to break away from Yugoslavia. During the 1980s, Slovenia had moved to become more and more autonomous in opposition to Serbia's continuous dominance of the central Yugoslav government. In response to the secession of the Serbian communist Slobodan Milosevic to the head of the Yugoslav government in 1989 and his centralizing reforms, Slovenes voted in December 1990 to declare independence from Yugoslavia. Sensing the move, the Yugoslav People's Army, or JNA, preemptively removed most military weaponry from Slovenia. Realizing a JNA invasion was imminent, the Slovenian government provided funds and reinforcements to the Slovenian Territorial Defense Forces and reorganized the command structure to give the Slovenian government direct power over the force. When Slovenia officially declared independence on June 25, 1991, the Yugoslav government responded by authorizing the military to seize all Yugoslav border crossings, essentially licensing an invasion of Slovenian territory. Fighting began on June 27th when JNA forces seized several Slovenian border crossings with little resistance. The Slovenians were heavily outmanned and outgunned. They possessed no tanks, no heavy artillery, and had no air force. However, this perceived weakness helped the Slovenian cause. Assuming the Slovenians could easily be defeated, the Serbians took few strategic measures and simply rolled their tanks to border crossings through Slovenian territory. After several days of skirmishes between the two sides, the Slovenes struck a decisive blow on July 2nd, when they captured several poorly supplied tank columns and forced multiple JNA detachments to retreat across the border. That night, the Slovenians declared a unilateral ceasefire, which the JNA agreed to the following day. The war formally ended on July 7th when Yugoslavia, Slovenia, and the European Community signed the Brioni Accord, which recognized Slovenian independence, and Yugoslavia agreed to have all its forces removed from the territory within a few months. Croatia similarly begrudged the Serbian dominance and increasing centralization of the Yugoslav government, and it declared its independence from Yugoslavia the same day as Slovenia, June 25, 1991, after a May referendum where 93% of Croatians voted for independence. However, Croatia's situation was trickier than Slovenia's, because a large portion of ethnic Serbs lived in Croatia. Indeed, the leaders of these Serbs instructed their enclaves to abstain from voting in the referendum, likely playing a part in its overwhelming verdict. As soon as Croatia declared independence, the ethnic Serbs within Croatia rose up and seized government buildings in their area. Additionally, Serbia was not as willing to relinquish its control of Croatia as it was in Slovenia, in part due to the ethnic Serbian population in Croatia. The JNA's invasion of Croatia was brutal and targeted areas primarily dominated by ethnic Croats. Shelling was heavy, and violence on both sides of the conflict became ethnically based. Indeed, the conflict between Croats and Serbs dragged Bosnia-Herzegovina into the conflict. Bosnia-Herzegovina lies directly in between Serbia and Croatia, and in the early 1990s possessed roughly similar populations of ethnic Croats and Serbs, as well as a large Muslim population. Croat and Muslim portions of Bosnia wanted to break away from the Yugoslav state, a goal they achieved via a popular referendum in March 1992. Serbs naturally wanted to remain part of the Serbian-dominated Yugoslav government. Despite early efforts at peace between the two sides, talks broke down and open ethnic warfare broke out in early 1993. While both the UN and the European Community negotiated peace treaties and ceasefires early in the conflict, fighting inevitably continued as Yugoslavia refused to recognize Croatian and Bosnian independence. The fierce fighting in this conflict led to the coining of the term ethnic cleansing, whereby Serb or Croat troops massacred, tortured, and murdered civilians and raped the women and children of entire villages of opposing ethnicity. In one such instance, Serbian troops invaded a UN-protected area in Srebrenica, defiled the city's women, and murdered 8,000 Muslim males. Perhaps the most violent conflict in the war took place in the Bosnian capital, Sarajevo. Beginning in April 1992, Sarajevo was under siege from JNA troops for 3.5 years. Thousands were killed, and with the city entirely cut off from the rest of the world, the average Sarajevo resident lost more than 30 pounds. For this brutal siege and grave mistreatment of civilians, several Serbian generals have since faced charges of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide at the International Criminal Court at The Hague. The international community was horrified by the events in the Balkans, and the United States, the UN, and the European community continually pressed all sides to end the conflict. Eventually, the leaders of Croatia, Serbia, and Bosnia agreed to peace with the Dayton Accords in November 1995. As a result of the agreement, Serbia was forced to recognize Bosnian and Croatian independence. Furthermore, a 66,000-strong international peacekeeping force was established in the region. The next state to secede from the former Republic of Yugoslavia, which was renamed simply Serbia and Montenegro in 2003, was the southern province of Kosovo. Kosovo had a long history of dissent within Yugoslavia. For example, a minor revolt in 1968 led to Kosovo gaining a large degree of domestic autonomy, including the ability to vote on federal institutions. This history of dissent was largely based, yet again, on ethnic differences. 90% of the Kosovar population was ethnic Albanian, many of whom were Muslim. Despite this overwhelming majority of the population, in the mid-1990s, the minority Serbs in Kosovo gained control of the Kosovar media, industry, and most government institutions with help from the Milosevic government. For example, its leading university was forced to teach in Serbian rather than the traditional Albanian language. Initially, Kosovars seemed intent on enacting change through nonviolent protest, but in 1996, the Kosovo Liberation Army formed and began fighting guerrilla skirmishes against Serbian forces in the province. As violence escalated in 1997, the Serbian military cracked down heavily in the province, often murdering civilian ethnic Albanians in the same fashion as in Bosnia. The violence in the Balkans alarmed the international community, who feared yet another conflict might destabilize the entire region again. NATO, the UN, and the United States began pressing the Serbian government to recognize Kosovo's independence, which Milosevic stridently denied. Despite a peace agreement in October 1998, Serbian troops continued to fight the KLA and massacre ethnic Albanians. As a result, the United States and NATO began bombing Serbia and Serbian positions in Kosovo in March 1999. By June, the bombing campaign, which at times hit targets in the Serbian capital, Belgrade, had done its intended work, and Serbia withdrew from Kosovo. Soon after, the KLA agreed to disarm, and over 600,000 ethnic Albanians who had fled Kosovo during the conflict returned in the following months. The breakup of Yugoslavia into several independent states was a bloody and horrific affair. The Serbian-controlled central government in Belgrade refused to recognize the independence of its constituent provinces, and when fighting started, it quickly developed into gruesome ethnic violence. The rape, murder, and attempted genocide committed in Bosnia by Serbian troops, especially in Sarajevo and at Srebrenica, were beyond the pale, and as a result, several of those responsible have been tried and convicted of crimes against humanity in European courts. The Yugoslav wars of the 1990s are an awful episode of recent history, and a lesson in the myriad issues that can arise when a country begins to break apart.
The Vietnam War was a proxy war which occurs when one or more opposing powers instigates a war and then uses third parties to fight on their behalf. In this case, the Soviet Union and China supported North Vietnam. 58,000 American soldiers perished in the fields of Vietnam, in addition to the over 1.5 million Vietnamese killed. The Vietnam War was a complete disaster for the United States. Vietnam, known as Indochina prior to 1954, was occupied for the first half of the century by France and Japan. But as these powers waned at the end of World War II, the National Revolutionary Force of Indochina, known as the Viet Minh, claimed control of the country in 1945. Their leader, Ho Chi Minh, declared independence on September 2nd. Though President Franklin Roosevelt had called for a trusteeship or group occupation by several countries in Indochina, when President Harry Truman took over after Roosevelt's death, he enacted the policy of containment, which is preventing the expansion of communism. The French returned to monitor the democratic process, but actually spurred a revolt, sparking the First Indochina War. In this struggle, the nationalist forces of the Viet Minh clashed with the French colonials, who could not handle the war so soon after the ravages of the World War. The United States entered the conflict by sending a military assistance advisory group, which was to advise, not fight, alongside the French with their operations against the Indochinese. Now, 1954 was a pivotal year in the history of the conflict. President Dwight Eisenhower subscribed to the domino theory, which claimed that if one nation fell to communism, the rest would fall like dominoes. He sent more help to the French, but the Viet Minh launched a major offensive against the French at Dien Bien Phu. The French were defeated by May 7, 1954. Talks opened between the two sides as well as the United States at the Geneva Conference on April 26. By July 21, the meetings at Geneva established provisions that included the removal of France from Indochina and partitioned the country at the 17th parallel, but called for reunification elections in 1956. The country's name was also changed from Indochina to Vietnam. The United States didn't sign the accords, but instead created the state of South Vietnam under the leadership of Ngo Dinh Diem, as a shield against communist expansion in Southeast Asia. The United States even went one step further and created the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization to protect its allies from communist expansion. At the conclusion of the Geneva Conference, Eisenhower immediately began infusing South Vietnam with money and materials in order to strengthen Diem's political clout, as well as create a viable army to combat the North Vietnamese forces. Diem gained a significant amount of trust from the Eisenhower administration, and his support rose when he began systematically eliminating supporters of North Vietnam, as well as snubbed the 1956 reunification elections. Vietnam remained divided at the 17th parallel. Ho Chi Minh, realizing his dream of unifications was under threat, began operations against the United States in South Vietnam. By 1960, the National Liberation Front, or Viet Cong, which was the revolutionary political arm of North Vietnam, began to infiltrate into the south along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was a series of elaborate trails running from North Vietnam to South Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia, created in 1959. The goal of the Viet Cong was to recruit support for the war in South Vietnam. It is important to understand that the Viet Cong fought in the southern reaches of South Vietnam, while the North Vietnamese battled closer to the 17th parallel. President John F. Kennedy's brief stint in office was highlighted by his expansion of the war in Vietnam. In 1962, Kennedy overhauled the war strategy. He sent thousands of advisors and Green Berets to South Vietnam, employing the tactic of counterinsurgency, which uses force to destroy the enemy counterpart. Kennedy also promoted the Strategic Hamlet Program, which forced the South Vietnamese in protective reservations away from the influence of the Viet Cong. MAG was revamped and turned into the Military Assistance Command Vietnam under the leadership of General Paul Harkins, and, for the first time, American advisors were permitted to return fire in self-defense. Enlarging American involvement was underway. Yet by 1963, disaster struck the United States in three ways. First, at the Battle of Ap Bac. This was the first major confrontation between the South Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong. Needless to say, the South Vietnamese suffered a defeat. Fortunately, American firepower prevented a total loss. The second event was the assassination of Ngo Dinh Diem. After Diem decided to suppress the Buddhists in South Vietnam, a major movement against Diem began. Diem, the strongest leader America had in South Vietnam, was assassinated on November 3, 1963. The third and final event was the untimely assassination of Kennedy on November 22, 1963. The war in Vietnam bordered on total tragedy. Lyndon Johnson assumed office and was faced with the monumental burden of solving the enigma that was the Vietnam War. He was determined to take a hard line against communism while attempting to bolster South Vietnam. Johnson was soon faced with his first major crisis. On August 2, 1964, North Vietnamese attack boats fired on the United States destroyer Maddox, which was stationed in the Gulf of Tonkin. Several days later, on August 4, the Maddox and destroyer Turner Joy allegedly reported being fired on again. There was never conclusive evidence. As a result of the incident, Johnson decried unnecessary aggression and was awarded a blank check from Congress known as the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution to take whatever action was deemed necessary to combat the North Vietnamese. Johnson initially refused to send ground troops into the war, but he needed a way to respond to the Gulf of Tonkin incidents and force the North Vietnamese to the negotiating table. Johnson's administration then derived the idea of a massive air campaign over North Vietnam that would destroy the North Vietnamese war-making ability, infiltrate the supply route of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and force negotiations. The campaign was known as Operation Rolling Thunder. Derived on February 12, 1965, Operation Rolling Thunder was the largest air campaign in United States history. Beginning on March 2, it lasted 3 years, 1965 to 1968, and dropped hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs on North Vietnam. But the massive bombing campaign was ineffective, and Johnson moved to send troops into the region. The first troops, a Marine division, landed at Da Nang on March 8, 1965. Johnson would eventually send several thousand troops over the next few months, but the major escalation came in July. Advised to send additional troops to expedite the end of the war, Johnson approved the transfer of 125,000 American soldiers to Vietnam. The goal for the remainder of 1965 and 1966 was to carry out Phase 1 and Phase 2 of MACV Commander General William Westmoreland's three-phase plan to defeat the North Vietnamese. This included pacification, or eliminating the Viet Cong presence in South Vietnam Hamilton villages, and search and destroy, which was a war of attrition that aimed to eliminate North Vietnamese armed forces in South Vietnam. Phase 3, the ultimate objective, was to gain additional troop support and conduct a major offensive against the North Vietnamese in 1967. This was never realized. By the end of 1967, the United States had over 460,000 soldiers in combat. Operations against the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong were grueling. While the search and destroy strategy yielded only large numbers of enemy deaths that could be quantified as body count, or a way to measure the United States' progress in the war. At the onset of 1968, the United States, South Vietnam, and North Vietnam agreed to a temporary ceasefire to observe Tet, the Vietnamese Lunar New Year. The temporary ceasefire, however, was a hoax implemented by North Vietnam. On January 21, 1968, the North Vietnamese launched a major offensive against American Marines stationed at Khe Sanh. The siege lasted roughly 80 days, yet the attack at Khe Sanh was minor compared to the massive offensive the North Vietnamese launched on January 31. The Tet Offensive, as it was labeled, witnessed over 80,000 North Vietnamese soldiers invade South Vietnam from different points along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Cities such as Saigon, Pleiku, Hue became major battle sites. This was a definitive turning point in the war, as Americans at home watched the horrors of the invasion unfold on television. The public had been made believe that the war was being won, yet the offensive proved otherwise. While American servicemen were able to stem the tide of the Tet Offensive and repel the enemy, the hope for victory in Vietnam was shattered due to the public outcry against the conflict. Over the next several months, requests for additional troops by General Westmoreland were vehemently denied. Additionally, the Wise Men, a group of former diplomatic and military leaders, including General Omar Bradley and former Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, recommended that President Johnson begin to find a way to honorably withdraw from the war in Vietnam as a means of saving face in the international arena. Most surprisingly, however, was Johnson's announcement on March 31 that he would not seek re-election as President of the United States. The irreparable damage of the Vietnam War had caused a drastic change in the political and foreign landscape of the United States. After winning the presidential election of 1968, Richard M. Nixon entered the White House in 1969. Nixon campaigned on the platform of having a secret plan to achieve peace with honor in Vietnam. Some of the notable events of the Nixon years regarding the Vietnam War included the establishment of Vietnamization, or turning the war over to the South Vietnamese, the Cambodian incursion, Operation Lam Son 719 in Laos, the Eastertide Offensive, and the all-out aerial bombing campaign under Operations Linebacker 1 and 2. Information on the aforementioned can be found in detail in additional lessons. Eventually, after 23 years of American involvement in the war, the United States and North Vietnam signed the Paris Peace Accords on January 27, 1973. This officially ended the United States' military involvement in Vietnam, although American advisors remained in country. Simultaneously, Congress implemented initiatives of its own in order to keep the United States from remaining and/or re-entering in the war. This included the passage of the Cooper-Church Amendment in 1971, the Case-Church Amendment in 1973, and the War Powers Act also in 1973. With the United States officially out of the Vietnam War, the North Vietnamese prepared for a massive invasion of South Vietnam. By 1975, the North Vietnamese moved into South Vietnam, and the depleted South Vietnamese army, and its American advisors, was no match for its enemy counterpart. The North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong captured Saigon on April 30, 1975. This marked the end of the conflict in Vietnam. Following the Second World War, Ho Chi Minh was successful in regaining control of Indochina. However, France soon returned to power. The First Indochina War broke out as a result of the conflict between Ho Chi Minh's Viet Minh forces and the French. France was eventually crushed at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, which resulted in peace talks opening at the Geneva Conference. The United States decided to support the division of Vietnam at the 17th parallel and endorsed No Dinh Diem. Both Kennedy and Johnson attempted to win the war in Vietnam by enlarging the effort through the Strategic Hamlet Program, an influx of advisors, a massive air campaign known as Operation Rolling Thunder, and the introduction of ground forces, respectively. The Tet Offensive of 1968 proved to be the breaking point of the United States as the American public caught a glimpse of the failing effort. By the end of 1968, the United States was looking to honorably end the war in Vietnam. President Richard Nixon attempted to achieve that sought-after end through strategies such as Vietnamization, minor incursions into Cambodia and Laos, and the massive linebacker bombing campaigns. Eventually, the United States and North Vietnam entered into the Paris Peace Accords, which officially ended American involvement in the war. Without the assistance of the United States, South Vietnam capitulated under the pressure of the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong on April 30, 1975. The North Vietnamese achieved victory, and the war in Vietnam was officially finished. When it comes down to it, President George H.W. Bush was a highly regarded international tactician. This ability stemmed from his early career as a diplomat, an ambassador to the United Nations, and as the director of the CIA. Bush embodied President Theodore Roosevelt's straightforward notion of speak softly and carry a big stick. When Bush assumed office in 1989, he established a foreign policy that prioritized diplomacy over force. This conservative approach was utilized in relations with China and the Soviet Union, and in places like Germany and Somalia. However, whenever diplomacy was unattainable, Bush fully supported the use of force to remedy international crises, deploying military force to Latin America and the Middle East. Bush's use of diplomacy to solve international issues was a trademark of his presidency. In fact, Bush attempted to encourage diplomatic solutions in all instances of aggression before using force. His belief in cooperation and negotiation yielded admirable results. In 1989, Bush's first foreign complication arose in China when the Chinese military violently overtook pro-democracy demonstrators in Tiananmen Square. You may remember seeing the famous photograph of a Chinese protester standing in front of a tank during the time of the crackdown. While the international community called for action to be taken against the Chinese, Bush rejected the use of force in favor of sanctions. Why? Simply because Bush didn't want to ruin the relations between the United States and China that had improved drastically since the end of the Second World War. Speaking of improved relations, Bush was adamant to bring the Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union to an end. Fortunately, the power of the Soviet Union had slowly dissolved during the 1980s. With Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev opening the closed society and numerous satellite republics breaking away from the Soviet Union, a permanent rapprochement between the two nations was possible. Bush ensured the removal of the Berlin Wall in Germany. He agreed to a bilateral reduction of nuclear arms with the Soviet Union, which included the approval of the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, or START, in 1991. Bush's diplomatic aims with the Soviet Union helped to reduce any remaining tension between the two nations. The Soviet Union eventually collapsed in 1991, and Bush began working with Russian President Boris Yeltsin. The collapse of the Berlin Wall posed a new set of international issues for the Bush administration. The foremost problem was establishing protocol for the unification of Germany. All parties involved, including the United States, Soviet Union, France, and Britain, pursued different measures in unifying the German nation. Bush campaigned for the 2+4 agreement, which called for joint cooperation between the four nations, as well as East and West Germany. After the agreement was adopted, Bush presented a unification compromise that called for Germany to be admitted into the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and granted the Soviet Union 4 years to withdraw its forces from the nation. Bush's streak of successful diplomacy continued in Somalia. The small coastal nation faced several hardships including famine, economic depression, and starvation during the final years of Bush's tenure. As a result, Bush deployed United States forces to help ease the growing crisis. He provided food, water, and refuge for those who had struggled to survive. While his overtures were successful, the humanitarian efforts in Somalia collapsed during President Bill Clinton's tenure due to guerrilla force. In an attempt to redefine security and enlarge the American presence in the world, Bush campaigned for a New World Order in 1990. The New World Order called for the beginning of multilateral cooperation in international security. Bush maintained that the new alliance represented a world freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in the quest for peace. An era in which nations of the world, East and West, North and South, can prosper and live in harmony. The goal was to break down complications that were caused by the Cold War and build working relationships with former enemies in a quest for international security. The best example is the renewed relationship between the United States and Soviet Union, who, as you will see, worked together to bring security to the Middle East. Bush believed that the United States, coupled with multinational cooperation, was destined to secure the post-Cold War world. Force was generally the final solution within Bush's foreign policy. While he was able to navigate a number of successes through diplomacy, Bush did face instances where he was required to take action. The two most prominent examples were in Latin America and the Middle East. Panama became a battleground against communism, terror, and lawlessness. The main culprit in Panama was Manuel Noriega, an individual who the United States had sponsored during the Reagan administration. Noriega turned against the United States and began funding the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. Noriega was notorious for his extensive drug trafficking within the United States, as well as his violent takeover of the Panamanian military and government. The aggressive leader also single-handedly ensured his election as President of Panama through terror and the destruction of voting results. This final act represented the tipping point for the Bush administration. Bush originally approved of a coup against Noriega. However, the plan was poorly designed and did not guarantee the appropriate results. Coincidentally, Noriega sealed his fate when he ordered the attack on American servicemen around the time of the proposed coup. Bush now had a legitimate claim to intervene and dispose of the dictator. Shortly thereafter, Bush approved of an invasion of Panama known as Operation Just Cause. The United States military, with the strength of 10,000 soldiers coupled with the Panamanian resistance, overwhelmed Noriega and his military. The effort lasted less than a month. Noriega was arrested and placed in an American prison. American efforts in Panama were minuscule compared to the actions taken in the Middle East at the turn of the decade. On August 2, 1990, Iraq, under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, invaded Kuwait and captured the nation's lucrative oil supply. Bush, along with Britain and the Soviet Union, condemned the Iraqi invasion. Interestingly, this was the first time since the beginning of the Cold War that the United States and Soviet Union bilaterally denounced a form of international aggression. Bush immediately froze Iraqi assets, deployed troops to Saudi Arabia, and established Operation Desert Shield, which ultimately called for the removal of Iraq and Kuwait and the restoration of a democratic Kuwaiti government. Bush continued to push for diplomatic aims to force the Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. He encouraged pro-United States nations in the Middle East not to become entangled in the conflict. Bush even sent Secretary of State James Baker to negotiate with Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz, but the effort was unsuccessful. After the continued intransigence and refusal to withdraw from Kuwait by Hussein, Bush asked Congress for the right to intervene with military force. Congress approved the request and Bush launched Operation Desert Storm in January 1991, marking the beginning of the Persian Gulf War between American-led coalition forces and Iraq. The coalition military invasion consisted of a two-pronged approach. The first measure was an extensive air war launched in January that decimated Iraq. In February, the combined forces launched an aggressive ground war with speeds that overwhelmed the Iraqi forces in Kuwait. Iraqi forces surrendered by the end of February, and General Norman Schwarzkopf delivered the ceasefire agreements to the remaining Iraqi leadership in March. Saddam Hussein had fled by this point. Victory in the two-month war was a resounding achievement for the United States, especially in the dark shadow of the Vietnam War. The foremost objective of President George H.W. Bush's foreign policy was diplomacy. Bush was able to use diplomacy in building relations with China and the Soviet Union and bringing organization and relief to nations such as Germany and Somalia. He even created the New World Order, which called for an alignment between nations to ensure international security. Bush, however, did not fear using force. When diplomacy failed in Panama, the president dispatched military forces to remove Manuel Noriega from power. In addition, after months of aggression and defiance from Saddam Hussein, Bush approved of Operation Desert Storm. This marked the beginning of the Persian Gulf War and the movement to force the Iraqi army out of Kuwait. The United States was largely successful in both endeavors.
India has a long tradition of religious tension. While there has been historic tension between Christians and Muslims, Hindus and Christians, and numerous other sects, one of the most significant sustained religious conflicts has been between Hindus and Muslims. This struggle has raged since Islam spread into the Indian peninsula in the early 700s. In the 20th century, this tension was a major factor in the partition of the British colony of India into the new states of India and Pakistan. Before we go any further, however, we very quickly need to provide a basic context. Let's begin with Hinduism. Hinduism is considered one of the world's oldest religions. It predates Christianity and Islam by centuries. Hinduism is a difficult religion for many Westerners to understand because it doesn't have a rigidly structured and prescribed set of beliefs. In many ways, Hinduism is inclusive toward other religions. It is often considered more of a way of life or a philosophical framework rather than religion in the traditional sense. In a nutshell, Hinduism regards life as a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, with karma acting as a guiding force. Islam is a monotheistic religion based on the teachings of Muhammad, who lived between 570 to 632 BCE. Followers of Islam are called Muslims. Muslims worship the Supreme Being Allah and follow His revelations contained in their sacred text, the Quran. So, as I mentioned, Hindu-Muslim conflict in India has been going on for centuries. It is nothing new. Throughout the Middle Ages, Muslim expansion into the Indian peninsula threatened the Hindu way of life. In time, some Indians converted to Islam. Throughout the modern age, Indian Muslims and Indian Hindus coexisted within a fragile system, with violence often breaking out between the two groups. In the 20th century, Hindu-Muslim tension played a vital role in the partition of British India. While Hindu Indians dominated the central and eastern part of the Indian subcontinent, Muslim Indians dominated the western part of the region in what is now Pakistan. This is important to remember as we move forward. In the early 20th century, many Muslim Indians belonged to the upper classes of society. But as democratic thinking grew among the poor and lower classes, which had a large composition of Hindus, many Muslim Indians became concerned. Hindus were increasingly coming to power. The Muslim League, technically called the All India Muslim League, was established in 1906 to protect the civil rights of Muslim Indians, particularly those of the upper class. Meanwhile, the Indian National Congress, a political organization and party established in 1885, worked to secure greater autonomy from the British Raj. The term British Raj simply refers to British rule over the Indian subcontinent. While the Indian National Congress contained some members who were also members of the Muslim League, by the 1930s it became increasingly dominated by Hindus. By this time, many Indians also began demanding complete independence from British rule. Enter Gandhi. Mohandas Gandhi was the leading figure of India's independence movement. he became famous for his acts of civil disobedience toward British authority. Gandhi's vision of a free India consisted of a secular democratic republic in which all Indians, regardless of religion or class, lived together in harmony. Gandhi's program of satyagraha, or passive resistance, helped inspire a mass movement which finally convinced the British to grant Indian independence. As British authority in India was rapidly deteriorating, the Muslim League began demanding the formation of a separate nation-state for Muslim Indians. The Viceroy of India, Lord Mountbatten, favored partition, and following World War II, the British government agreed to the Mountbatten Plan. Under the plan, the British government approved the creation of two brand new nation-states, India and Pakistan. The exact boundary between the two states would be determined by a commission sponsored by the British government. Certain disputed regions were also given the option of a referendum to decide which state they should be absorbed into. The Mountbatten Plan was formally accepted on July 18, 1947, when Parliament passed the Indian Independence Act. A month later, on August 15, 1947, India and Pakistan officially came into existence. So the bottom line concerning this lesson is that Hindu-Muslim tension resulted in the partition of British India into India and Pakistan. Pakistan was especially created for Muslim Indians, while India was religiously pluralistic but tended to be mostly Hindu. Let's review the key terms contained in this lesson. Hinduism is an ancient religion centered on the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It is an inclusive philosophical outlook that generally lacks a dogmatic set of prescribed beliefs. Islam, on the other hand, is very rigid in its belief system. Islam is a religion based on the teaching of Muhammad. Religious tension in British India prompted Muslim Indians to form the Muslim League. Formed in 1906, this organization worked to protect civil rights for Muslim Indians. At the same time, the Indian National Congress worked to promote greater political autonomy from British rule. Mohandas Gandhi emerged as the leading figure of the Indian independence movement. He is remembered for his vision of an India not bound by religious and class differences, and for his courageous acts of civil disobedience. Named after the Viceroy of India, Lord Mountbatten, the Mountbatten Plan outlined the partition of British India into two separate states, divided along religious lines. The plan was accepted by Parliament on July 18, 1947. A month later, Pakistan and India came into existence as nation-states. Because Cuba is a mere 90 miles from the United States, events in Cuba are critical to American interests. This was never truer than during the 1950s and 1960s. In the context of the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States, Cuba took center stage and became the subject of dramatic confrontations. Let's explore how this tiny island played a major role in the Cold War and brought the two superpowers to the brink of nuclear war. Let's begin with the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Revolution took place from 1953 to 1959 and resulted in the overthrow of Fulgencio Batista and the creation of a new communist government under Fidel Castro. But revolutions don't just pop up out of nowhere. What led to the Cuban Revolution? In 1940, Fulgencio Batista came to power as president of Cuba. Initially, he was relatively progressive and had the support of many on the left. Over time, however, he became increasingly autocratic and anti-communist. his anti-communist stance allowed him to garner American support. Batista also made deals with the American mafia and wealthy American investors, causing many Cubans to see him as an exploiter of Cuban capital. To many Cubans, the corrupt Batista was a sellout. Facing certain defeat in the 1952 election, Batista assumed dictatorial powers. He suspended the 1940 Constitution and cracked down on any who opposed him. Batista ruled Cuba for the next few years, even as communist revolutionaries like Fidel Castro and Che Guevara rose up against him. Fidel Castro and his brother Raúl emerged as leaders of the 26th of July movement, which was a leftist revolutionary organization committed to ousting Batista. The organization was named after their first assault against Batista's government, an attack that happened on July 26, 1953. This attack was an utter failure, resulting in the imprisonment of the Castro brothers. Within a year or two they were released, and they then fled to Mexico, where they recruited members for their cause. In 1956, they returned to Cuba to continue their revolution. Hiding in the hills of Cuba, the movement engaged in years of guerrilla warfare against Batista's government. In early January 1959, the movement succeeded in ousting Batista. Batista's government was replaced by a communist government headed by Fidel Castro. One quick side note. Earlier I mentioned Che Guevara. In case you are not sure who he is the communist revolutionary who, in recent years, has managed to become famous for randomly appearing on hipster t-shirts. You know, with long hair and a beret? Yeah, that guy. Yes, he was a leading figure of the Cuban Revolution until he was hunted down and executed in 1967, but that's a whole other story. During the revolutionary years and immediately afterwards, Castro tried to make his movement seem less radical than it actually was. He even toured the United States in 1959 and denied that he was a communist. For a time, he even had the support of some Americans. But it was not long before his true color appeared, and that was red, of course. In the aftermath of the revolution, Cuba and the Soviet Union became allies, further alienating the United States. Concerned over the coziness between Cuba and the Soviet Union, American President Dwight D. Eisenhower came up with a secret plan to invade Cuba and have Castro removed from power. The plan was coordinated by the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and it involved assistance from the American Mafia and other anti-Castro groups in Cuba. The plan involved CIA-sponsored training of anti-Castro Cuban exiles. When John F. Kennedy became president, following the election of 1960, he was informed of the plan. He gave his consent, and the Bay of Pigs invasion took place from April 17th to 19th, 1961. The invasion was preceded by an airstrike in which light bombers attacked Cuban airfields in an attempt to disable the Cuban Air Force. On April 17th, roughly 1,500 CIA-backed Cuban exiles launched an amphibious assault in the Bay of Pigs. After an initial success against local militia, the assault teams were driven back by Castro's forces. The Bay of Pigs invasion was a complete failure. Later government reports cited a variety of reasons for the fiasco, including poor planning and inadequate supplying. The attempted invasion was also a huge embarrassment for the newly elected President Kennedy. To his credit, he took full responsibility for the invasion. He later negotiated with Cuba for the release of most of the captured Cuban exiles. The botched Bay of Pigs invasion further pushed Castro's Cuba into the arms of the Soviet Union. The tiny island nation was in need of a powerful ally who could guarantee its survival. The Soviet Union also recognized the advantage of having an ally so close in proximity to the United States. See The United States had military bases and missile sites throughout Europe, most notably in Turkey. If you know your geography, Turkey borders the Soviet Union. This posed a direct threat to the Soviet Union. It gave the United States a tremendous strategic advantage. Many Soviet officials doubted the accuracy and reliability of Soviet long-range intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. It was thus in the Soviet Union's best interest to establish medium-range and intermediate-range missile sites in the Western Hemisphere, and what better place than 90 miles from the U.S. mainland? In the early summer of 1962, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev persuaded Fidel Castro to permit the construction of strategic missile sites in Cuba. Under the guise of agricultural and industrial specialists, Soviet missile experts began arriving in Cuba in July. In early September, the first batch of Soviet R-12 missiles arrived in Cuba. These intermediate-range missiles were capable of being armed with nuclear warheads. Throughout August and September, the CIA had been collecting intelligence on the missile sites. On October 14, 1962, a U-2 spy plane flying a reconnaissance mission over Cuba captured photographs of missile site construction. Within days, this information was brought to the attention of President Kennedy. To deal with the crisis, Kennedy convened the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, or EXCOM. EXCOM was a group of advisors who offered insight into the crisis in Cuba. Members of EXCOM proposed a variety of tactics to deal with the missile threat, including an airstrike, land invasion, and a naval blockade. Some also suggested the United States should do nothing at all. Most advisors suggested a full-scale invasion of Cuba, but Kennedy was inclined to show more restraint. He called for a quarantine of Cuba, which was essentially a blockade, but it sounded less threatening. The quarantine was designed to halt the shipment of any more missiles. He also demanded the destruction of the current missile sites. On October 22nd, Kennedy went public with the crisis, appearing on television and informing the American people. The news shocked many Americans. Many historians regard the 13 days in October 1962 as the closest the world has ever come to nuclear war. American and Soviet military forces were put on high alert as the world held its breath. Meanwhile, secret negotiations were taking place between Washington and the Kremlin. A deal was worked out in which the Soviets agreed to dismantle their missile sites in exchange for a pledge that the United States would never again invade Cuba. As part of the deal, the United States also agreed to remove its missiles from Turkey, although this deal remained classified for years. The Cuban Missile Crisis, as it is called, lasted from October 14th to 28th, 1962. In the end, it was resolved peacefully, although it brought the Soviet Union and the United States to the brink of nuclear war. The seriousness of the crisis resulted in the creation of the Moscow-Washington Hotline, a direct link of communication between the two superpowers. This hotline was intended to give American and Soviet leaders the opportunity to directly negotiate future crises. American public opinion was generally favorable toward Kennedy's handling of the situation. Let's review what we've learned about Cuba during the Cold War. The Cuban Revolution took place from 1953 to 1959. It resulted in the overthrow of dictator Fulgencio Batista and the creation of a new communist government under Fidel Castro. During the revolution, the 26th of July movement waged years of guerrilla warfare against Batista's government. Between April 17th to 19th, 1961, President Kennedy authorized the Bay of Pigs invasion, in which anti-Castro Cuban exiles launched a full-scale invasion of Cuba in an attempt to oust Castro. The invasion was a total failure. During the Cuban Missile Crisis between October 14th to 28th, 1962, President Kennedy convened ExComm, a group of advisors to help resolve the crisis. Although it brought the United States and the Soviet Union to the brink of war, it was resolved peacefully through secret negotiations. The aftermath of the Second World War had profound effects on East Asia, many of which are felt to this day. When the Imperial Japanese Army surrendered on August 14, 1945, a date celebrated by the Allies and many in the Western world as VJ Day, or Victory over Japan Day, events were put into place that would permanently alter the geopolitical makeup of East Asia. Of particular importance were the partition of the Korean Peninsula and the reconstruction of Japan. Before we dig into the specifics of the partition of Korea, let's quickly review some background material. For decades prior to World War II, the Korean Peninsula was territory controlled by the Empire of Japan. Following the Russo-Japanese War from 1904 to 1905, Korea was annexed by Japan in 1910. Even though Japanese control over Korea helped bring modernization, the Korean people were looked down upon by the Japanese and often treated poorly. As early as 1943, with World War II in full swing, Allied leaders were deciding what post-war East Asia should look like. In November of that year, at the Cairo Conference, U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and Chinese nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek met to discuss what would become of the Japanese Empire. It was determined that Korea should be a free and independent country. When Japan surrendered on August 14, 1945, popularly known as, that's right, Victory over Japan Day, a provisional government was set up in Korea, with the Soviet Union exercising control over the northern half and the United States exercising control over the southern half. Remember, during World War II, the Soviet Union and the United States were allies. The boundary between the two zones of occupation was drawn at the 38th parallel. Into 1946 and 1947, the Soviet Union and the United States could not agree on plans for an independent, unified Korea. The Soviet Union wanted a communist-leaning government installed, while the U.S. wanted a democratic-leaning, pro-American government put in. In 1947, the United Nations ordered free elections to be held to decide the issue. The Soviet Union failed to adhere to the UN resolution, prompting further uncertainty. In August 1948, the Republic of Korea was declared and formally took over control of the southern half of the peninsula. This is what we know as South Korea. A month later, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was declared in the Soviet zone of occupation. This, of course, is North Korea. Don't let the name Democratic People's Republic fool you. It was anything but democratic, and it was not a republic. To this day, Korea remains divided along the 38th parallel, or the DMZ, which stands for Demilitarized Zone. Throughout the Cold War and even to this day, tensions between the two Koreas occasionally erupt into minor displays of force. Following the Japanese surrender on August 14, 1945, the Allies occupied Japan. This occupation lasted until 1952. The United States occupied the most important parts of the former empire, although certain portions of land were controlled by Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union. General Douglas MacArthur was appointed Supreme Commander for the Allied powers by President Harry Truman and charged with supervising the occupation of Japan. Although MacArthur was supposed to collaborate with other officials, in reality he became the viceroy of the defeated nation. MacArthur tended to be aloof in his supervision of Japan, preferring to delegate power rather than micromanage. For the average American soldier, the occupation of Japan was a cushy job. American soldiers typically occupied the best buildings and lived in near luxury compared to the destitute Japanese. The Japanese people were humiliated by their defeat and were generally submissive to their conquerors. Fearful that American troops would rape their women, the Japanese went to great lengths to set up elaborate systems of brothels where comfort women provided their services. As venereal disease became a problem, coupled with other issues, MacArthur decided to close the brothels. As tension between the Soviet Union and the United States escalated, the United States recognized the importance of reconstructing Japan as a democratic and capitalist state. Under the leadership of MacArthur, major land reform was conducted, giving Japanese peasants the opportunity to own land and have a chance at upward social mobility. Traditional power structures were torn down, leading to increased social liberalization. Women were given rights they had never had under their old way of life. In May 1947, the Constitution of Japan was enacted, making the Emperor of Japan a purely symbolic figure, having no real political power. Instead, power was given to the people of Japan via a parliamentary system. Article 9 of the new Constitution was especially important because it essentially prohibited the Japanese from engaging in war to settle international disputes. Under the new Constitution, Japan was economically restructured under a system that was similar to America's New Deal program. Generally, the Japanese people were responsive to Allied attempts to foster reconstruction along liberal lines. The people realized the benefits of democracy, industrialization, and a more capitalistic economy, and generally welcomed these changes. Let's review. Plans for the future of Japanese territory had been discussed between Franklin Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Chinese nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek as early as 1943 at the Cairo Conference. Following VJ Day, or Victory in Japan Day, on August 14, 1945, the Allies assumed control of all Japanese territory. This included the Korean Peninsula, which was divided at the 38th parallel between the zones of Soviet and American occupation. Unable to reach an agreement over a permanent government structure for Korea, despite intervention from the United Nations, the Republic of Korea, also known as South Korea, was formed in August 1948, while the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or North Korea, was formed a month later. Allied occupation of Japan began on VJ Day and lasted until 1952. American General Douglas MacArthur was appointed supervisor of the occupation by President Truman, and he effectively became the Viceroy of Japan. Under his leadership, Japan was democratized and liberalized through land reform and other methods of social and economic restructuring. In May 1947, the new Constitution of Japan was enacted, reducing the emperor to a purely symbolic figure holding no real power. It also forbade Japan from settling international disputes through war. Generally, the liberally reconstructed Japanese government was welcomed by the Japanese people who were eager for change.
The People's Republic of China was founded on October 1, 1949, after the Chinese Civil War ended with the Communist Red Army defeating the Nationalists. The different leaders that ruled post-1949 China caused the economic and political climate to shift course several times. Two of the most influential leaders of the People's Republic of China are Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping. Mao launched the Great Leap Forward to collectivize farming and the Cultural Revolution to revive the revolutionary spirit. Deng greatly improved both international relations and the economic state of China. A closer look at these two leaders is necessary to understand the evolving economic and political state of China since 1949, since it was ultimately their differing agendas and philosophies that caused these major changes in China. Mao's first initiative was to create a new system of land ownership and major land reforms. He replaced the old system of landlords with a distribution system that favored poor peasants. There was a great deal of persecuting that took place under the system overhaul, as well as execution of landlords. In 1958, the Great Leap Forward was launched. This was a 5-year economic plan that involved the collectivization of farming. Collectivization is the process of forming collectives or collective communities where property and resources are owned by the community and not individual. Through this plan, he increased steel production by taking workers from farms and putting them in communal iron smelters. His goal was to transform China from a rural economy to an industrial leader. This plan failed when huge amounts of crops were ruined, massive famines occurred, and 30 million people died between the years of 1958 and 1961. The Great Leap Forward was abandoned after 2 years, and Mao's power was lessened due to this huge failure. In 1966, Mao Zedong began the Cultural Revolution, a 10-year ideological and political campaign to reassert his authority over the government. Mao encouraged the youth of China to rid China of old elements and revive the revolutionary spirit. This was an extremely violent time in Chinese history. He shut down schools, and the students formed paramilitary groups called Red Guards, who attacked elderly and other ordinary citizens who were thought to be counter-revolutionary. 1.5 million people were killed during the Cultural Revolution, and millions more were imprisoned and tortured. Important political leaders, such as President Liu Shaoqi, were removed from power during this time, and the Chinese economy also plummeted considerably. The Cultural Revolution did not completely end until Mao's death in 1976. Unfortunately, this campaign caused many citizens to lose faith in their government, rather than regain support for the government as he intended. Deng Xiaoping took control of China after Mao's death, following a 4-year power struggle with the Gang of Four. Deng downgraded Mao's legacy, but avoided discrediting him altogether, using the phrase, 7 parts good, 3 parts bad. As he rose to power, he improved international relations with Japan, the USSR, and the United States by opening China up to international trade. In addition to international relations, Deng also made other major changes. He created the one-child policy to control the population and ended collective farming by initiating a local system that gave farmers freedom to choose their own crops and sell their surplus for a profit. Deng's reforms led to rapid economic growth. However, these changes came at a large cost by creating a huge gap between social classes in China. In 1989, Deng gave the military permission to use force on protesters in Tiananmen Square who were demonstrating in favor of democracy. It was a deadly night that drew criticism from all parts of the world. After Tiananmen Square, Deng disappeared from public view, but remained in power, and China's economy continued to grow under one-party rule. Deng died in 1997 at the age of 92 in Beijing. China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, and with this commitment, the economy continued to steadily grow. China presently remains a world economic leader, and its rapid economic progress has changed the country from major cities to smaller coastal towns. China consumes more meat, grain, steel, and coal than any other nation in the world. However, a great deal of the interior of China remains incredibly poor, and the gap between the rich and poor has grown as steadily as the economy has. The country currently remains strongly communist, and there is still extreme government control over the citizens of China. The economic and political state of China has shifted course multiple times since its establishment in 1949, greatly due to the thought and initiatives of its leaders, namely Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping. Mao Zedong was the first leader of the People's Republic of China and launched two major reforms, the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. The Great Leap Forward's goal was to collectivize farming and transform China from a rural economy to one of industry. It ultimately failed and left China in a state of famine. He attempted to revive the revolutionary spirit in the country's youth with the Cultural Revolution. But this initiative killed and tortured millions and had the opposite effect on the people of China. They lost faith in the government rather than rallying behind it. Deng Xiaoping rose to power after Mao and transformed the country by improving international relations and decreasing the economy. His actions against the protesters in Tiananmen Square were criticized worldwide, and although the economy continued to grow, his support wavered until his death. In the 21st century, China has continued to grow as a world economic power, yet the gap between the rich and poor in China also has greatly increased. For now, the people of China remain oppressed, and the Communist Party continues to rule. Only time will tell if cracks will begin to form in the solid communist bricks that currently control the People's Republic of China, and what effect that will have on the economy and political relations.
The First World War, and particularly the Second World War, disrupted European holdings in Africa. After losing World War I, Germany was forced to concede German East Africa and was essentially kicked out of the continent. By the outbreak of World War II, Great Britain and France controlled the largest sections of Africa, with countries like Portugal, Belgium, and Italy controlling lesser sections. In the aftermath of World War II, political, economic, and social factors created perfect conditions for widespread decolonization. Let's find out why. Think about it. While World War II raged in Europe, countries like Great Britain and France had bigger things to worry about than the smooth operation of their colonies. Sure, in some cases it was necessary for these countries to protect their colonial holdings, but quite often troops stationed in African colonies were needed to fight in Europe. With less governing authority in place, national independence movements throughout Africa gained momentum during the war and thrived afterwards. Ethnic and regional leaders became increasingly aware that the European powers could not hold on to their colonies forever. Some European governments even supported a free Africa, and to this end they invested in African industry, education, and other areas necessary for African self-governance. The problem was, however, that not all areas were ready for self-determination. The Western democracies were particularly concerned that relinquishing their colonies would only plunge the region into civil war, chaos, or dictatorships. After all, there was much infighting between various African ethnic and regional groups. It was a very complex issue. In August 1941, Great Britain and the United States drafted the Atlantic Charter. In essence, the Atlantic Charter set forth Allied plans for post-war reconstruction. The Charter emphasized self-determination for all peoples and other themes in line with the American view of democracy. The provisions of the Atlantic Charter further gave hope to African nationalist leaders yearning to shake off the shackles of foreign rule. There was some reluctance on the part of Great Britain to go along with the goals outlined in the Atlantic Charter. After all, Great Britain had ruled an extensive global empire for hundreds of years. For many Britons, it was a matter of pride. Nevertheless, with pressure applied by the United States, Great Britain gradually let go of its African empire throughout the post-war era. France and other states did the same. In the aftermath of World War II, it was obvious Africa was destined to become free. How could countries like Great Britain and France claim to fight a world war in the name of liberty and against tyranny while still oppressing Africans? Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, a number of Africans received education at Western universities and returned to their homeland as independence leaders. Jomo Kenyatta and Kwame Nkrumah are two of the better-known nationalist leaders. Jomo Kenyatta helped bring about Kenyan independence in 1963, while Kwame Nkrumah was an independence leader in Ghana and a sort of spokesman for African independence movements in general. Another very well-known figure related to post-war Africa is Nelson Mandela. Mandela was an anti-apartheid revolutionary who was imprisoned for 27 years before being elected the first black president of South Africa. Mandela served as president of South Africa between 1994 to 1999. African decolonization took place primarily between the 1950s to 1970s. It started in North Africa with the independence of countries like Egypt, Sudan, Morocco, and Tunisia, and soon spread throughout the continent. The year 1960 was particularly important. In fact, it is often referred to as the Year of Africa, because in 1960 alone, 17 independent nations emerged. The Year of Africa had important political and social repercussions. Suddenly, African states found themselves having political power in the United Nations. The Year of Africa also resulted in increased attention to African history and culture. Basically, it was a good year for the continent. The decolonization of Africa between the 1950s to 1970s had both positive and negative consequences. On one hand, it allowed African groups to throw off foreign rule and institute self-government. It also led to support for what is called Pan-Africanism, which is the belief that there should be solidarity among Africans everywhere and that all of Africa should be united as one single entity. On the other hand, decolonization also resulted in decades of inter-African strife in certain areas. With European powers absent, some regions experienced civil war as different groups competed for power. Generally speaking, however, the decolonization of Africa was a good thing, as it brought the continent into the fold of global affairs. The decolonization of Africa and Africa's new place in the global community led to the creation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. Established in 1963, this organization was formed to advance unity and harmony among the African countries. The emergence of the OAU was further evidence the African continent had assumed a new role in modern geopolitics. In 1941, Great Britain and the United States drafted the Atlantic Charter, which outlined a vision for post-war reconstruction. The Atlantic Charter advocated self-determination, which gave African nationalist movements hope of independence. Nelson Mandela was an important figure who, after being imprisoned as an anti-apartheid revolutionary, became South Africa's first black president. The decolonization of Africa took place primarily between the 1950s to 1970s. In 1960 alone, 17 countries gained independence, causing many to refer to that year as the Year of Africa. African decolonization resulted in the continent assuming an active role in world politics. It also spurred the growth of Pan-Africanism, the belief that Africa should be united and that solidarity among all Africans should be encouraged.
Though the Cold War may seem a distant memory of your childhood, or something your parents only mention in passing, for 2 generations of Americans it was a reality which seemed to touch their daily lives in innumerable ways. It was as ubiquitous as your smartphone is today, except this was a global conflict which kept the world on the razor's edge of nuclear oblivion for almost 50 years. But the Cold War was not fought with missiles and tanks. It was a war largely fought in the shadows and with ideology and the world economy as its only open battlefield. In this lesson, we'll discuss this post-World War II struggle between the Western capitalist plans for the world economy and the response of the Communist East. In order to fully understand the importance of the post-war capitalist plan for the world economy and its centerpiece, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trades, or GATT, it's important to know the basic economics of the pre-World War II world. The 1930s were dominated by the Great Depression, an era of worldwide economic catastrophe which began on the markets of Wall Street before spreading elsewhere. Recovery from the Great Depression was slow, and most nations' economies did not completely rebound until the wartime production of World War II energized global economies. This was partially because of the depths of the economic depression of the 1930s, and in part because of the protectionist measures many states implemented in order to combat the problem. Many states wrote laws or implemented new policies which attempted to close off their country from the global economy, hoping to insulate themselves from similar problems in the future. Despite these sentiments, a group of economists in both the United States and the United Kingdom felt differently. They thought that the health of national and global economies depended upon increased integration between nations, not protectionist measures designed to close one nation off from another. This sentiment gained some support because of the horrors of World War II. In the aftermath, many politicians were looking for ways to prevent the large-scale warfare the world experienced during the war. An increased global interconnectedness of economies and governments was proposed as one way of preventing further bloodshed between nations. After all, countries are far less likely to go to war with other countries with whom they have a successful and profitable relationship. In the years immediately following World War II, Western economists set out to begin tearing down the economic walls erected in the 1930s. The GATT was a landmark agreement made in 1947 in Geneva, Switzerland, between the United States, the United Kingdom, and 21 other Western countries, who all pledged to remove protective tariffs and trade restrictions in the hope of creating a more global and prosperous economy. This was extremely important to U.S. officials. Indeed, U.S. officials even made agreement to certain GATT principles and measures a requirement to the Marshall Plan aid the U.S. was funneling to European countries for post-war reconstruction. It took several years for the full impact of these measures to be felt. By the 1950s, global capitalist economies were booming, and international trade was at its highest level in history. Many historians and economists also credit the principles of the GATT with the post-war economic renaissances experienced in countries like Italy and France. Over the following century, additional capitalist countries have been added to the GATT talks, and the GATT measures are periodically renegotiated, always with an eye toward increasing global trade through reducing tariffs and trade restrictions across international borders. This was not, of course, the only agreement made between these states. Further military agreements created NATO, and other treaties promised closer international cooperation in other areas as well. The 1951 creation of the European Coal and Steel Community, for instance, planted the seeds for what later became the European Union. In response to NATO and several other international organizations created by Western countries, the Communist East created the Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact was an organization made up of the Soviet Union and several Eastern European countries who all had communist governments who already worked in close concert with, if not were actively controlled by, Moscow. The Warsaw Pact stated that each of these countries would aid the others if any other Warsaw Pact state was attacked. Economically, these Eastern Bloc countries, as they came to be known, grew more intertwined. Throughout the Cold War, the centralized command economy of the Soviet Union set prices and levels of production which naturally affected the economies of their close economic and political partners in Eastern Europe. Not only did these countries' economies become ever more connected to one another, they also became increasingly closed off from the rest of the world, just as Western capitalists were working to open up more and more markets to the global economy. Whereas the openness and expansion of the global capitalist economy spurred over a half-century of global economic growth, in Eastern Bloc countries, Soviet isolationism had largely the opposite effect. By the 1980s, the economies of the Soviet Union and other Eastern Bloc countries were in such poor shape that economic factors played a huge role in the fall of communism in the East and the end of the Cold War. In addition to cleaning up Europe and the world in the aftermath of World War II, Western countries also wanted to build stronger economic bonds between nations which lowered taxes and tariffs and encouraged global trade. In 1947, these aspirations were realized when 23 Western countries signed the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trades in Geneva, Switzerland. The GATT measures intended to make the global economy more open and ease economic restrictions across international borders. The GATT largely worked, as international trade expanded to unseen levels throughout the second half of the 20th century. The GATT still exists today, and its terms are periodically renegotiated. In response to the GATT, the Soviet Union and its sister communist nations in Eastern Europe turned inward. They increased economic cooperation across the Eastern Bloc states, while at the same time closing themselves off from the rest of the non-communist world. In the end, this cost the Eastern Bloc countries, whose economies stagnated over time.
Alright, let's jump right into this lesson and talk about the Iron Curtain. The term Iron Curtain usually refers to the coalition of communist countries that emerged in Eastern Europe following World War II. Because Soviet-backed communist governments had been established in countries like East Germany, Poland, Romania, and others, the people living in these states were said by the Western democracies to live behind the Iron Curtain. The term thus connotates a barrier between oppressive communist regimes and the freedom of liberal democracies. Many people mistakenly believe the term Iron Curtain was coined by British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. In fact, the term had been used in a variety of contexts way before Churchill used it. But what we need to understand is that it was Winston Churchill who popularized it and gave it its current meaning as a reference to the region of Soviet-backed states. In 1946, while visiting the United States, Churchill gave a famous speech in which he said, "An iron curtain has descended across the continent." The term has propagandistic value and usually connotates the brute strength and oppression that characterized communist government. The term Iron Curtain is sometimes used synonymously with the Eastern Bloc, Communist Bloc, or the Warsaw Pact. All of these terms are references to the group of countries who, in one way or another, came under the influence of Soviet Russia. Among the most notable countries behind the Iron Curtain were the Soviet Union, East Germany, Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Albania, and Bulgaria. Now that we can define the Iron Curtain, let's look briefly at how it came into existence. If you remember from World War II, the Soviet Union attacked through Eastern Europe in order to invade Germany. When the war ended in 1945, Soviet troops occupied countries like Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, etc. The Soviets also occupied the eastern half of Germany, while the Americans, British, and French occupied the other half. Seeking a buffer zone of friendly states, the Soviets moved quickly to establish communist puppet governments in occupied countries. Okay, so maybe you're wondering why the US, Britain, and France allowed the Soviet Union to set up such a vast expanse of puppet states throughout Eastern Europe. Well, it's complicated. The Western Allies certainly tried, but failed to curb Soviet expansion. At the Yalta Conference in February of 1945, and at the Potsdam Conference in July of 1945, the Allied powers met to discuss the composition of post-war Europe. Under pressure from Western democracies, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pledged to refrain from Sovietization and insisted he would allow free elections in occupied countries. Stalin failed to keep his promise, and through falsified elections and other secretive means, the Soviet Union helped install communist governments. Unwilling to risk outright war, there was little the Western democracies could do except stand by and watch as Eastern Europe fell to communism. The most visible physical manifestation of the Iron Curtain was the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall was built by communist East Germany in order to prevent its citizens from fleeing to democratic West Germany. Construction began on the Berlin Wall in August of 1961. The East German government claimed that the wall was built to keep its citizens safe from fascism. In fact, it was officially called the Anti-Fascist Protection Rampart, although it was obvious its real purpose was to keep East German citizens from defecting to West Germany. Over the years, thousands of Germans attempted to scale the wall, usually at the risk of their own life. Some were successful, some were not. The Berlin Wall was very much a physical Iron Curtain. By the late 1980s, Soviet economic stagnation and other factors led to the dissolution of the Eastern Bloc states. The revolutions of 1989 began in Poland and soon spread to the other Eastern European countries. One by one, the people of these states rose up to dispose of their communist governments. In November of 1989, the Berlin Wall came down, and in December of 1991, the Soviet Union dissolved, thus signifying the fall of the Iron Curtain. Let's review. The term Iron Curtain refers to the coalition of communist governments that emerged in post-war Europe. The term is often used synonymously with Eastern Bloc, Communist Bloc, and the Warsaw Pact. While the term had been used occasionally throughout the early 20th century in a variety of contexts, it was British Prime Minister Winston Churchill who popularized the term and gave it its current meaning. He did so in 1946 in his Iron Curtain speech. The countries behind the Iron Curtain were the Soviet Union, East Germany, Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Albania, Bulgaria, and others. Despite his pledges at the Yalta and Potsdam conferences to refrain from Sovietization in Eastern Europe, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin worked behind the scenes to ensure that communist puppet governments were installed. In Germany, the Iron Curtain took a physical form in the Berlin Wall. The wall divided East and West Germany, preventing East German citizens from escaping to freedom in democratic West Germany. The revolutions of 1989 began in Poland and eventually led to the collapse of the Soviet Union, thus bringing about the fall of the Iron Curtain.
The Cold War was a period of economic, political, and military tension between the United States and Soviet Union from 1945 to 1991. Following the end of the Second World War, complications arose centering on the shifting of international power. The Soviet Union wanted to acquire additional territory while the United States attempted to limit the gains desired by the Soviets. This battle of ideologies resulted in increased national security, diplomatic tension, and proxy wars between the two powerful nations. The beginning of the Cold War is linked to the Potsdam Conference in the summer of 1945. The intention of the meeting was to discuss the realignment of post-war Europe. However, discussions broke down into threats. The United States and Soviet Union agreed upon the division of Berlin, but the Soviets, under the leadership of Joseph Stalin, wanted to acquire Poland as a buffer against future attacks. President Harry Truman rejected Stalin's demands, citing the right of self-determination in the case of Poland. Truman then revealed his MasterCard, the atomic bomb. Stalin ordered a crash program to commence in order to speed arms development and counter the atomic bomb. President Truman may have had the most profound effect on heightening the tension between the Soviet Union and the United States. In September 1945, as a means of limiting Soviet economic reconstruction, Truman suspended the Lend-Lease Act, which was an infusion of monetary and military aid from the United States to beleaguered nations during the Second World War. This aid helped nations such as Britain, France, and the Soviet Union economically survive the war years. Unfortunately, the plan backfired as the Soviets decided to acquire satellite states, known as members of the Warsaw Pact, in order to make up for the lost funding. With Soviet expansion came a heightened fear from both the United States, federal government, and the general American public. This trepidation was increased upon the release of United States diplomat to Moscow George Kennan's long telegram, or the X article. Kennan was a trusted advisor to Truman, and his long telegram became the basis for the policy of containment. As you will see, the development of national security state was the byproduct of Kennan's recommendations, as well as the growing fear of expansion of communism. In 1947, the Truman Doctrine was issued in an attempt to combat the Soviet menace. The policy called for money to be transferred to Third World nations such as Greece and Turkey, in an attempt to prevent communist expansion and gain allies in the battle against communism. The Marshall Plan encouraged funding to reconstruct European nations devastated by the Second World War. The hope was to prevent Soviet subversion and into the weakened governments. Truman also passed the National Security Act of 1947. The legislation led to the creation of the Air Force, National Security Council, Central Intelligence Agency, and Department of Defense. All of this was done in an effort to combat the Soviet Union and communism. Containment was the foremost tool of the United States in combating the Soviet Union. This policy, drafted by Kennan and approved by Truman in 1947, called for action to be taken against international communist expansion. As a visual, imagine a fictional fence being erected around the Soviet Union by the United States. This was the general idea of containment and keeping communism from spreading into different countries. Containment was eventually enlarged as the United States suspected communism in places such as Laos, Germany, Vietnam, Korea, and Cuba. During the Truman presidency, several other notable Cold War events transpired. The creation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, in 1949 symbolized the unity against communist expansion by Britain, Canada, and the United States. The same year also witnessed the development of the hydrogen bomb by the United States, as well as the severing of diplomatic ties with Mao Zedong's Communist China. However, one of the most important happenings within the first several years of the Cold War was the passage of National Security Council Report 68, or NSC 68. The report called for significant military enlargement by the United States. The Truman administration believed that the Soviet Union had totally disregarded international authority with its nuclear weapons testing and was primed to exert itself throughout the world. NSC 68 authorized military expenditures that included the development of surface-to-air missile sites. The rapid buildup and response of the United States would be tested in Korea. In summary, the Cold War began in 1945 and was a period of tension between the United States and Soviet Union. President Harry Truman fueled the fire by using the atomic bomb as leverage and issuing the Truman Doctrine to fund democracy in Third World nations. The containment policy was developed by George Kennan and was the foremost strategy of battling international communist aggression. Upon learning of the Soviet Union's nuclear program, the United States passed NSC 68, which enlarged funding toward anti-communism programs. The end of the Second World War meant peace and prosperity for Americans and many other people around the world. Yet for the Koreans it represented difficulty. Korea was part of the Japanese Empire throughout the first half of the 20th century. When Japan fell during the Second World War, Korea was suddenly free and hoped to finally be able to decide the fate of their own country. Most Koreans campaigned for a unified state. However, the United States and the Soviet Union had different ideas. The Soviets wanted to expand the sphere of communist influence into Korea. The United States countered by encouraging the establishment of democracy. Additionally, the United States stressed the importance of containment, which is a foreign policy used to prevent the spread of communism. This disagreement would eventually lead to the Korean War. The Korean War was the first battle of the Cold War and first major proxy war fought between the United States and a Soviet communist-supported enemy. A proxy war occurs when one or more opposing powers instigates a war and then uses third parties to fight on their behalf. Other examples of proxy wars include the Vietnam War and the war in Afghanistan. At the Potsdam Conference in 1945, the Allies decided to split Korea into two parts of the 38th parallel. North Korea became a Soviet-supported communist regime under the leadership of Kim Il-sung. South Korea became a U.S.-supported democratic state under Syngman Rhee. After the division of Korea, Kim Il-sung looked to unify the nation. He garnered support from the Soviet Union and China to launch an invasion in South Korea and remove those who supported Syngman Rhee's appearance of democracy. Armed with Soviet rifles and tanks, North Korea crossed the 38th parallel on June 25, 1950. The war was underway. President Harry Truman viewed the situation as more than just a war between two nations. He feared the North Korean strike was the first step in an international communist takeover led by the Soviet Union. In response, Truman cited a 1950 national security report known as NSC 68, which called for military force to contain communism. The President and other top officials saw the conflict as an opportunity to declare war against communism. Therefore, with support from the United Nations, the United States moved to establish peace and remove the communist invaders from South Korea. The early engagements were negligible. The United States and its affiliated forces lacked an efficient strategy during the onset of the Korean War. Not to mention the American soldiers found the terrain and weather extremely difficult to conduct operations in. Additional pains were caused by the inefficiently trained and poorly led South Korean army. By the beginning of September, North Korean forces had advanced all the way to the Tsushima Strait on the border of South Korea. The North Korean march also successfully captured Seoul, the capital of South Korea. The early victories of the North Koreans were short-lived. By mid-September, the United States had turned the North Korean advance by utilizing its arsenal of sophisticated weaponry. Simultaneously, Truman authorized General Douglas MacArthur, Supreme Commander of the United Nations forces, to take whatever measures necessary to push the North Koreans back across the 38th parallel. MacArthur recommended an amphibious landing at Incheon in South Korea. On September 15, MacArthur landed over 10,000 Marines at Incheon. By the end of the month, American forces had recaptured Seoul and began the process of driving the enemy out of South Korea. With American success came MacArthur's desire to pursue war into North Korea and eliminate the enemy completely. Truman was hesitant to honor MacArthur's request because the president wanted to maintain a limited engagement in Korea. Total war was not an option for the United States because Truman did not want to encourage a Chinese entry into the war. Additionally, this war was meant to contain the communist enemy, not eradicate them. Notwithstanding his reservations, Truman allowed MacArthur to carry the war into North Korea. MacArthur successfully crossed into North Korea in November and pushed his forces to the Yalu River, which is the border of North Korea and China. This was a fatal mistake on the part of MacArthur because China viewed the advance as overly aggressive. As a result, China entered the war on the side of North Korea. The Chinese successfully drove MacArthur's forces back across the 38th parallel. Eventually, MacArthur was able to regain the initiative and drove the Chinese back across the divide. With the war back in favor of the United States, Truman encouraged MacArthur to negotiate a settlement. However, MacArthur rejected Truman's request in favor of total war against North Korea and China, even if it meant the use of nuclear weapons. Infuriated with his supreme commander, Truman relieved MacArthur from command. Truman wanted to negotiate a settlement in Korea. However, the North Koreans were adamantly opposed to his request. Over the course of 2 years, 1951 to 1953, overland campaigns were halted in favor of massive air campaigns over North Korea. In the final 2 years of the war, the United States dropped over 600,000 tons of bombs on North Korea. The saturation bombing eventually yielded the results the United States desired, a negotiated settlement. On July 27, 1953, an armistice was signed between the United Nations, supported by the United States, North Korea, and China. The agreement called for a ceasefire, as well as the establishment of a demilitarized zone at the 38th parallel. The armistice also called for a permanent solution to be drafted. Unfortunately, that solution was never realized, as North and South Korea are still engaged in conflict to this day. A lasting peace has yet to occur. Overall, over 54,000 American soldiers perished, and upwards of 100,000 were wounded during this war. The losses for Koreans in general were staggering. Millions of lives from both sides were lost during the war. This number accounts for soldiers and civilians, as well as North Koreans who were executed in South Korean prisons and detention centers. In summary, between 1945 and 1950, the United States and Soviet Union both wanted to establish its respective ideologies within Korea. By 1950, Korea was divided at the 38th parallel. On June 25, 1950, the Korean War began when North Korea, supported by the Soviet Union and China, invaded South Korea, which was supported by the United States. General MacArthur, leader of the United Nations forces, drove the North Koreans back across the divide, yet encountered a Chinese invasion. The war languished for an additional 2 years until an armistice was reached on July 27, 1953. However, the armistice was not followed by a peace treaty. North and South Korea are still engaged in conflict to this day. The Red Scare, which gained notoriety during the First World War, represented the widespread concern that Americans had developed over the fear of communist or anarchist during the First World War era subversion within society. Americans believed, especially during the Cold War, which was a period of tension between the United States and Soviet Union, that communism was attempting to infiltrate every aspect of their lives. While this is not necessarily the best analogy, you can relate the widespread fear of communism during the Cold War as being similar to the heightened alert Americans had toward terrorism and suspected terrorists during the beginning of the modern century. Instigating this fear was Joseph McCarthy. McCarthy was a Republican senator from Wisconsin and was the leader behind the ethos of McCarthyism. The term was created in 1950 by Washington Post writer Herbert Bloch. Simply put, McCarthyism was the practice of attempting to minimize the threat of communism by accusing and detaining suspects deemed to be a security threat or disloyal to the United States. Investigations ranged from the federal government, especially the State Department, to Hollywood to the general American public. No one was safe because McCarthy was the judge, jury, and executioner. McCarthy's vitriolic campaign of identifying and eliminating suspected communists raged from roughly 1950 to 1954. This was a rude awakening to Americans who thought the trials and tribulations of the Cold War rested outside of the United States borders. With the onset of the Cold War following the Potsdam Conference in 1945, Americans were made to believe that communists were figuratively lurking around the corner. This fear of the Red Menace or communism spurred a great reorganization in federal policy, both internationally and domestically. The Truman Doctrine, created by President Harry Truman, established the basis for protecting the nation from communist subversion. As a result, anti-communist groups such as the House Un-American Activities Committee, or HUAC, rose to prominence. However, Senator McCarthy took the battle against communism further than ever imagined. Beginning in 1950, McCarthy targeted individuals within the United States who were suspected communists. His witch hunt began at the federal level. He accused individuals such as General George Marshall, who served both as Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense under Truman, and Secretary of State Dean Acheson, of supporting communism. McCarthy targeted the United States Army and, eventually, President Truman himself when he made the decision to remove General Douglas MacArthur from power during the Korean War. McCarthy's search eventually trickled down to the ground level as he began attacking artists, musicians, writers, and movie stars. Names you might recognize include individuals such as Charlie Chaplin, Langston Hughes, Pete Seeger, J. Robert Oppenheimer, and Albert Einstein. McCarthy contended that all of these individuals worked within communist organizations and/or belonged to the Communist Party of America. Additionally, McCarthy's wanton accusations often led to those who were not famous and worked in the private sector being ostracized from their respective profession. As reckless as McCarthy's anti-communism campaign was, he enjoyed support from a select group of powerful individuals. Most conservative members of Congress backed McCarthy's tireless search. Why? The simple answer is because a good portion of McCarthy's campaign attacked liberals and members of the Democratic Party. Supporting McCarthy helped conservatives gain notoriety and votes during national elections. McCarthy also had the support of the Roman Catholic Church due to its anti-communist stance. It also helped that John F. Kennedy, a prominent Catholic, future President of the United States, and quite possibly the only Democrat to do so, supported McCarthy. All of this powerful political backing helped McCarthy escape federal libel and defamation suits. McCarthy's aggressive campaign of routing out suspected communists eventually ran out of fuel. Two major hearings brought about the downfall of McCarthyism: the Army McCarthy hearings and McCarthy's censure, both in 1954. The Army McCarthy hearings began when the Army formally accused McCarthy of providing preferential treatment to one of his former aides who had become a serviceman. McCarthy countered by accusing the Army of attempting to terminate his investigations into the service through coercion. Notwithstanding McCarthy's allegations, the Army, in April 1954, brought a federal suit against McCarthy. The trial lasted until June, when McCarthy was acquitted on all charges. McCarthy, however, received a significant amount of negative spotlight during the trials, especially from powerful national journalist Edward R. Morrow. This ultimately led to McCarthy's political downfall by the end of 1954. In June 1954, a small committee known as the Watkins Committee, led by Senator Arthur Watkins, issued a proclamation for the censure of Senator McCarthy. Congressional hearings subsequently began in August. Over a period of several weeks, members of the Watkins Committee deliberated on McCarthy's fate. By October, the committee had moved to charge McCarthy with congressional contempt and defamation of members of the Senate. In December, the United States voted in favor of McCarthy's censure 67 to 22. Senator McCarthy was ostracized from the Senate, and McCarthyism became taboo. Beginning in 1950, Senator Joseph McCarthy launched a campaign which came to be known as McCarthyism, to identify and eliminate suspected communists in America. Propagating the Red Scare, the fear of communist subversion, McCarthy charged individuals in the federal government, Hollywood, and general public as being supporters of communism. He enjoyed some support during his mission, but the Army McCarthy hearings and the Watkins Committee ultimately ruined McCarthy's political clout. In December 1954, the embattled McCarthy was censured by the United States Senate. The onset of the Cold War, which was a period of tension between the United States and Soviet Union, drastically altered life for Americans. While the battle against communist subversion raged internationally throughout the 1940s and 1950s, the effects of the conflict were eventually felt on the home front. The Red Scare, which was the fear of communist subversion, caused Americans to reevaluate their daily interactions and beliefs. The possibility of nuclear annihilation also loomed after observing the tests of both nations' nuclear arsenals. As a result, a period of uncertainty and trepidation gripped millions of Americans. The fear of communism began with the commencement of President Harry Truman's loyalty program in 1947, which called for allegiance to the United States by federal employees under the penalty of immediate termination. Moreover, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, was given free rein to covertly investigate and detain anyone he suspected of being a national risk. Eventually, the Subversive Activities Control Board was created in 1950, which officially allowed authorities to investigate suspected communist-controlled organizations. This was only the beginning of the effects felt by the widespread battle against communism. Truman's anti-communist rhetoric was first felt by labor unions, many of which had gained notoriety during the end of the Second World War. These organizations campaigned for higher wages and more power in the workplace, yet Truman viewed many of these individuals as militant supporters of communism, largely because of their post-war strikes. Even Congress became involved in stripping labor unions of their rights, which had been earned in previous decades. One aspect of the Taft-Hartley Act, passed by Congress in 1947, required labor unions to confirm that none of their leaders belonged to the Communist Party. Unions that were found guilty of an infraction lost federal protection. The House Un-American Activities Committee, also known by its acronym HUAC, was a congressional entity developed in 1938 to seek out and eliminate suspected communist subversion within the United States. Two prominent early Cold War cases developed during the organization's existence: the Hollywood investigations and the Alger Hiss trial. HUAC believed that certain members of Hollywood, which included actors, actresses, writers, and directors, were engaged in the Communist Party. As a result, HUAC opened investigations in 1947 into the alleged communist activity, and eventually tried and imprisoned the group known as the Hollywood 10. Additionally, HUAC created a Hollywood blacklist which stigmatized those who were deemed to be supporters of communism. This action alone ruined the careers of many aspiring artists throughout the late 1940s and 1950s. The case of Alger Hiss rose to national prominence during 1948. Hiss, who was charged with espionage and selling national security secrets to the Soviet Union during the 1930s, was tried and convicted only of perjury before Congress. The Hiss case proved to be the catalyst for future congressional hearings on communist activity, such as Senator Joseph McCarthy's witch hunts in the federal government. In 1950, during a surge in the Cold War hysteria, Americans Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were accused of working in an international Soviet spy ring. The United States Justice Department promptly arrested and indicted the Rosenbergs on seditious activity, including espionage and illegally transferring national security data to communist conspirators, all of which is illegal under the Espionage Act of 1917. As a result, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were found guilty in 1951 and eventually executed at Sing Sing Prison in 1953. The trial and subsequent execution was a byproduct of the burgeoning fear of communism in the United States. Domestic preparedness for communist subversion and even nuclear war reached new heights during the Cold War. In 1951, Truman created the Federal Civil Defense Administration. The goal for creating the agency was to establish a civil defense system in the United States. The system was expected to prepare Americans for the possibility of a nuclear attack. Defense information bulletins were prepared on a routine basis, and underground bunkers and fallout shelters were erected across the nation. The concept of duck and cover was also adopted. The Federal Civil Defense Administration created the duck and cover film in order to show Americans the steps which needed to be taken in order to prepare for a nuclear attack. For example, if you were in school, you would take cover under your desk while covering the back of your head and neck. The civil defense programs typically propagated fear rather than pragmatism. Many Americans turned to faith during the Cold War. Communism was typically viewed by Americans as a godless entity that encouraged violence and fear throughout the world. A higher deity was one of the few protections individuals had from communism. Congress emphasized this point when it approved the motto, "In God We Trust," to be stamped on American paper currency. Additionally, for the first time, God was inserted into the Pledge of Allegiance. The Cold War developed a heightened fear of communism in America. President Truman's loyalty program encouraged federal employee allegiance toward the United States, while FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover sought out communist subversives. Labor unions were under constant investigation for communist or anarchist activity. The House Un-American Activities Committee was active in the 1940s and 1950s as a way to identify and eliminate suspected communists within the United States. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg became a symbol of the Cold War hysteria when they were tried for espionage and sentenced to death in 1951. Americans turned toward the Federal Civil Defense Administration, as well as faith, in order to deal with the growing battles of the Cold War. With his resounding victory in the election of 1952, President Dwight D. Eisenhower was thrust to the forefront of the Cold War. He was successful in bringing about an armistice to end the Korean War, but the international and domestic fear of communism continuously expanded. During his presidency, many believed Eisenhower took a seemingly nonchalant attitude toward the Cold War. However, Eisenhower was more than active in containing communism and attempting to protect international freedom from communist subversion. The Eisenhower Doctrine, which called for aid to be appropriated to help assist nations facing outside aggression, addressed the growing crisis of the Cold War throughout the 1950s. The substance behind Eisenhower's strategy, also known as the New Look policy, was a potent mixture of pragmatism and toughness. Eisenhower wanted to reduce the rivalry between the United States and Soviet Union by limiting the rhetoric and threats of each nation. He hoped that this rapprochement, or establishment of cordial relations, would cool tensions. Additionally, Eisenhower wanted to ensure that the American economy remained stable during a period of arms development. Therefore, he reduced ground forces and relied more on nuclear weaponry and air power. This would protect the economy while giving the United States the power to retaliate with quick and devastating power against communist aggression. Yet even though he wanted to cool tensions through moderation, the new looked back the policy of containment, which was a United States policy to prevent the spread of communism, coupled with liberation and negotiation. Eisenhower also supported the strategy of brinkmanship, which was developed by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles and called for escalating tensions so that the opponent, in this case the Soviet Union, falters. It's rather like a game of chicken, where two cars drive head-on toward one another. The first one that swerves to avoid the collision is the loser. Brinkmanship is understood in the same context. The first nation to back down militarily is considered the loser. In 1953, the climate of the Cold War took a drastic, yet somewhat favorable turn with the death of Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. In his place came a more moderate leader named Nikita Khrushchev. Khrushchev promoted the notion of peace between the United States and Soviet Union, and also came to the United States to promote his diplomatic accord. Eisenhower was willing to work with Khrushchev, as evident by both leaders tempering their nuclear testing. Yet a lingering suspicion of the Soviet Union and its communist base caused him to heighten security in different areas throughout the world. A prominent example of this suspicion was the U-2 spy plane incident, which occurred when the Soviet Union shot down an American spy plane, causing a rift between the two nations in 1960. To promote security, Eisenhower expanded the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and he created the Central Treaty Organization, CENTO, to bond several Middle Eastern countries together. Pro-democratic radio waves also hit the air, as Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberation were launched as a propaganda effort against the Soviet Union. President Harry Truman warned of communists expanding into developing Third World nations during his presidency. His fear was realized during the Eisenhower years, as areas in Latin America, Asia, and the Middle East became part of the Cold War. Eisenhower decided to use the Central Intelligence Agency to combat suspected communist activity in several nations. For example, the Suez Canal in Egypt, located in the northeast corner of Africa, became a hotspot of activity. This was because of the canal's importance in linking the Red Sea and Mediterranean Sea. In 1954, Eisenhower supported Gamal Abdel Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal. However, after Nasser seemingly aligned with the Soviet Union in 1957, Eisenhower quickly established pro-democratic governments in Jordan and Lebanon. Both of these nations sit just to the east of Egypt, which makes them great locations to monitor Egypt and the Suez Canal. Another prominent example can be linked to Latin American nations, more specifically Cuba and Guatemala. In Guatemala in 1954, Eisenhower eliminated President Jacobo Arben Guzman's suspected communist government. Eisenhower also helped begin an embargo on Cuba after Fidel Castro assumed power in 1959. Eisenhower and the CIA also had a hand in the removal of Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran, the rise of democracy supporting Ramon Magsaysay in the Philippines, and an infusion of financial aid to help the No Dinh Diem regime in South Vietnam. Moreover, Eisenhower created the Military Assistance Program, which funded anti-communist buildup in Third World nations. Eisenhower's hard line against international communism was also felt domestically. In 1954, Eisenhower approved two pieces of legislation that had a profound effect on suspected communists. First was the Communist Control Act of 1954, which barred communist candidates from running in a national election. The second, an extension of the McCarran Act of 1950, required communist candidates to register with the federal government, as well as limited European immigration in order to avoid threats to national security. The most significant piece of domestic Cold War legislation passed by Eisenhower was the National Defense Education Act of 1958. Eisenhower believed that students in the United States were drastically falling behind their communist counterparts due to the fact that the wrong skills were being taught. He encouraged a readjustment to the national curriculum, which called for a focus on academics such as math and science. Upon leaving office in 1961, President Eisenhower gave a memorable farewell address. He encouraged the United States to continue embracing democracy while combating communist subversion. However, he admonished against the military-industrial complex, which is the relationship between the military and defense industry that had formed in the nation. Eisenhower believed that advancement could not be achieved through defense spending and politico-military relationships, but by rationalization and responsibility. President Eisenhower entered office in 1953 and immediately issued the New Look policy, which combined moderation and toughness to combat communist expansion through diplomacy, containment, and brinkmanship. Eisenhower's policy replaced ground forces with nuclear arms and CIA covert programs. The overriding goal was to combat communism without bankrupting the economy. Eisenhower stood firm against international communist expansion. He supported brinkmanship, which called for escalating tensions so that the opponent falters. He engaged communism in Egypt, Guatemala, and the Philippines. Domestically, he passed the Communist Control Act and the National Defense Education Act. Eisenhower will forever be remembered for his farewell address, in which he warned against the rise of the military-industrial complex in the United States.
The year 1960 marked a pivotal time in the history of the Cold War. With President Dwight D. Eisenhower leaving office, the United States was in need of a leader who could continue the battle against international communist aggression. In fact, many historians argue that it had been the most important election since that of Franklin Roosevelt in 1932. The election of 1960 yielded that individual. John F. Kennedy was elected to office by the narrowest of margins against the Republican candidate Richard Nixon. He promoted the New Frontier, which called for action in 4 areas: economics, civil rights, social welfare, and a strengthened foreign policy. President Kennedy's New Frontier foreign policy rested on the notion of flexible response, that is, the ability to tactically combat communist expansion quickly and efficiently. Kennedy successfully intertwined a contagious optimism with the need for a stronger long-term strategy to compete with growing threats from international communism. This can be most clearly observed in his inauguration speech. Largely remembered for its powerful phrase, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country," it was an overarching call for the American people to take action. President Kennedy believed that President Eisenhower had maintained a limited approach to dealing with the Soviet Union. As a result, Kennedy contended that the United States had fallen behind its communist foe in innovating defense products. This included submarines armed with missile-firing capabilities, improvements in surface-to-air missiles, and more advanced long-range missile systems. Additionally, Kennedy called for a crash program that would minimize the missile gap between the two nations. The huge federal appropriations dedicated toward defense would translate into a stronger, flexible response program, which meant responding faster and more efficiently to communist subversion. Notwithstanding increases in defense spending, Kennedy introduced several programs that attempted to undercut communism in various developing nations, especially in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. For example, Kennedy developed the Peace Corps, which promoted democracy and shunned communism. This groundbreaking program emerged from a speech he gave at the University of Michigan in October of 1960. Kennedy called for America to send a Peace Corps of talented young men and women willing and able to serve their country for 3 years as an alternative or as a supplement to peacetime selective service. This would include a diverse mix of educators, medical professionals, and agricultural experts, among others. The agency continues to this day as an important contributor to America's soft power. At the same time, it reflected the thinking at the time that poverty was the core driver behind the appeal of communism in less developed nations. From a strictly American vantage point, the Peace Corps may appear to be an act of altruism. However, Kennedy was acting to develop an American counterbalance to the Soviet Union's practice of providing highly skilled technicians, scientists, and advisors on a long-term basis to less developed nations, which joined its sphere of influence. Similar to the Peace Corps, Kennedy also established the Alliance for Progress, which dedicated billions of dollars to Latin American countries that were willing to establish democratic institutions. Kennedy also seized the initiative in regard to the space race. The Soviets in 1957 had triggered the competition between the Soviet Union and the United States when they launched Sputnik 1 into orbit. Several years later, in 1961, the Soviets launched Yuri Gagarin into space. He became the first man to orbit the Earth. The advances in Soviet space technology resulted in Kennedy calling for increased funding of the United States space program. Project Apollo, the race to the moon, commenced. This was also part of Kennedy's long-term vision and included an increased emphasis on science education in the United States. It's often cited today as evidence of why the United States needs to increase its emphasis on STEM fields, that is, pursuits in science, technology, engineering, and math. While NASA and the United States had achieved incredible progress through several early Gemini and Apollo missions, the hallmark of the space program came in July of 1969, when American men walked on the moon. This was the Apollo 11 mission. Kennedy faced a number of challenges in the international arena during the Cold War. The most prominent difficulties arose in Germany, Cuba, and Laos. Berlin became a major issue in June of 1961. The complication arose when Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev demanded that the city of Berlin become part of Soviet-controlled West Germany. This was due to the fact that Germans were leaving East Germany in favor of a democratically controlled West Germany. The loss of people was devastating to the East German economy. Kennedy refused as he was unwilling to allow Berlin to fall into the hands of communist West Germany. In defiance, the communists erected a wall which separated East and West Berlin in August of 1961. The Berlin Wall, as it came to be known, was a grim reminder of the animosity found in the Cold War. Germany was small game compared to the crises that developed in Cuba. The first incident in 1961 was a result of President Kennedy's attempt to engage in a coup d'etat against communist-supporting Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Kennedy ordered trained anti-communist Cuban forces to land at the Bay of Pigs in an attempt to secretly invade and neutralize Castro. Unfortunately, the plan backfired when the anti-communist forces were captured and placed in jail. Kennedy attempted to conceal the Bay of Pigs fiasco, but it was too late. Complications arose again in Cuba in 1962 during what became known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. The United States received intelligence that the Soviet Union had been delivering nuclear missiles to Cuba. With a nuclear threat only 90 miles from the United States, Kennedy responded by demanding the Soviets return the weapons to their own territory. Additionally, Kennedy ordered the United States Navy to envelop the island to prevent any additional missiles from entering. The standoff between the United States and Soviet Union over Cuba was as close as both nations came to nuclear war. Fortunately, Khrushchev complied and returned the missiles to the Soviet Union. Laos was an additional hotspot of communist activity. Eisenhower stressed the importance of maintaining a communist-free Laotian nation to Kennedy. However, by 1961, the Kingdom of Laos began to turn toward communism, and interested parties, the Soviet Union and the United States, attempted to intervene and manipulate the balance of power. By 1962, the question became whether or not Laos would become a communist nation. This was solved when several nations, including the United States, met at Geneva and agreed to neutralize the nation. This meant that Laos was expected to not side with either ideology, communism or democracy, and the nation was free from external interference. The Geneva Accords of 1962 were eventually violated by communist North Vietnam during the Vietnam War, which will be discussed in a separate lesson. John F. Kennedy's presidency was short-lived. He was assassinated on November 22, 1963. In his brief stint in office, Kennedy's Cold War legacy can be assessed as largely inefficient. While the Peace Corps, the space program, and the idea of flexible response yielded positive and lasting dividends, the majority of his foreign policy goals failed. The Alliance for Progress was an economic disaster. The Berlin Wall was erected. The Bay of Pigs incident and Cuban Missile Crisis failed to resolve issues in Cuba, and Laos became a transport network for North Vietnam when its neutrality was broken. In this video, we will look at the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz, causes of the Mexican Revolution, major players in the Mexican Revolution, how Diaz was removed from power. Although the Mexican Revolution officially started in 1910, you really have to go back a few decades to understand why the revolution happened. During that time, former military general Porfirio Diaz was viewed by some as a national hero because he had helped expel French soldiers who were attacking Mexico. But today, Diaz is far from being considered a national hero. In 1870, Diaz ran for president of Mexico. He used a no re-election slogan during the campaign that said no president should serve more than one term. In 1876, Diaz assumed the presidency. Although he stepped down after one term, Diaz maintained complete control over his successor, Manuel González Flores. It was as if Diaz was a puppeteer, controlling Flores's commands as president. After Flores was president for 4 years, Diaz decided to forget his no re-election policy. Diaz had the country's constitution amended to remove all restrictions on re-elections, and Diaz continued to be president for 35 years. The 35-year era during 1876 to 1911, in which Diaz led the government as president, is known as the Porfiriato in Mexico. Diaz brought about economic improvement and was able to draw foreign investors to Mexico to help build the nation's railroad infrastructure, mining industry, and overall economy. Under Diaz, the economy grew at an average rate of 2.5%. Diaz also made improvements to the Mexican military, giving Mexicans a sense of pride nationwide. The growth experienced under Diaz, however, was not shared by all. Indigenous Mexicans, in particular, were most hurt under Diaz, who took over native lands, divided them up, and sold them to private companies. So while Mexico experienced significant growth overall, indigenous people, who made up a significant portion of the Mexican population, were hurt under Diaz. Today, Diaz's presidency is known as a dictatorship because the country was ruled by one person with total power. Diaz went to great lengths to ensure that he was re-elected every term. He used violence and intimidation to get his desired election results. People who criticized the government were viciously beaten. Generally, the combination of this ruthless dictatorship and the high levels of inequality in the country are cited by scholars as main long-term causes of the Mexican Revolution. Have you ever said something that came back to bite you? Diaz definitely made one of these mistakes. One of his most significant mistakes was an interview with American journalist James Creelman in 1908. In the interview, Diaz suggested that he was open to democratic reform and free elections. Suddenly, Mexicans began to suspect that Diaz's reign was coming to an end, and challengers began to appear. Mexico was like a boiling pot of water. Diaz tried to put a lid on the revolutionary fever, but doing that just increased the pressure, leading to a massive boiling over. Mexico was ready for a revolution. By 1910, a clear challenger came to Diaz in the form of Francisco Madero. Madero organized and led the anti-re-electionist party, essentially promising to never let a dictator like Diaz gain re-election. To try and control Madero, Diaz had him jailed and created a mock election in which, not surprisingly, Diaz won re-election. Many Mexicans were furious about how fake this election was. Madero was released from jail and exiled to San Antonio in the United States. There, Madero wrote the Plan de San Luis Potosi, a political document that called for an end to Diaz's reign and a reinstitution of democracy in Mexico. He called for all Mexicans to revolt on November 20th, 1910, against Diaz's government. Madero's plot didn't work as planned, but it did lead to a rise of a new group of revolutionaries in Mexico. A common proverb says that an enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this was definitely the truth in the Mexican Revolution. Porfirio Diaz became so unpopular that a new set of characters united together in their mutual hate of Diaz. Two revolutionaries from the north of Mexico are famous in Mexican folklore for their ruthless style of fighting, Pancho Villa and Pascual Orozco. In one famous instance, Villa and Orozco defeated soldiers loyal to President Diaz. Orozco ordered the dead soldiers of Diaz's army to be stripped. Orozco sent the uniforms to Diaz with the note, "Here are the wrappers. Now send me more tamales." As for Pancho Villa, he became known as the Mexican Robin Hood. He was legendary for robbing trains, seizing lands from rich businessmen, and redistributing the wealth to poor peasants. In the South, the Mexican Revolution was led by Emiliano Zapata. Zapata represented the several Native Americans who suffered under Diaz's policy of allowing a small elite group of landowners to control Mexican peasants. Zapata led the peasants in the South against the Diaz regime. Zapata's group rallied along the slogan, Justicia, Tierra, Libertad, which translates as Justice, Land, Liberty, the three main calling cries of Native Americans in southern Mexico. Between the armies of Madero, Zapata, Villa, and Orozco, the group was able to rally around their mutual desire to remove Porfirio Diaz. After a series of military victories, they were finally able to expel Diaz, who fled to Europe in exile, ending his dictatorship of 35 years. The revolution was complete, or at least it kind of was. We will see in the next video that the revolution resulted in chaos. In this video, we've seen that the Mexican Revolution started with Mexicans like Madero trying to remove the 35-year reign of dictator Porfirio Diaz. While Diaz helped the economy grow, many native Mexicans were robbed of their land that Diaz sold to big businesses. Likewise, Diaz used intimidation, violence, and voter fraud to maintain his power. All of these led to Mexicans rising up against Diaz. We also learned about individuals that came together to get rid of Porfirio Diaz. These people included Francisco Madero, Pascual Orozco, Pancho Villa, and Emiliano Zapata. Although each had different goals, they all united in their desire to remove Diaz. Together, the four leaders were able to push Diaz out of power. But the Mexican Revolution does not end there. In the next video on the Mexican Revolution, you will see the chaos that broke out in Mexico after Diaz was removed. In a previous lesson on the Mexican Revolution, we learned that the Mexican Revolution was made up of a crew of revolutionaries all united in their hate of the dictator Porfirio Diaz. But after those revolutionaries drove out Diaz, the mutual hatred of Diaz that glued them together quickly dissolved. In this lesson, we will learn that after Diaz fell, massive chaos broke out in Mexico. The different parties involved all began to compete with each other in the battle for supremacy. After Diaz, Francisco Madero was declared president. Madero, you might recall, was the original leader to call for a revolution against Diaz. Immediately, though, everyone turned against Madero. Emiliano Zapata, leader of peasants and indigenous people in the South, led a revolution against Madero. Pancho Villa and Pascual Orozco, revolutionaries from the North, felt he was ineffective as a president. Massive chaos began to spread throughout Mexico, as no one could tell who was in charge. To make things worse, Porfirio Diaz's nephew, Felix Diaz, started his own rebellion against Madero. Now Madero had 4 different groups against him. The only thing that was keeping him from being deposed was his army, which was led by Victoriano Huerta. For 10 days, Madero's army fought against Diaz's army in Mexico City. This is known in Mexico as La Decena Tragica, or Tragic 10 Days. The reason that they are known as tragic days has to do with the involvement of a neighbor, the United States. The United States kept an eye on the complete chaos that was unfolding in Mexico under Francisco Madero. The political instability was bad for American businesses that were invested in Mexico, so the United States turned against the Madero government. The American ambassador to Mexico, Henry Lane Wilson, called Huerta and Felix Diaz to his embassy office, where all 3 conspired to eliminate Madero as president and make Huerta the president. This is known as the Pact of the Embassy. Huerta and the United States had Madero arrested. Huerta then became president of Mexico. Madero was tragically assassinated a few days later. Huerta did not have any more success as president than Madero. Huerta acted just like Porfirio Diaz, trying to install a dictatorship. The problems for Huerta grew worse when revolutionary leaders in the north turned against him. This time the leaders included Pancho Villa, Alvaro Obregón, and Venustiano Carranza. In their Plan de Guadalupe, the 3 called for the end of Huerta. By 1914, the 3 leaders were able to oust Huerta as president. Carranza was seeking to establish a constitutional government to replace Huerta's dictatorship. Carranza envisioned something similar to the American Constitution, but adapted to the specific culture of Mexico. But the old adage about history is that it tends to repeat itself, and just as former friends turned enemies years earlier, the same happened when Carranza declared himself president. Pancho Villa didn't agree, and so more chaos broke out as Carranza and Villa began fighting among themselves. Eventually, Carranza was able to overcome Villa in a bloody battle at Celaya in 1915. Pancho Villa blamed his defeat at Celaya on the United States' support of Carranza. He then moved to the Mexican-American border, where he began a long campaign of raiding American towns around the border. U.S. President Woodrow Wilson dispatched General John Pershing to pursue Pancho Villa, but Pershing had to give up the chase after he was moved to Europe to fight in World War I. After much fighting, Carranza was finally able to establish a Mexican constitution in 1917. Like the U.S. Constitution, the Mexican Constitution set up 3 branches of government, an executive, a legislative, and a judicial branch, and created a federal system. Likewise, the Mexican Constitution included guarantees of personal freedoms like the U.S. Bill of Rights. Another crucial element of the Mexican Constitution was its strict separation of church and state, despite the long-standing tradition of Catholicism in Mexico. Using the U.S. Constitution as a model, the Mexican Constitution implemented a democracy in theory, but gave far more power to the president than the American Constitution. The Mexican president, however, was strictly limited to serving 1 term in his life, unlike in the United States where the president is limited to 2 terms. Despite drafting the Constitution, Carranza stayed in power by assassinating his rivals. For example, he had Emiliano Zapata assassinated to maintain his power. This caused Carranza to lose popularity because he began to look like a dictator again. His successor, Alvaro Obregón, came to power and had Carranza assassinated as he was trying to flee the country. When Obregón became president, Mexico finally entered a period of peace after 1920. Obregon brought about a lot of reforms in Mexico and helped establish relative stability for 10 years. His successor maintained this progress. Despite not being president, though, Obregon was himself eventually assassinated. While violence continued, the revolution was for the most part complete after Obregon. The reforms of the revolution were finally institutionalized under President Lázaro Cárdenas in 1934. After 1934, Mexico entered a period of relative peace and tranquility. The Mexican Revolution was successfully able to get rid of a dictator in Porfirio Diaz, but the 10 years of chaos that resulted after Diaz caused widespread violence, deaths, and tragedy in Mexico. Approximately 2 million Mexicans were killed in the revolution. To put that into perspective, this is almost 3 times as many deaths as those experienced by Americans in the American Civil War. The positive result of the Mexican Revolution was to establish a constitution that would allow for some form of democracy. The reality is, however, that although a president was no longer allowed to serve for more than one term, one political party began to control Mexican politics. This party, called the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or PRI, won every single presidential and legislative election after the Mexican Revolution until 2000. The revolution did get rid of a dictator, but in the end it ended up establishing a single-party government. We have seen that after the fall of Porfirio Diaz, the different characters of the revolution competed for power within Mexico. Although Francisco Madero initially was the president, the United States intervened and negotiated the removal of Francisco Madero in exchange for Victoriano Huerta. Huerta unsuccessfully tried to be a dictator and eventually was replaced by Venustiano Carranza. Carranza was opposed by Pancho Villa, but Villa was eventually defeated by Carranza. Villa blamed the U.S. for his defeat and took it out on American towns. This resulted in American General John Pershing going on a wild chase for Villa along the United States-Mexican border. Meanwhile, Carranza was able to implement a democratic constitution, but removed competitors by assassinating them. For this, Carranza's successor, Alvaro Obregón, had Carranza assassinated, finally bringing peace to Mexico.
In 1986, England played Argentina in the World Cup knockout stage. In this heated match, Argentine superstar Diego Maradona scored 2 goals, one brilliant goal and another highly controversial goal. This second winning goal was the infamous Hand of God goal, in which Maradona punched the ball into the net with his hand, and the referee did not see it. This game between Argentina and England isn't just legendary because of these 2 goals. This World Cup match was famous because it came just 4 years after Argentina and England had engaged in the Falkland Islands War, a major conflict between Argentina and England over tiny islands 300 miles off the coast of Argentina. This war was so contentious that the 2 sides even argue about the name of the islands, with British calling the islands the Falkland Islands and the Argentines calling the islands Islas Malvinas. In this video, we will examine the causes of the Falkland Islands War, the timeline of events in the war, the long-lasting effects of the war. Have you ever seen 2 kids fight over a toy? Almost all the time, both will claim that they had the toy first. The same can be said of the countries that have tried to claim the Falkland Islands. The Falkland Islands lie 300 miles east of Argentina in the Atlantic Ocean. The islands consist of 2 main islands, East Falkland and West Falkland, and more than 700 other small islands. The irony of the Falkland Island War is that at first no country really wanted to settle the island. During the age of colonization, many different countries laid claim to the Falkland Islands, including Spain, France, and England, but none of them really wanted to settle the island. For example, the islands were first discovered in the late 1600s by the English captain John Strong, but Strong and his crew made no permanent settlement on the islands. In 1764, Louis-Antoine de Bougainville created a settlement on East Falkland in the name of France. 2 years later, the British established their own settlement on one of the smaller islands. But by 1766, France decided not to pursue a permanent settlement on the islands anymore and gave their claim to Spain. Both Spain and England stayed on the island for 10 years before they both decided to leave the island. Although England did not establish a permanent settlement, it still claimed the islands as its own. Apparently, everybody wanted to claim the islands, but nobody wanted to settle them permanently. The big problem came in 1816 when Argentina declared itself an independent country from Spain. Based on their understanding that the islands were part of Spain, Argentina also claimed that the islands were part of their independence declaration. From 1816, Argentina made various attempts to settle the islands, but the ventures were mostly small and consisted of establishing farming on the island. In 1832, the British reasserted their territorial claim to the islands. Argentina objected to the occupation, but had not established enough of a permanent settlement on the island to make a difference. Britain this time made a larger commitment to settling the territory, constantly ignoring Argentina's claims. The islands turned out to be strategically located during the First and Second World Wars, allowing the British a station to maintain control of the South Atlantic. Since 1832, the Argentine government had consistently tried to negotiate with Great Britain over the control of the island. Juan Perón, Argentina's famous president, asserted that the islands were part of Argentina. Britain ignored the claims. Finally, in 1982, Argentina gave up trying to create a peaceful settlement with Great Britain and launched an invasion of the island. Although there were British Marines on the island, they were far outnumbered by the Argentine military. Argentina was able to expel the British from the islands and assert control by stationing over 10,000 soldiers. Argentina's leaders had calculated that the islands were so insignificant to Great Britain that the British would not respond. But British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher took the step of declaring war on Argentina. A British submarine torpedoed an Argentine Navy cruiser, hurting Argentina's Navy. From there, the war was mostly between Britain's Navy and Argentina's Air Force. Outside observers, including the U.S. and United Nations, tried to broker a peace between the two sides, but were unsuccessful. The Argentine Air Force was able to sink 4 British ships, but the British Navy proved too strong in making their amphibious assault on the islands. After gaining a foothold on the islands, the British military was able to sweep through the Argentine defenses and gain control of the islands. The British took 10,000 Argentine soldiers prisoner, of which all were eventually freed. About 750 Argentines were killed in the attack versus 250 British soldiers. In the grand scope of history, this was a relatively minor war, but Argentina's utter defeat had major consequences for that nation's internal politics. The defeat was considered a national shame for Argentina, and since the government was run by the military's legitimacy and reputation took a severe hit. The next year, the Argentine military was forced to give up power, converting the Argentine government to a democracy. After understanding the events of the Falkland Wars, it is easy to see why Argentines were so happy to defeat England in the 1986 World Cup. Since the Falklands War was definitively won by Great Britain, the World Cup match offered Argentina some consolation for their disastrous defeat 4 years earlier. As Maradona himself once wrote, "It was as if we had beaten a country, not just a football team." Although we had said before the game that football had nothing to do with the Malvinas War, we knew they had killed a lot of Argentine boys there, killed them like little birds, and this was revenge. As you can see from this quote, passions run high on both sides of this issue. As we have seen in this video, the Falklands War was a war between England and Argentina over competing claims of the Falkland Islands. Both Great Britain and Argentina have made historical claim to the Falkland Islands. After 1832, Great Britain retained control of the islands despite Argentine objections. In 1982, Argentina launched an invasion of the Falkland Islands, temporarily taking control of the islands. Although they suffered an initial defeat, Great Britain stormed back and gained control of the islands. After losing the war, Argentina's military government lost power, paving the way for Argentine democracy.
Living in the U.S., the notion of political parties trading power is very familiar. We've seen Democrats and Republicans come and go in the White House and Congress. However, if we take a look at Mexican history books, we'll see this is not always the case. Unlike the U.S., Mexico's 20th century saw the domination of one political party, the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or the PRI for short. In today's lesson, we'll explore this once dominant political machine. Since its early years saw it go through lots of name changes, we'll keep things simple and just refer to it as the PRI. To get things rolling, Plutarco Elias Calles founded the PRI, but in its early years it went by the name the National Revolutionary Party. Under this name, it was a rather loose affiliation of political head honchos who wanted to keep other political competitors at bay. Along with this, it sought to limit the military leaders who ran the country through much of the 1920s. With his political machine behind him, Calles rose to the top of Mexican politics. By the mid-1930s, he and his cronies pretty much ran the show. However, within just a few years, a man named Lázaro Cárdenas stepped up to take on Calles. Unlike Calles, who silenced the competition, Cárdenas worked with them. Joining hands with the labor unions and the peasant class, Cárdenas succeeded in toppling Calles from power. With this, the PRI changed from a party belonging to upper-class elitists to one representing the masses. By the 1940s, it had millions of members, about half of which were peasants. With this inclusion of the poor, the PRI and Cárdenas ushered in a time of political stability. In fact, much of the military rule that had dominated the country almost completely ceased to exist. Very smartly, the party included the peasantry and the middle class in its decision-making. Many assert it did this just to keep itself safe from rebellion and violence. In other words, it gave the poor and the middle class just enough to keep them happy. Regardless of its motives, the PRI dominated all branches of the Mexican government and ruled rather peacefully throughout most of the 50s and 60s. Along with bringing political stability, the PRI also did a great job of making the rich richer. At the highest levels, many of its leaders were busy with their own illegal land deals and corporate shenanigans. They also weren't above election fraud, bribery, selling union seats, or charging the people for public services that were supposed to be free. Like often happens, the leaders of the PRI got a bit too greedy for their own good, and when they began hoarding Mexico's oil profits, the people began to get a bit suspicious. To explain, in the 1970s, Mexico began producing oil at unprecedented levels. This, along with rising oil prices, should have made the country wealthier. However, rather than making it to the bottom, the money got squandered at the top. This was especially true during the late 70s and early 80s when José López Portillo was president. It's believed this guy was so tied to the oil industry that some oil tycoons actually gave him a multi-million-dollar house. As news of Portillo's wealth made it to the masses, the popularity of the PRI began to crumble. Losing the support of the lower classes, it tried to reinvent itself into a pro-business party. However, this only further fragmented the party, and in 1988, the PRI almost lost the popular elections. Although it squeaked out a presidential victory, it lost many other seats in the government to opposing parties. This signaled the end of the one-party dominance it had enjoyed since the 50s. Although recent years have seen resurgence in its popularity, the PRI of today has political competitors to deal with. The Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or the PRI, dominated Mexican politics during most of the 20th century. Founded by Plutarco Elias Calles, it first went by the name the National Revolutionary Party. At its inception, it was a loose affiliation of political bosses seeking to eliminate political competition. Under the presidency of Lázaro Cárdenas, the party had millions of members, many of whom were peasants. Allowing the lower classes to feel that they had a say in government, the PRI enjoyed one-party dominance well into the 1980s. However, when leaders of the PRI, especially López Portillo, began abusing oil revenues, the people of Mexico began distrusting the party. In order to remedy this, the party tried to reinvent itself, but the damage was done. In the late 80s, the PRI narrowly won the presidency and lost many other government seats. With this, its one-party dominance came to an end. The island of Hispaniola is unique in that it houses two countries, Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Although these two countries have some differences in geography and socioeconomic status, they also have some similarities. Sadly, one thing they share is a history of brutal dictatorship. In today's lesson, we'll discuss this brutality as we explore the Duvalier regime of Haiti and the Trujillo regime of the Dominican Republic. As the poorer of the two countries, we'll start with Haiti. For much of modern history, Haiti has been in disarray. This is very true of the early 1950s, when the country was plagued by revolution and military coups. However, these coups ended when François Duvalier, nicknamed Papa Doc, came to power in 1957 and firmly placed the country under his thumb. Sadly for the people of Haiti, they had moved from the frying pan and into the fire. Upon taking power, Duvalier reduced the size of the country's army. In its place, he formed his own private force, known as Tontons Macoutes. Like a group of legitimized thugs, they tortured or assassinated any opposition to Duvalier. According to history books, the brutality of Duvalier is hard to exaggerate. As if suffering from a massive case of paranoia, it's reported he imprisoned, then murdered his head of staff. Due to his blatant brutality and disregard for law, Haiti lost its U.S. foreign aid. This spiraled Haiti's people further into poverty. Despite the actions of the U.S. and other world powers, Duvalier's quest for power continued. Some even say he considered himself to be godlike, and in the mid-1960s, he declared himself president for life. Tragically for the people of Haiti, he lived up to this title. Ruling until he died in the early 70s, his reign saw over 30,000 lives lost. Upon his death, his son, Jean-Claude Duvalier, nicknamed Baby Doc, continued the legacy of violence. Finally, in the mid-80s, a successful coup tossed him from Haiti, yet the damage in Haiti was done. Although their dictator had been ousted, the country remained and still remains in poverty and disarray. On this down note, let's turn to the Dominican Republic. Sadly, the story here is much the same. For the early part of the 20th century, the United States occupied the Dominican Republic. However, when they rolled out in the 1920s, horror rolled in as Rafael Leónidas Trujillo took complete control in the early 1930s. Once in power, Trujillo used the army as his own personal goon patrol to put down anyone who dared get in his way. He also set up a network of spies to sniff out any hints of rebellion. In addition, he massacred over 20,000 innocent Haitians living in his lands. Nothing seemed below him, not intimidation, torture, or genocide. Rather than a country, it seems Trujillo viewed the Dominican Republic as his very own empire. He even changed the name of the capital from Santo Domingo to Trujillo City. Despite all of this, and this is hard to say, Trujillo had the support of the United States. Many assert his wealth and his stance against communism was the reason for this. However, when he began trying to take over the American-held sugar companies of his country, the U.S. started to pull back its friendly hand. Trujillo remained in power for more than 30 years, but by around the late 50s, he had angered and lost most of his allies. When he actually tried to assassinate the president of Venezuela, his luck ran out and he was ambushed and killed in 1961. At the time of his death, it's believed he was one of the wealthiest men in the world. However, the country that he terrorized for decades was left to try and recover from his reign. The island of Hispaniola includes Haiti and the Dominican Republic, both of which have a history of violent dictatorship. In Haiti, François Duvalier came to power in 1957. He ruled the country through brutality and violence. His private force, known as Tontons Macoutes, tortured or assassinated any opposition he faced. Considering himself almost divine, he declared himself president for life. Meanwhile, his people suffered in poverty, and his brutal reign saw the killing of over 30,000 people. Upon his death, his son Jean-Claude Duvalier, nicknamed Baby Doc, continued his violent reign. However, in the mid-80s, a successful coup finally ended the Duvalier regime. The story of the Dominican Republic is much the same. When in the 20s the U.S. pulled out of the Dominican Republic, the 1930s saw Rafael Leónidas Trujillo seize control. As a ruthless dictator, he massacred innocent Haitians and Dominicans alike. Using the army and a network of spies, he terrorized the land. Along with this, he changed the name of the capital from Santo Domingo to Trujillo City. Despite all of this, he used his wealth and his dislike of communism to keep in the good graces of the U.S. However, when he began to seize U.S. sugar companies, this all changed. By the 1950s, Trujillo had alienated himself from most of the world powers, and when he had tried to assassinate the Venezuelan president, it seemed the world had taken all it would. With this, he was ambushed and killed in 1961. Being a child of the 80s, I can remember the Soviet Union crumbling and newspapers full of headlines screaming "End of the Cold War." It was big news. My teachers talked about it in school, and my parents talked about it at the dinner table. Despite all the hubbub the Cold War created, I can't recall Latin America being referenced very often. Yes, there were talks of rebels, Nicaragua, and Castro, but other than that, information was pretty scarce. Since there was a huge connection, today's lesson will be devoted to Latin America during the Cold War. It will specifically highlight the countries of Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Cuba. Because this is such a huge amount of information to cover in one lesson, we'll go for breadth rather than depth. Before we dive into these countries, let's define what we mean by the Cold War. For our purposes, we'll define it as a time of political antagonism that existed between the U.S. and the Communist Party, specifically the Soviet bloc countries, from about 1945 to 1990. Although the main players were the U.S. and the Soviet Union, other parts of the world were definitely caught in the crosshairs. This was especially true in Latin America. In the late 50s, the U.S. began an official policy to keep any communist influence out of the Western Hemisphere. In other words, the American government wanted to make sure no communists moved into the neighborhood, especially Latin America. With this end in mind, the U.S. took on the task of trying to prop up several of the rulers of Latin America. Yes, they may have been kind of bad guys, but I guess they seemed better than having communists living on the same block. After all, it was the Cold War. Despite what the U.S. may or may not have intended, many of the leaders they backed became brutal tyrants. With the support of the U.S., perhaps they figured they were untouchable and above the law and maybe even human decency. Abusing their power, many became very wealthy while their people suffered in poverty. As has happened throughout time, this led to unrest and revolution. For example, in Guatemala, a revolution occurred which lasted over 36 years and saw 200,000 lives lost. To explain, in the 1950s, Guatemala was ruled by the communist president Jacob Arbenz. Now, being that he was a communist, the U.S. wanted him gone, so they backed a group of military officials who were trying to oust him. Fortunately for these military rebels, they won. Unfortunately for the people of Guatemala, they were as bad, if not worse, than Arbenz. Under their rule, the poor of Guatemala were stripped of their lands and their rights. With this, the stage was set for years of rebellion in which rebels who favored leftist communist ideologies fought with the military rulers, while each side killed innocent civilians. Sadly, this cycle of atrocities continued until after the Cold War ended and a peace treaty was signed between the official government of Guatemala and the rebels in 1996. Unfortunately for the lands of Latin America, a similar scene played out in Nicaragua during the Cold War. In the 1930s, Augusto Sandino, a leftist-leaning rebel, was making some real waves in Nicaragua. Since he had communist leanings, this made the U.S. rather nervous. For this reason, they backed Anastasio Somoza as the official leader of Nicaragua. With the U.S. behind him, he was able to gain absolute power over the people of the land. With this, the Somoza dynasty would control Nicaragua for decades. Unfortunately, their reign would also be one of brutality and war. However, the U.S. continued to back them through most of their reign. Like in Guatemala, the Somoza regime horribly abused the populations of Nicaragua. This oppression planted the seeds of rebellion. Soon leftist rebels organized and named themselves Sandinistas after Augusto Sandino, the guy the U.S. helped get rid of many years earlier. Although the Sandinistas caused a good deal of turbulence during the 60s, with the U.S. behind them, the Somozas were able to keep control of the country. However, the poor of Nicaragua continued to suffer as revolution and violence filled their lands. Fortunately for the rebelling Sandinistas, the Somoza dynasty fell out of grace with the U.S. and the rest of the Democratic West when they started abusing foreign aid. When they shot and killed an American reporter, all bets were off. Losing the support of the Democratic West, the Somoza regime toppled and the leftist Sandinistas took control. This control lasted until 1990, when more U.S.-backed rebels came and took it from them. Perhaps the most famous events of Latin America during the Cold War occurred in Cuba. To prove this, all we have to say is the name Fidel Castro. Castro's Cuban Revolution took place between 1953 and 1959. It saw the forces of Fidel Castro take on the government of the military dictator of Cuba. Ironically, in this conflict, Castro was the one promising freedom to the people. With promises of independence and a very small fighting force, Castro took on the ruling dictatorship of Cuba. Using ambushes and hit-and-run tactics, he was able to weaken his opponents while also spreading his promise of freedom. In around the year 1958, Castro went on a huge offensive. With this offensive being successful, he was able to oust the old dictator and give himself the place of power. Of course, as history tells us, Castro didn't quite make good on the whole freedom promise. Instead, he allied himself with the communist Soviet Union. Of course, the U.S. was not happy to have a communist sympathizer of sorts so close to Florida. This displeasure almost turned to war during the famous Bay of Pigs, a failed attempt by U.S.-backed rebels to overthrow Cuba, and the Cuban Missile Crisis, a standoff occurring when Soviet missiles were found in Cuba and the U.S. blockaded the island. Fortunately, tensions have never really gotten that high again. In fact, they've cooled since the end of the Cold War. However, the U.S. still holds many sanctions against Castro's long-lasting regime. The Cold War was a time of political antagonism that existed between the U.S. and the Communist Party, specifically the Soviet bloc countries from about 1945 to 1990. Although the main players in this ideological standoff were the U.S. and the Soviet Union, the region of Latin America was also involved. In 1959, the U.S. began a policy to keep any communist influence out of the Western Hemisphere. This led to U.S. involvement in Latin America. In Guatemala, the U.S. helped a group of military rebels overthrow Jacob Arbenz, the communist Guatemalan president. Sadly, these new military rulers abused the people of Guatemala, causing an extremely devastating 36-year civil war, which lasted well into the 1990s. In Nicaragua, the U.S. helped Eusebio Somoza defeat Augusto Sandino, a leftist-leaning rebel. Somoza became the official leader of Nicaragua. However, Somoza also abused his people. In response to this cruelty, leftist rebels organized, named themselves Sandinistas after Augusto Sandino, and went to war against the Somoza regime. With many, many lives lost, the Sandinistas finally gained control in 1979. They maintained control until the end of the Cold War, when U.S.-backed rebels took it from them. Castro's Cuban Revolution took place between 1953 and 1959. With promises of freedom, Castro was able to topple the military dictator of Cuba. However, once victorious, rather than offering independence, he allied himself with the Communist Party. With the U.S. not wanting a communist regime so close to their land, they backed a failed attempt by U.S.-backed rebels to overthrow Castro. This event has famously become known as the Bay of Pigs. Raising tensions even higher was the Cuban Missile Crisis, a standoff occurring when Soviet missiles were found in Cuba and the U.S. blockaded the island. Since the end of the Cold War, tensions between Cuba have cooled. However, like the reign of Castro, they definitely still exist.
On May 23, 2011, the remains of Chilean politician Salvador Allende were exhumed from his grave. For nearly 40 years, Allende's body had remained at rest in his coffin draped by the Chilean national flag. The exhumation was ordered by a Chilean judge in order to solve one of Chile's greatest unsolved mysteries. How was Salvador Allende killed? Was his death a suicide? Was his death a failed suicide mercifully completed by a friend of his? Or was he outright murdered? But before we can learn the answers to these questions, we must first learn the historical background of Allende's death. From the 1930s to the 1970s, Chile was considered one of the relatively stable democracies of South America. All that changed, however, from 1970 to 1973, when the president of Chile, Salvador Allende, was overthrown by a military coup d'etat, or military overthrow of the government. In this video, we are going to learn more about the historical background of Allende's rise to power, the role of the United States CIA in Chile, the coup d'etat that ousted Allende from power, the rule of Augusto Pinochet and his regime's human rights violations. Salvador Allende was a physician-turned-politician who pushed for socialism in Chile. Although from a modestly well-to-do family, Allende expressed considerable concern about the high levels of poverty in Chile, especially among peasants in the countryside. Allende was also particularly upset about the high levels of economic control that foreign countries exerted over Chile. For example, Chile's largest industry, mining, was predominantly controlled by foreign businesses. Physician-turned-politician who pushed for socialism in Chile. Concerned about high levels of poverty in Chile. Disliked high levels of economic control exerted by foreigners over Chile. As a politician, Allende unsuccessfully ran for president 3 times, in 1952, 1958, and 1964. In 2 of these elections, he finished as the runner-up. In 1970, Allende ran for president again, and this time he received the plurality of vote, 36%, but not the majority. According to the Constitution of Chile, when no candidate achieves a majority of the vote, Congress must select between the top 2 finishers. Allende made an agreement with the Christian Democratic Party, a political party in Chile, in which he promised to support constitutional amendments in order to get their support. Allende became the first ever socialist president to be democratically elected in South America. Allende established a policy that he called La Vía Chilena al Socialismo, the Chilean path to socialism. Allende went right to work on implementing socialism in Chile. For the most part, his first year was a success. He was able to expand schooling, implement free milk for poor children, expand health care for all, eliminate taxes on the poor, raise the minimum wage level, expand public housing options. And Allende was able to do all of this while lowering inflation. This is pretty amazing. Some of the actions of Allende's government were controversial. Allende wanted to nationalize the mining and farming industries of Chile. When a government nationalizes an industry, they essentially take over control of the industry from a private business. In the case of Chile, the government took control of all mining and declared that no individual could have a farm bigger than 8 hectares. Because of this policy, tension between rich white farmers and the poor mestizo peasants who were being given the land acquired by the government arose. Foreign investors lost a lot under Allende's regime. In addition to mining disputes, the Chilean government had problems with debts. Chile received $1.1 billion from the United States and multilateral lending agencies between 1964 and 1970, leaving Allende with a heavy burden of debt. Unlike many other capitalist countries, the U.S. refused to renegotiate the Chilean foreign debt. Allende was anti-capitalist and eventually declared that Chile would not pay its foreign debts. Despite the relatively decent first year of Allende's government, the Chilean economy completely collapsed. 4 factors contributed heavily to this collapse. First, the price of copper fell dramatically worldwide. Copper is Chile's #1 export, so a drop in price really hurt the Chilean economy. Likewise, Allende's nationalization of the mining industry resulted in an overall drop of production. Third, Allende placed high tariffs on foreign goods in order to try and stimulate Chilean domestic economy. This is a policy known as import substitution industrialization. The problem was that Chile was completely dependent on foreign food products because it did not produce enough food to sustain itself. Fourth, Allende funded all his spending by printing more money, causing widespread inflation. In fact, inflation in 1972 through 1973 rose from 22% in 1971 to 163% in 1972 to 508% by 1973. Widespread havoc started to break out in Chile as support for Allende quickly dwindled. At the time of Allende's presidency, the United States and Soviet Union were engaging in a worldwide Cold War. The Soviet Union was trying to spread communism worldwide, while the United States was going to considerable lengths to contain its spread. Indeed, the United States government contributed tons of money to Allende's opponent in the 1970 election, while the Soviet Union likewise went to whatever length possible to support Allende's government. Allende's election had a negative effect on American business. Allende's nationalization of industries cost private American companies millions of dollars, and Allende's socialist leanings made him a natural enemy in the context of the Cold War. United States President Richard Nixon instructed Secretary of State Henry Kissinger to do whatever it takes to deal with Allende. Kissinger and the CIA came up with the plans to prevent Allende from becoming president and, if necessary, remove him from power. Although Allende was democratically elected, the souring of the Chilean economy caused him to lose considerable support. The Christian Democratic Party, which had made the agreement with Allende that allowed him to become president, turned on Allende and declared him to be abusing the constitutional power. In the end, the commander-in-chief of the Chilean army, Augusto Pinochet, intervened and sought to forcibly remove Allende from power by storming La Moneda, the presidential palace of Chile, on September 11, 1973. Allende gave one last speech on Chilean radio stating, "Workers of my country, I have faith in Chile and its destiny. Other men will overcome this dark and bitter moment when treason seeks to prevail. Keep in mind that, much sooner than later, the great avenues will again be opened through which will pass free men to construct a better society. Long live Chile! Long live the people! Long live the workers!" As Pinochet's military moved into the palace, Allende, according to most accounts, took an AK-47 given to him by his friend Fidel Castro and committed suicide. But as mentioned in the beginning of this article, many have speculated that Allende was murdered. They base the speculation on the fact that he suffered 2 separate bullet wounds. How could someone who committed suicide get shot twice? Or did Allende shoot himself in such a way as to allow for 2 different shot wounds? Given what we have learned about the U.S.'s involvement in Chile, one of the biggest mysteries is, to what extent was the United States involved in the military coup against Allende? As stated earlier, the United States CIA had come up with plans to remove Allende through a military coup. But, according to Henry Kissinger, those plans were necessary because the Chilean military initiated the coup on its own. As Kissinger told Nixon about the coup, the U.S. didn't do it, but we helped them by creating the conditions as great as possible. However, many academics and historians contradict this view, stating that the U.S. actively supported the overthrow of Allende, the CIA, by working to undermine the Chilean economy and fabricating conspiracies against the Allende regime. It has also been stated that the CIA was crucial to the consolidation of power after the coup. In 2000, a CIA document was released showing that the U.S. actively supported the military government after the overthrowing of Allende. Several CIA documents still remain classified by the U.S. government, so we may never know the extent to which the CIA was involved. But many speculate that the weapons used by the Chilean military to oust Allende were supplied by the American government. Have you ever seen the movie The Lion King? In this movie, the animals of the African savanna are ruled by a benevolent lion king, Mufasa, who is tragically deposed by his evil brother, Scar. After Scar kills Mufasa, he institutes a dictatorial regime among his pride, marking a new era of terror and fear in the African savanna. In many ways, the fall of Allende is similar. Although some may debate that Allende was not entirely the quintessential leader that Mufasa was, Chile turned into a sinister dictatorial society after Allende's removal. Augusto Pinochet assumed power after ousting Allende. Rather than returning the government to civilian control, Pinochet established a military dictatorship in Chile that lasted until 1990. Pinochet was successful in stabilizing the economy, bringing inflation under control, and growing the economy at a stable rate. He did this by privatizing Chilean mining industries and opening up the economy to foreign trade. But make no mistake about it, Pinochet's government became the stereotypical military dictatorship full of human rights violations. Approximately 3,000 members of Allende's party were harassed and killed. Another 200,000 people had to flee Chile. Many Chileans were incarcerated without a trial, tortured, and generally abused. Despite all these abuses, Pinochet continued to receive the support of Western leaders, most notably the United States and Great Britain. Although these Western powers knew about the abuses, they continued to support Pinochet because of his strict anti-communist stance. In 1990, the military junta controlling Chile was forced to return power to a civilian government. Pinochet was exiled to Great Britain, but prior to his death was almost returned to Chile to face trial for his human rights violations. He died before ever being sentenced. Salvador Allende was the first socialist president democratically elected in South America. Despite a successful first year as president, Allende's management allowed the Chilean economy to fail. The Chilean military initiated a coup d'etat against Allende, removing him from power. In the process, Allende was tragically killed under unclear circumstances. We also learned that the United States CIA played a role in the removal of Allende, although the full extent of this role is not entirely clear. Finally, we saw that Allende was replaced by Augusto Pinochet, a military dictator who stabilized the Chilean economy but committed horrific human rights violations.
The pages of history are full of civil wars, violent conflicts that tear countries apart. One of the most violent of these was the Guatemalan Civil War. In this 36-year conflict, the poor of Guatemala rebelled against government oppression. In today's lesson, we'll take a look at this conflict that claimed over 200,000 lives. However, before we get to the war, let's learn a bit about Guatemala. Sadly, the history of Guatemala is a violent one. For centuries, it has been marked with a huge gap between its poor and its wealthy. Many believe this gap has been caused by foreign corporations coming in and exploiting the native Mayan Indians of the country. Although the Mayans make up a huge majority of the Guatemalan population, they are among the country's very poorest people. This disparity in wealth was a huge catalyst for the country's civil war. With this, let's get to the war. Due to the fact that its 36 years saw power changing hands an awful lot, we'll try to keep things simple, only naming the biggest power players. Although the war officially began in 1960, we need to start in the 50s. In 1954, a rebellion overturned the president of Guatemala. His name was Jacob Arbenz. Interestingly, he was a democratically elected president. In other words, he was elected by the people. However, he was also a communist, and this made the governments of the West very uncomfortable. This was especially true of the United States, who had lots of money invested in the country. In order to get rid of Arbenz and his Communist Party, it's believed the United States funded the coup. With the help of Western dollars, the coup was successful. Arbenz was ousted, and a new president came to power. Unfortunately, this new Guatemalan president, Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, was not the nicest of guys. As president, it's asserted he robbed poor Guatemalans of their rights to vote and their land. In 1960, the poor had reached their limit and fighters rose up in rebellion. With this, Colonel Almaz was murdered and a new general took over rule of Guatemala. Tragically, the rule of this new military man was marked with bloodshed and horrible atrocities against the poor of Guatemala. This fueled the fires of rebellion, and although he made it out of the country with his life, this general was toppled from power in 1963. However, a new military man took over and violence continued. After the country had been ruled by the military men for years, Cesar Mendez came to power in the mid-60s. His rule is important because it was the only civilian ruler since the war began. Of course, the military was not at all thrilled by this, and neither was the U.S., who was backing the military. During Mendez's rule, it's believed the angry military butchered thousands upon thousands of Guatemalan Mayans in their plight to regain power. Like the others before him, Mendez fell and another military man came to power. Unfortunately for the downtrodden of Guatemala, this trend, which began in the 60s, continued all the way into the 90s as several military rulers came and went, yet barbarism continued. Fortunately, in the 1990s, negotiations began between the government and the rebels, and several different human rights agreements were signed. Finally, in the year 1996, Alvaro Arúz became president and signed a final peace treaty between the revolutionaries and his government. With this, the bloody civil war of Guatemala came to an end. Unfortunately, it cost the region innumerable losses as so many lives were lost. Throughout its history, Guatemala has seen a huge gap between its wealthy and its poor. Many assert foreign corporations, especially American corporations, are to blame for this. Lasting 36 years, the Guatemalan Civil War began in 1960 as the poor of Guatemala rebelled against government oppression. During its very long duration, it saw the loss of many innocent lives, specifically those of the Mayans, the natives of Guatemala. Tracing its roots back to the 50s, the war began when U.S.-backed rebels ousted Jacob Arbenz, the communist president of Guatemala. In his place came Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, the new Guatemala president. As president, he and his military stripped the poor of their rights, which caused them to rebel. With this, the war officially began and continued to see military leaders rise and fall as violence and bloodshed abounded. This trend of military rule and abuse continued until Cesar Mendez came to power. Although he was the only civilian ruler since the war began, his rule was still marked with unbelievable carnage. These atrocities continued, but tensions finally started to thaw, and human rights agreements began to be considered in the 1990s. Finally, in the year 1996, Alvaro Arúz became president and signed a final peace treaty between the revolutionaries and his government.
Think of the stereotypical dictator. He censors the press, violates civil rights, and removes opponents from important government positions. Doesn't sound like he would be too popular, does it? Well, imagine that the very same dictator is immensely popular among large sections of the population. It sounds almost too good to be true. This seemingly impossible contradiction of a popular dictator came to fruition in the form of Juan Domingo Perón. In fact, Juan Perón was so popular that he served as president of Argentina for 10 years, was removed in a military coup, and then called back 18 years later to be president again. During his tenure as president, Perón was extremely popular among workers despite his dictatorial style of governing. In this video, we will look at Perón's rise to power, the role of Perón's second wife, Eva Perón, in his rise to power, the tenets of Perónism, Perón's removal from power, Perón's return to Argentina 20 years later. Born in 1895, Juan Perón came from a modest but not poor family. He made a name for himself by rising up the ranks in the Argentine military. When domestic problems arose in Argentina in 1943, Juan Perón was part of an opportunistic group of military officers that overthrew the Argentine civilian government. Together, these officers, led by Pedro Ramirez, joined together to create a military-controlled government. At first, Perón seemed to have a minor role in this government, as he was named to be Secretary of Labor and Social Welfare. Perón, though, used this position to his advantage and built strong relationships with labor groups. For example, he helped settle labor disputes and introduce new benefits for workers. Perón's interaction with labor groups magnified his power, eventually allowing him to take charge of the Department of War and the vice presidency. In 1945, he married Eva Duarte, a successful radio actress, magnifying even more his celebrity status in society. But the old adage is that too much fame is not always a good thing. Other members of the military grew jealous of Perón's newfound popularity. As a result, in October of 1945, Perón was forced to resign and was arrested by the military. The arrest of Perón was intended to limit his power, but it actually had the reverse effect. The workers' union that Perón had developed such strong relationships with immediately took to the streets in massive protest demonstrations. Perón's wife, affectionately called Evita by the Argentine public, added fuel to these protests with her own calls on the radio for civil disobedience. As a result of the protests, Perón was released from prison. The next year, in 1946, Perón was elected president of Argentina. A prominent part of Juan Perón's rise to power was his second wife, Eva Perón. Eva Duarte was born in a poor suburb of Buenos Aires. Eva Perón became an actress in Buenos Aires, where she began to gain fame in Argentina. Her romantic relationship with Juan Perón became a source of national gossip, and her marriage to Perón helped boost Perón's chances of being president. During Perón's presidency, Eva Perón played a prominent role in politics that few women had previously enjoyed in Argentine history. She facilitated communication between Perón and labor unions and established a women's branch of Perón's political party. In 1951, Eva Perón even tried to become Perón's vice president, but male chauvinism inside the Argentine military prevented that from happening. In 1952, she died of cancer, causing Juan Perón to not only lose his wife, but a major political asset. So what was Peronism, and what did Juan Perón believe in? The truth is, we are not too sure, because Perón never articulated his beliefs in a clear, coherent way. As Perón stated, Peronism is not learned, nor just talked about. One feels it, or else disagrees. Peronism is a question of the heart, rather than of the head. Despite the vagueness of Perón's position, we will attempt here to outline some basic tenets. Peronism is like a works pizza that has all the toppings a pizza restaurant offers. I say this because Peronism wasn't so much a clear ideology as an ideology that borrowed from all other ideologies. For example, Peronism drew inspiration from fascists like Mussolini and Hitler, socialists, social democratism, and even the writing of former U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. At the time of his rise, the dominant ideological debate worldwide was between communism and capitalism. But Perón, like Hitler and Mussolini, envisioned a third way of governing besides capitalism and communism. Perón called this political ideology justicialismo, or justicialism. Justicialism can be described as a populist dictatorship. It was a dictatorship in that anyone who disagreed with Perón was declared to be unpatriotic or a traitor. For example, Perón once fired 1,500 university professors who opposed him, including a Nobel laureate physiologist and writer, Jorge Luis Borges, perhaps Argentina's premier writer. For this reason, opponents of Perón have labeled him as a fascist who maintained an iron grip on power. But Perón's policies were populist in their appeal to the lower classes, particularly to workers. For example, Perón universalized Social Security, made education free to all, gave students 1 week of paid leave the week before an exam, created low-income housing, made paid vacation mandatory, required companies to pay some of a worker's vacation expenses, mandated paid maternity leave for 3 months, provided universal health care. Such measures gained him widespread support among the working poor. So while Perón maintained a tight grip on power, he created a lot of social programs designed to gain popular support among the masses. For this reason, he is known as the populist dictator. After the death of Eva Perón, things went downhill for Juan Perón. The biggest opposition to Perón came from his social reforms. First, in 1954, Perón legalized divorce and prostitution in Argentina. These moves irked the generally conservative and Catholic Argentine public. Furthermore, Perón began a relationship with an underage girl, rumored in Argentine tabloids to be as young as 13. For his actions, the Congregation of Catholic Bishops admonished Perón publicly. On June 16, 1955, Perón called a rally to counteract these challenges in Argentina's famous Plaza de Mayo. But while making a speech, Argentine Navy fighter jets bombed the square, killing more than 300 Argentines. The event marked the beginning of a military coup led by Catholic members of the Argentine military. By September 19, 1955, the Catholic leaders of the Argentine military were successfully able to remove Perón, who barely made it out of Argentina. After being ousted, Perón eventually took refuge in Spain. But the 10 prior years of Perón's rule continued to influence Argentina. Officially, Perón's political party, called the Justicialists, was outlawed in Argentina. But Perónists continued to be present in Argentina, although illegally. In 1973, Perón returned to Argentina, greeted by a crowd of approximately 3.5 million cheering supporters. Recently pardoned, Perón ran at the end of 1973 as the Justicialist candidate and won the presidency. 18 years after being removed, Perón was now president of Argentina again. His third term was marked by great levels of economic instability and high inflation that he inherited from the previous regime. But more importantly, his poor health made his third term the most difficult. In 1974, Perón was diagnosed with pneumonia and then suffered a series of major heart attacks. One final heart attack killed Perón on July 1, 1974. In this video, we have learned Juan Domingo Perón can be seen as the populist dictator. Perón rose to power in a military coup and built strong relationships with labor unions to magnify his power. His popular marriage to Eva Perón also brought him celebrity in Argentina. Perón's ideologies, which he called justicialism, tried to borrow ideas from a variety of ideologies, including fascism, social democratism, and socialism. As president, Perón used brute force to maintain control and censored anybody who disagreed with him. But he instituted many reforms that made him popular among the working classes of Argentina. After the death of Eva Perón, he instituted social reforms that offended the conservative Catholic population of Argentina. He was removed in 1955 by Catholic elements of the military and exiled to Spain. He eventually returned 18 years later to be elected president, but died in office during his third term.
For much of the 20th century, Central America was plagued by revolution and war. In today's lesson, we'll take a look at this era of conflict as we discuss the Nicaraguan Revolution. As we do this, it's important to remember that much of what we're going to discuss can be a bit touchy. To this day, there are many different opinions on who the good guys were and who the bad guys were in this story. Keeping this in mind, we're going to do our best to stick to the facts of the revolution. With this little disclaimer of sorts, let's get started with the United States' role in the war. In 1959, the U.S. began a policy to keep any leftist regimes out of its neighborhood. In other words, the American government wanted to make sure no communist governments hatched in Latin America. For this reason, it began supporting the governments already in place there. With the strength of the U.S. backing them, many of the leaders of Latin American countries became extremely powerful. As often happens, this power made them very wealthy and formidable, while the common people of their lands became very, very poor. In Nicaragua, the U.S. backed the Somoza dynasty, a family regime that had controlled Nicaragua for decades. Interestingly, the U.S. was very influential in helping the regime come to power in the first place. To explain, in the 1930s, American forces helped Anastasio Somoza defeat Augustus Sandino, an opponent of the U.S. who wanted to rid Nicaragua of any American influence. Upon Sandino's defeat, Somoza held absolute power in the country. Of course, he had Sandino executed. However, we should keep the name Augustus Sandino in mind because it will definitely come up later. With Sandino out of the way and with the U.S. as an ally, the Somoza regime controlled the people of Nicaragua. According to many historical accounts, this control came in the form of economic deprivation, brutality, and murder. In other words, anyone who stood against them was destroyed. Due to this oppression, the seeds of rebellion were planted in the impoverished people of Nicaragua, and Anastasio Somoza was assassinated. However, he had sons to take his place. Unfortunately, history records that their rule was also marked with oppression and brutality. As their brutality continued, the Somoza family gained a new enemy when a group of rebels with Marxist beliefs and ties to Communist Cuba began an organized rebellion. Interestingly, this group named themselves Sandinistas after none other than Augustus Sandino, the man the family first executed to gain power. Throughout the 1960s, the Sandinistas were able to gain the support of the impoverished people of Nicaragua. With this, they were able to weaken the Somoza regime. However, with allies like the U.S., the regime held on. Ironically, it was national tragedy that would turn the tide for the Sandinista rebels. To explain, in 1972, Nicaragua was hit with a devastating earthquake. As often happens, foreign aid began coming in to help the victims. However, rather than allowing this money to make its way to the people, it's believed the Somoza regime kept it for themselves. Seeing this, more than just the poor of Nicaragua began siding with the Sandinistas. Adding to this, the Somoza family definitely lost favor in the eyes of the world. Although this makes the regime look rather horrible, we must mention that the Sandinistas also used violence. In fact, in the early 70s, they kidnapped a group of dignitaries and demanded ransom. Inflamed by this bold move, the Somoza regime went on the warpath, destroying any and all they felt supported the rebels. However, this brutality only served to push more people to the Sandinista side. It also put the U.S. in a rather difficult spot. Unable to ignore their atrocities, President Jimmy Carter put pressure on the Somoza regime to give up power. His hopes were to have the Somoza regime dissolved before the communist-linked Sandinistas took control. This way, the U.S. may have had a chance to help build a democratic government in Latin America. However, this was not to be. Instead, the regime's brutality continued, and they even killed a U.S. reporter. Of course, this move further severed ties with the U.S. With the support of the U.S. gone, the rulers of the regime realized their time was up. In July of 1979, the last Somoza ruler fled Nicaragua and was assassinated a year later. With this, the Sandinistas were free to grab control of Nicaraguan lands. In the 1930s, Anastasio Somoza defeated Augustus Sandino, an opponent of the U.S. With the U.S. as his backer, this win gave Somoza ultimate power over Nicaragua. This began the Somoza dynasty, which controlled Nicaragua for decades. As a regime, the Somoza used violence and poverty to control their people. This oppression led to revolution. Soon the Sandinistas, a group of rebels with Marxist beliefs and ties to Communist Cuba, began an organized rebellion. This group was named after Augustus Sandino. Although the Sandinistas gained the support of the poor, the Somoza's wealth and their ties to the U.S. allowed them to keep control. However, when the regime abused funds sent as financial aid after an earthquake, and as they continued their brutality, the Sandinista rebels gained in popularity and power. When the Somoza regime was found responsible for killing an American reporter, the U.S. withdrew its support and President Carter called for the regime to step down. Many assert the U.S. government hoped this would give them a chance to put a democratic government in its place. With the Sandinistas gaining on them, and with the U.S. support lost, the last ruler of the Somoza regime finally fled the country in the year 1979. With this, the Sandinistas took control of the country. When it comes to Cuba and Castro, our knowledge base can be pretty limited. In fact, I'm guessing most people just think of cigars and refugees when they think of Cuba. In order to gain some knowledge about our very close neighbors, today we're going to discuss the Cuban Revolution of the 1950s. For starters, the Cuban Revolution took place between 1953 and 1959. It began when Fidel Castro led a force of rebels against the government of Fulgencio Batista, the tyrannical military dictator of the time. Surprisingly, it's reported Castro began his revolution with a small group of supporters. With his brother Raul and his modest revolutionary army by his side, he traveled from Mexico, where he'd been exiled, to Cuba with the hopes of bringing down Batista. Of course, with so few men, this proved rather difficult, and the first skirmish saw Castro and his men defeated. Not willing to give up, Castro and his surviving forces took refuge in the jungles of Cuba. Here they were able to continue their guerrilla tactics. In other words, they remained in the jungle but continued to wage war through ambushes, raids, and hit-and-run attacks. Along with this, Castro took this time to go on a bit of a propaganda tour, telling the people of small-town Cuba that he had come to bring freedom to their lands. Almost like a game of telephone, his message spread, and soon an army of few turned into an army of thousands, excited to taste freedom. This meant all-out civil revolution. Despite the large size of his army, Castro kept to his guerrilla tactics. His forces carried out raids on Batista's government. No place was safe. They hit them in the towns and in the countryside. By 1958, Castro and his forces had become so well organized they launched an offensive. Moving from the south of the island to the north, they trounced government forces at the battles of Yaguajay and Santa Clara. Realizing he was outmatched, Batista fled Cuba. With this, Castro entered La Habana, Cuba's capital, also known as Havana in English, as champion, and his supporters excitedly awaited their freedom. Sadly, this independence never came. In fact, their allegiance was rewarded with the exact opposite. Soon after his 1959 rise to power, Castro joined hands with the Communist Party and the Soviet Union. With this, he created a regime that would bring more pain than those who had come before it, a regime that lasts to this very day. The Cuban Revolution took place between 1953 and 1959. It saw the forces of Fidel Castro take on the government of Fulgencio Batista, the military dictator of Cuba. With a small force, Castro used guerrilla tactics, waging war through ambushes, raids, and hit-and-run attacks. This proved fruitful, and soon Castro had amassed an army of thousands to whom he promised freedom. In 1958, Castro began an offensive. Traveling north, he won victories at the battles of Yaguajay and Santa Clara. Hearing of this, Batista fled the country, and Castro was declared victorious. Sadly, Castro never made good on his promise of freedom. Instead, he allied with the Communist Party and the Soviet Union. With this, he created a long-lasting regime of cruelty which still exists today. Going to college in the 90s, most of my poli-sci professors were abuzz with NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. It was such a big deal, I think I had to write at least 4 papers on it. Since NAFTA was so controversial at the time, my professors expected me to not only give a factual rundown, but they also wanted my opinion. Although NAFTA is sort of old news these days, today's lesson will concentrate on it. When we're done, it'll be your job to decide whether it's a good or bad thing. Since NAFTA is part of our past and our present, the wording of this lesson has the potential to get a bit tricky. For this reason, we'll stick to the present when we're defining terms, but we'll step back in time as we discuss the fears people had over its signing. The important thing for you to remember is that NAFTA is still alive and kicking. Keeping this in mind, let's get rolling. NAFTA is an economic agreement that integrates the economies of the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. This treaty calls for the reduction and even elimination of many tariffs between its members. A tariff is a tax on imports and exports. Spearheaded by President Bush, NAFTA did not officially go into play until 1994 during the presidency of Bill Clinton. From cars to crops to computers, its goal is to make it easier for goods to pass between the borders of North America and Mexico. Interestingly, NAFTA also calls for the protection and respect of more intangible things like trademarks, copyrights, and patents. While not part of the first draw-ups, NAFTA also contains sections on human rights. Although NAFTA is a huge deal, it did have some limitations. Unlike many of its European counterparts, NAFTA decrees don't supersede each country's national laws. Also, it doesn't create any sort of joint currency system. Now that we have this information down, let's take a look at why it was so controversial. For this one, we'll travel back in time. To start, most big corporations thought NAFTA was a good idea. After all, if you can reduce your taxes, you can increase your profits. However, not everyone shared this excitement. In fact, the labor unions of US and Canada opposed NAFTA. Their fear was that it would make it easier for big businesses to move factories to Mexico, where they could pay workers less. On the Mexican side, many Mexican farmers were against NAFTA, their main complaint being that the lack of tariffs might make it possible for American crops to be sold at prices that would undercut theirs. So strong was this fear that a group of Mexican revolutionaries known as Zapatistas declared war on the Mexican government after NAFTA was signed. Along with economic reasons, some opposed NAFTA out of concern for human rights. These concerns were formed around the fear that in loosening economic restrictions, big business would run all over unions, opening up the doors for the poor to get poorer while the rich got richer. Interestingly, many sources assert that since the signing of NAFTA, Mexican wages have drastically decreased. On the other hand, some opposed NAFTA for fear that it would make illegal immigration into the North easier. Again, interesting to note, illegal immigration has in fact increased since the 1990s. Jumping back to the present, whether these things are coincidental or the direct consequences of NAFTA is not for this lesson to judge. Like I said in the beginning, I'll leave this for you to decide. NAFTA is an acronym for the North American Free Trade Agreement. It is an economic agreement that integrates the economies of the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. It was spearheaded by President George Bush, but officially enacted in 1994 under President Clinton. NAFTA's provisions call for the removal of tariffs on goods ranging from automobiles to agricultural products. It also makes provisions for things like trademarks, copyrights, and human rights. However, none of these provisions supersede laws, nor do they create a currency system. Although many tend to support NAFTA, many oppose it. This opposition is rooted in the idea that it may be a catalyst for companies to send jobs to Mexico, that it may create unfair labor practices, that it may cause an unfair advantage for northern goods, and that it may increase illegal immigration. In response to its signing, Mexican revolutionaries known as Zapatistas declared war on the Mexican government. Since the signing of NAFTA, it's asserted that Mexican wages have dropped and illegal immigration has increased. I have a friend who always seems to be down on her luck. She bought a new car, she crashed it a week later. She planned an island vacation, a hurricane hit. Really, the poor thing just can't win. Sadly, the same can be said of Latin America throughout much of the 20th century. Like my friend, it just can't seem to get ahead. However, its hardships aren't limited to cars and ruined vacations. They go much deeper, carrying economic devastation and more. To see what I mean, we'll spend today looking at Latin America during the first half of the 20th century. We'll start at World War I. Prior to the war, most Latin American countries made their money through exporting. For instance, Chile supplied nitrates to the world, Brazil supplied coffee, and Argentina exported wheat and wool. In other words, Latin America depended on world trade for much of its survival. Therefore, World War I hit its pocketbook and hit it hard. For instance, take a look at Chile and its nitrate production. As most of us know, nitrates are used to make explosives. For this reason, the war could have been a real boon for Chile. After all, explosives and war tend to go hand in hand. Indeed, Germany was one of Chile's biggest customers. However, when Britain blockaded the German trade routes, Chile's wallet took a major hit. Sadly for the people of Latin America, naval blockades and battles wreaked havoc on all their products trying to cross the seas. Speaking of Britain, before the war, the Brits probably held the greatest economic sway in Latin America. However, when British trade ships were reassigned to carry soldiers, trade definitely took a back seat. Not only did Latin America lose their German markets, they lost lots of Britain's money as well. When the war started causing Europe's entire economy to tank, Latin America started going down with the ship. This is a bit ironic considering Brazil was one of the only countries that actually fought in the war. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, the U.S. stepped up to take Britain's place in the world of Latin American trade. Nevertheless, this did not solve all its problems. In fact, many would argue it added new ones which lasted long after the shots of World War I ended. To explain, toward the end of the war, several Latin American countries began making a bit of a comeback. However, the war was soon followed by the Great Depression. With this, Latin America's economy followed the U.S.'s right into the dumps. Due to this, some Latin Americans began calling for their region to get out of business with the outside world. Speaking rather officially, they wanted to begin import substitution industrialization, or replacing foreign imports with domestic production. In short, they wanted to make and use their own stuff rather than relying on the outside world. However, others, especially the wealthy leaders with ties to the U.S., didn't want to give up the old import-export game they were playing with Uncle Sam. This conflict of independence versus dependence, along with some brutal dictators and growing anti-American sentiments, led to bloody conflicts all over Latin America. One of the most famous occurred in Nicaragua, as its U.S.-backed dictator fought anti-American rebels tied to communism. This unrest also laid the foundation for the Guatemalan Civil War, a blood-spattered 36-year fight which pitted the U.S.-backed military government of Guatemala against revolutionaries. Regrettably, similar scenes played out in places like Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Brazil. Adding these conflicts to economic hardships, most of Latin America spent the first, and sadly the last, half of the 20th century chained to poverty and violence. The first half of the 20th century saw Latin America embroiled in economic hardship and violence. Prior to World War I, most Latin American countries made their money through exporting. Chile supplied nitrates, Brazil produced coffee, and several others exported food. Trade with Britain was especially important. Due to this, the naval blockades and slumping European economies of World War I proved devastating to Latin America. As ties to Europe weakened, Latin America's ties to the U.S. strengthened. However, the Great Depression saw its economy crumble with America's. This and other factors led many to call for import substitution industrialization, or replacing foreign imports with domestic production. Ties to the U.S. also contributed to civil unrest. In Nicaragua, U.S.-backed dictators fought anti-American rebels linked to communism. Brutal dictatorships also laid the groundwork for the Guatemalan Civil War, a bloody 36-year conflict between the U.S.-backed military government of Guatemala and revolutionaries. Sadly, the 20th century saw similar scenes played out in places like Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Brazil. For most of us living in the U.S., the idea of violent coups toppling governments is something we've only heard about. We've seen it on the news, but we've never seen it on our streets. Since the Constitution's ink has dried, it's been our go-to document. The same cannot be said of Brazil, a country that switched from democracy to military rule many, many times. In today's lesson, we'll explore this interesting history as we study the military rule and democratic reforms of Brazil from the 1950s to the 1980s. Today, the country of Brazil is a federal republic, a group of states who've placed themselves under one central government. Fitting with this, Brazil has a national congress, members of whom are elected by the people. This is the picture of Brazil today. However, this has not always been the case. In fact, for much of the 1960s to the 1980s, Brazil was a military-controlled state under the thumb of rulers who didn't quite think things like constitutions and rights were all that necessary. To discuss these regimes, we'll start with the 1950s. During the 1950s, a man named Kubitschek was president of Brazil. As president, he did a rather good job of bringing prosperity to the land. His tenure saw Brazil's coffee trade boom, industry improved, and even a new capital built in the city of Brasilia. Sadly for he and Brazil, this all changed when world coffee prices took a nosedive in the late 1950s. Like often happens when an economy tanks, a new president was elected in 1960. Not able to fix the problems he inherited, this new guy resigned within a year. The next up to bat was Julio Goulart. Interestingly, history tells us that Goulart was a leftist, which in the 1950s pretty much meant he had ties to socialism or communism. Despite how strong these ties were or weren't, this made Goulart dangerous in the eyes of the U.S. in no uncertain terms did Uncle Sam want a communist in his neighborhood. As Goulárt's government continued to fail economically, the people of Brazil got restless. When this restlessness turned to revolution, many think the U.S. saw it as a great chance to get rid of Goulart. Adding to this theory, a good bit of folks think the United States backed the rebels. Whether or not this is true, the rebels were successful in ousting Goulart. In his place would come Castillo Branco, a Brazilian military leader, who just so happened to start his rule with a rather big bankroll from several American corporations. At the onset of his rule, Castillo Branco assured the people of Brazil he would only serve out the remainder of his predecessor's term. He then stepped down to an elected president. Sadly, like lots of political promises, this proved false. Rather than bringing democracy, he delivered a military regime. In fact, by the mid-1960s, he had abolished all opposing political parties and stripped his critics of their rights. Yes, he went by the term president, but many assert the term military dictator would have been more appropriate. Ruling until 1967, Castillo Branco was the first in a line of military men who ruled Brazil through force. To name a few, there was Costa e Silva, Medici, and Giselle. Yes, they all had different names, but most of them ruled the same, through oppression, fear, and violence. Quite amazingly, by the late 70s and early 80s, the military of Brazil had begun moving toward democratic reform. Some believe this occurred due to the violent revolutions taking place in other Latin American countries. Seeing this, the leaders of Brazil didn't want to meet the same fate. Regardless of why, this process of democratization took on the name the Aberto process. Like most processes, it was slow going. Finally, in 1985, the government of Brazil allowed the election of its first civilian president since the early 60s. Bringing democracy even more to the forefront, 1989 saw Fernando Collor, a civilian elected by the people, not the government of Brazil. The country of Brazil is a federal republic, a group of states who've placed themselves under one central government. However, this was not always the case. A civilian man named Kubitschek was the president of Brazil during the 50s. His tenure came to an end due to an economic crisis caused by falling coffee prices. In the early 1960s, João Goulart became president, but his tenure was also marked with economic failure. Goulart was considered a leftist, meaning he had ties to Marxism or communism. Many believe the U.S. backed a military coup which ousted Goulart in the mid-1960s. In Goulart's place came Castillo Branco, a Brazilian military leader who did away with democracy in favor of an oppressive military regime. This oppression would last into the 80s, with military men like Costa e Silva, Medici, and Giselle following in Castillo Branco's footsteps. In the late 70s and early 80s, Brazil's military government began the Abertura process, a process of democratization. It elected the first civilian president since the 60s, and in 1989, Fernando Collor, a civilian, was elected by the people of Brazil.
In the summer of 2014, the United States experienced a massive surge in immigration across the Mexican-U.S. border. What was alarming, however, was how many of the immigrants migrating across the border were minors. The sudden and large influx of young migrants brought immigration from Latin America once again into the national spotlight. But the rise of Latin American migration to the United States is not a recent phenomenon. Whereas immigration to the United States used to be predominantly European, most immigrants today to the United States come from Latin America. But what are the roots of Latin American immigration? In this video, we will review the different theories explaining the causes of immigration from Latin America to the United States. While reviewing these theories, we will look at specific countries with a history of migration to the United States and explain how these histories fit into the different theories of migration. The old adage is that people will move to improve. Similar to this adage, neoclassical economics argues that immigration from one country to another country will occur whenever an individual finds it in their best interest to migrate to another country. Essentially, individuals run a cost-benefit analysis to determine whether the costs of moving from one's home country are outweighed by the benefits expected when arriving in another country. If they think the benefits outweigh the costs, the potential immigrant will decide to move. Proponents of this theory argue that the high influx of immigrants from Latin America to the United States is due to the difference in wage levels. Accordingly, the high wages in the United States relative to Latin American countries drive individual desires to migrate toward the United States. For example, some studies suggest that Mexican migrants can expect to earn up to 5 times as much in the United States as they would in their home country. Clearly, this plays an obvious role in a migrant's decision to move. A second theory that also helps explain why migration might occur between two countries is the new economics of migration theory. This theory argues that migrants don't move because of the pull of higher wages, but because of the push of ineffective markets in their home country. Take, for example, a Guatemalan citizen looking to buy a home for his family. Under normal circumstances in the United States, someone would go to the bank in order to secure a mortgage toward buying a house. But in Guatemala, there may not be a strong enough banking system that he can rely on to obtain ownership of his home. In the absence of such a system, our Guatemalan citizen will have to look for other ways to raise the capital necessary to buy a home. And one of those ways available to him is to migrate towards the United States temporarily so that he can raise sufficient money to construct his home. In other words, this theory holds that migration is a temporary solution to overcome deficiencies in the markets of the immigrant's country. An important prediction of this theory is that immigration will only be temporary, not permanent, and that immigrants will remit or send back lots of money to their home country. There is a lot of evidence to support this theory. For example, the Pew Research Center estimated that in 2013, Mexican immigrants remitted $23 billion back to their home countries. Other Latin American immigrants,
About 20 minutes from my home sits a lakefront community that offers boating in the summer and skiing in the winter. It's a rather popular place to live, but those who reside there have to abide by the Homeowners Association rules. They can't let their dogs run wild, they can't have above-ground pools, and they definitely can't let visitors come in unattended. In other words, if you live there, you have to play by the neighborhood rules. Along the same lines, countries that share the same region often form unions to govern their rather large neighborhood. In today's lesson, we'll focus on one of these coalitions as we dive into the Organization of American States. To begin, the Organization of American States, the OAS for short, is a union consisting of the United States and many Latin American countries. Putting this union in a nutshell, it was birthed out of the desire to foster cooperation in the realm of economics, politics, and military action between its member states. To make it easy, we can think of it as a homeowners association for the Americas. To give some hard facts, the OAS formed in 1948. At its inception, it had 21 members, a few of them being the U.S., Argentina, Chile, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Peru. Today, it has over 30 members. As an organization, one of the OAS's main goals is to promote peace within the Western Hemisphere. However, during the 50s, peace meant different things for different members. For instance, the U.S. thought peace meant keeping communism out of Latin America. This is especially pertinent as the U.S. busied itself with the Cold War, a time of political antagonism that existed between the U.S. and the Communist Party, specifically the Soviet bloc countries. On the other hand, many Latin American countries saw the OAS as a way to keep the U.S. from trouncing on their sovereign rights. This is especially true in places like Nicaragua and Guatemala, where communism had gained popularity and the governments were afraid the U.S. would interfere to stamp it out. In order to appease all parties, the OAS agreement included a clause denouncing communism. In order to appease Latin America, it also included a clause stating no state had the right to interfere in the affairs of the other states. Sort of like a homeowners association, the OAS made rules about how the countries should interact, but it had no jurisdiction over what went on in the individual homelands. Moving away from politics, the OAS also stepped into the realm of economics. In fact, one of its main goals included and still includes the promotion of economic development. Showing how seriously many of the founding members took this, it calls for eradicating poverty within the Western Hemisphere. It actually asserts members should use their resources to encourage economic development and limit the resources they use to make weapons. Sadly, history tells us the OAS has fallen short of its goals. This was especially true after World War II, when places like Brazil's economy crashed due to inflation. This time period also saw places like Haiti, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic fall to brutal dictators who filled their wallets while their people starved. Ironically, several of these dictators were supported by the U.S., a member of the Organization of American States. In short, the OAS never really worked out quite like its members hoped. Communism took hold in Cuba, which, by the way, never held membership. The U.S. backed several revolutions in the region, and Latin American economies continue to struggle. Despite this, the Organization of American States still exists as a coalition striving for economic development and peace in the Western Hemisphere. The Organization of the American States is a union consisting of the United States and many Latin American countries. Its goal is economic, military, and political cooperation between its members. Coming to life in 1948, the OAS began with 21 members, several of which were the U.S., Argentina, Chile, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Peru. Today, it has over 30 members. Being closely linked to the Cold War, a time of political antagonism that existed between the U.S. and the Communist parties, specifically the Soviet bloc countries, the U.S. agreed to the OAS in order to keep communism out of its neighborhood. On the flip side, many Latin American countries signed to keep the U.S. from arbitrarily trouncing on their sovereignty. Neither of these goals came to fruition as communism grabbed hold in Cuba and the U.S. supported several revolutions in the region. As a coalition, one of the OAS's founding goals is the eradication of poverty within its borders. Falling short of this pledge, the latter part of the 20th century saw inflation wreak havoc in Latin America. Post-World War II, Latin America also saw the rise of brutal dictators who chained their people to poverty. Ironically, several of these regimes were backed by the U.S. Despite all this, the OAS still exists today. It continues to strive against the odds to bring peace and economic prosperity to all in the Western Hemisphere. In college, I had a professor who liked to say history is about the world trading problems. Just when you think you've got one tackled, another issue pops up. Although I can't tell you his statement is all that empirical, I can tell you the subject of today's lesson, the political landscape of Latin America after World War II, does seem to prove his point. For starters, as most of the world worked to heal their wounds from World War II, the countries of Latin America were entering into a period of tragic political unrest and rebellion. Since several of these rebellions had links to communism, this gained the attention of the United States. The U.S. had traded World War II for the Cold War, a time of political antagonism between the U.S. and the Communist Party in the Soviet bloc countries, from about 1945 to 1990. Since this is such a broad topic, we'll focus on some of the most infamous conflicts. For instance, in Brazil, it's believed the U.S. backed military rebels to overthrow João Goulart, Brazil's president with ties to communism. When this rebellion succeeded, it threw Brazil into the hands of a brutal military dictator who ravaged the country for decades. The same story played out in Guatemala, as U.S.-backed rebels ousted Jacobo Arbenz, the communist Guatemalan president. Sadly, the military dictators that replaced him abused their power and their people. This led to a bloody civil war that lasted well into the 1990s. The same scene can be studied in Nicaragua, where the U.S. supported Anastasio Somoza, who held absolute power in Nicaragua. Although his reign was one of violence, Uncle Sam favored him over the Sandinistas, rebels with communist-leaning ideologies. Although the Sandinistas won in the late 1970s, their victory came at the cost of many innocent lives. Perhaps one of the most famous Latin American revolutions after World War II was Castro's Cuban Revolution. Of course, this one really caused the U.S. some indigestion. Castro came to power in the revolution, which took place between 1956 and 1959. Castro's presence soon led to the Bay of Pigs, a failed attempt by U.S.-backed rebels to overthrow Castro's Cuba. Also in the early 1960s was the uber-tense Cuban Missile Crisis, a standoff that occurred when Soviet missiles were found in Cuba and the U.S. blockaded the island. Although Castro managed to hold on through all of this, the U.S. has levied sanctions on this regime that some believe have only helped to keep the people of Cuba impoverished. Recent years have seen the tensions between the U.S. and Cuba thaw. With this, many sanctions and barriers have been lifted. Although not all post-war Latin American countries were tied to communism, many of them were still embroiled in violence. For instance, the countries of Haiti and the Dominican Republic on the island of Hispaniola were under the thumbs of brutal regimes whose legacies can still be seen in these two impoverished nations. Post-World War II Latin America can be characterized by the words instability and violence. Much of this violence was linked to the Cold War, a time of political antagonism between the U.S. and the Communist Party in the Soviet bloc countries, from about 1945 to 1990. In Guatemala, U.S.-backed rebels ousted Jacobo Arbenz, the communist Guatemalan president. And in Nicaragua, the U.S. supported Anastasio Somoza against the Sandinistas, who were rebels with communist-leaning ideologies. Sadly, both these conflicts threw the countries into blood and chaos. The Cuban Revolution saw Castro come to power. Due to Castro's ties to communism, this revolution also brought the U.S. into the mix. This led to the Bay of Pigs, a failed attempt by U.S.-backed rebels to overthrow Castro's Cuba. And the Cuban Missile Crisis, a standoff that occurred when Soviet missiles were found in Cuba, and the U.S. blockaded the island. Although nuclear war never ensued, the people of Cuba were left in poverty. After World War II, the island of Hispaniola and the countries of Haiti and the Dominican Republic also ended up under the thumbs of brutal dictators who impoverished and abused their people. As I work on this lesson, I'm sitting on a chair that was made in Sweden. As I look out my window, I see my car that carries a Japanese name. As I look down at my keyboard, I see another Asian brand. And if I backed away from my computer for a moment and checked out the label on my sweater, I'm guessing I just might see the words Made in China. Without a doubt, I'm surrounded by products that have come to me from across the seas. In other words, my daily life, and I'm guessing yours, is a living example of today's lesson on the globalization of the world's economy. To explain, economic globalization is the economic mixing and interdependence of economies across the world through an escalation of cross-cultural movement of goods, services, technologies, and wealth. Stated really simply, it's the world's money being spread around as goods, products, and technology are sent from one country to another country. Economic globalization is the reason I can go to my local superstore and buy products from all over the world, while people in Europe and Asia can also buy American products. It's also the reason someone in China can order a grande mocha latte at the same coffee chain I bought mine from this morning. To play on a very familiar song, it's one of the reasons that it's a small world after all. And according to many economists, it has reached new heights in the past few years. With this unprecedented growth in economic globalization, some argue its impact on the world has been very positive. However, there are some who are not so sure it's been the best thing for all parts of the world. For the remainder of the lesson, we'll look at these two arguments and you can decide. Looking on the bright side, we'll start with one of the arguments in its favor. For starters, the proponents for the expansion of economic globalization argue that it creates jobs and lowers the prices of goods. For instance, when an American-born manufacturing company sets up shop in an impoverished nation, it creates jobs for the people there. On the other hand, when China exports or sends goods to another country, to places like the U.S., it forces American manufacturers to offer their goods at cheaper prices as well. Although it wouldn't be all that empirical, to see this phenomena in action, just go to your local superstore, that probably has the word Mart in its name and check out the prices and how many times you read the words Made in China. However, as my mom always says, there are two sides to every argument. While proponents of economic globalization tout its power to create jobs in impoverished nations, many argue that it has allowed for social injustices such as poor working conditions, wages that are scandalously low, and even the exploitation of children in the form of forced labor. In other words, when a company sets up shop in a nation that doesn't enforce fair labor practices, abuses may abound. Adding to this, opponents argue that economic globalization has caused capital flight, the large-scale departure of companies, assets, and wealth from a country due to economic instability or the opportunity for cheaper production. Linking capital flight back to our conversation on jobs, economic globalization has made it possible for large companies to move their businesses to countries where they can pay their employees less. For example, a large computer company knows it can pay a worker overseas 50 cents an hour, as opposed to the United States minimum wage of over $7. For this reason, why wouldn't it pack up and head across the seas? Opponents to globalization also have a problem with the effects of offering lower-priced goods to consumers. This is nice for us when we go shopping, but goods coming into a country cheaper has also been the demise of some local economies. For instance, I live in a rather small town whose streets were once full of little mom-and-pop stores, from shoe stores to camping stores to tire stores. However, once one of the large box stores came into our area, these small businesses just couldn't compete with the cheap prices and they were forced to shut their doors. Yes, these huge box stores have made a science out of importing or bringing in goods from another country, but many assert it has come at the loss of local businesses and the demise of what many have called Main Street America. Speaking rather ethnocentrically, many in the West argue that economic globalization will encourage the growth of democracy as impoverished nations, especially those under dictatorships, begin to interact with the freer West. In other words, when people get a taste of the products from the industrialized world, they may just want more. Although this sounds great in theory, others don't see it with such rose-colored glasses. Opponents fear that large companies, without any sort of accountability, just may end up being as dangerous as the dictators they replaced. Economic globalization is the economic mixing and interdependence of economies across the world through an escalation of cross-cultural movement of goods, services, technologies, and wealth. Many assert that economic globalization has created jobs and lowered the prices of goods through exporting or sending goods to another country and importing or bringing in goods from another country. Others argue that economic globalization has had a negative effect. They blame it for capital flight, the large-scale departure of companies, assets, and wealth from a country due to economic instability or the opportunity for cheaper production. They also assert it has increased the exploitation of impoverished countries through extremely low wages, unsafe working conditions, and child exploitation. Finally, some proponents of globalization argue that it will bring democracy to enslaved worlds. However, other opponents assert it will just allow large companies to abuse the power which money often brings.
Do you have a job? Chances are, you can reasonably rest assured that the same job will be there tomorrow for you, and likely in the same place. Every so often, though, companies move, whether it's for legal, market, or tax reasons. Sometimes they move across town, but other times they move to an entirely different country. One reason why countries might go this second route is outsourcing. In this lesson, we'll explore 21st century business and employment issues like outsourcing and migrant workers. Of course, moving the entire company is just one form of outsourcing. Any business operation that moves the operations of one part of or the entire company from one location to another or contracts an entirely different business to provide the service altogether is considered outsourcing. As such, outsourcing can take many forms. For example, the moving of an automotive manufacturing plant from one country to another is considered outsourcing. Even though the auto company's headquarters and assembly plants likely remain in the home country, the manufacturing process is outsourced. This is generally done to save money. Companies will happily move manufacturing productions from one country with high labor costs to one with low labor costs, as long as the cost of shipping back to the first country is not prohibitively high. Alternatively, and more commonly, companies will outsource by signing a contract with a completely different company. Rather than spend the money on materials, labor, and the space it takes to create a certain product or provide their company with a certain service, companies will contract out smaller companies specifically designed to provide that service. The idea is that a company specifically designed to provide, for example, car computers, can more quickly, cheaply, and efficiently create car computers than the automotive company who has to build the entire car. Outsourcing has become more and more prevalent throughout the business community in the 21st century. This is particularly true in the wake of the 2008 financial collapse, when a global economic recession caused many companies to find ways to cut costs wherever they could find them. The ethics of outsourcing still draw considerable criticism from certain commentators, particularly those in Western countries with higher minimum wages and better labor laws. Typically, outsourcing is seen as a way for companies to cut costs by moving operations to countries with less labor protections and lower wages, while still peddling their products and services in these larger, consumer markets. While outsourcing tends to be a business practice in offices and manufacturing, another 21st century labor trend that has gained considerable attention is the plight of migrant workers. Migrant workers are usually low-skilled workers or laborers who travel from region to region or country to country in order to find work. Although people have always moved to wherever they can find work, and undocumented migrant workers have been part of the agricultural industry for decades in many countries, it has only recently become a high-profile issue. Additionally, the advent of a globalized world has made migratory work for those even outside normal migrant worker-based industries more possible than ever. Whether it's undocumented Central and South Americans working in the vineyards and fruit fields of California, or migratory workers from the Balkans working construction and low-wage jobs in the rest of Europe, migrant workers exist in various forms in almost every part of the world today. Most people do not relish the idea of moving across countries or continents simply to work. Most are forced by the economic realities they live in. For example, job opportunities are so poor and wages so low in some Central American countries that migrating to the United States' Southwest to work in agriculture at wages well below minimum wage is still a huge step up from what they had in their home country. Migrants are vital to many industries. They provide cheap labor in industries where margins are razor thin, and migrant laborers often send what extra income they make to their home country, helping to feed their family and boost local economies. Migrant workers have always faced considerable hardship, now more than ever. More often than not, migrant workers are not citizens of the countries in which they work, which means they don't receive the same protections under that country's laws. Moreover, with the recent global economic downturn, migrant workers are more and more the objects of hate and scorn in the countries in which they work. They're viewed as taking jobs which could otherwise be occupied by citizens, even if they are working low-paying, oftentimes below minimum wage, jobs which migrants, not citizens, have worked for decades. The prevalence of outsourcing in the 21st century discussed above, even if relatively unrelated to migrant labor, has only hurt the image of foreign labor in the minds of those opposed to both practices. As the globalized world changes economics and businesses with ever-increasing rapidity in the 21st century, those in charge of making labor decisions will have to learn to adapt. One of these practices which is becoming increasingly prevalent is outsourcing. Whether it's moving an entire part of the company to another part of the world where cheaper labor can be had, or contracting out smaller companies to provide ancillary products or services, outsourcing is a key business tactic to keep costs down. Similarly, utilizing migrant workers also keeps labor costs low, as most migrants are illegally paid below minimum wage. The 21st century has also seen migrant workers face increased criticism in the countries they work, while still being subjected to the same low pay and possible exploitation. The facts and effects of both of these labor practices will likely be confronted as the 21st century moves forward. When you were a kid, did you ever set up a lemonade stand? Likely it was a crash course in rudimentary economics, because you had to decide what to sell your lemonade for given the cost of lemons, sugar, and your time. Or, let's be honest, maybe your parents just gave you the materials. Well, for farmers of the third world who have to deal with fluctuating global prices and demand, What price to sell their crops at is a daily issue that can make or break their farm and family. Since the 1990s, strategies spurred by increased globalization have tried to stabilize and improve the lives of these farmers in impoverished nations. Though, as this lesson will show, the strategy's results and ethics are still a matter of hotly contested debate. For centuries, agriculture was a relatively local business. Farmers grew as much as they possibly could, given their land and resources. After feeding their families, whatever was left over was sold at markets or to distributors in growing cities. That profit was then put into buying more supplies, tools, or seed for the following season. Moreover, most countries, even as global trade became more and more prominent in the 19th and 20th centuries, often put in economic measures to protect domestic markets and domestic agriculture from cheaper foreign imports. These measures often kept prices artificially high on certain goods. This achieved twofold. While it guaranteed a certain standard of living and higher prices for farmers' crops, it also kept food prices high at marketplaces and adversely affected the standard of living and purchasing power of the rest of the country. In the past 2 decades, parties in both developing countries and in the developed world have instigated changes in this system. Several organizations, including the World Trade Organization, or WTO, set out in the late 1980s and early 1990s to create a more globalized era of food production. For example, during the Uruguay round of the discussions on the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the WTO pushed to end the usage of tariffs, quotas, subsidies, and other forms of government assistance to protect farmers and agricultural markets in developing countries. The idea is that by integrating the markets of developing countries into the global food market, these developing countries can gain wider access to more markets for their goods, expanding demand for their crops, and at the same time meeting the demand for increased food production in developed countries with poorer supplies. Consequently, the populace of these countries will also gain access to the global economic food market and hopefully pay cheaper prices for food, thus raising everyone's standard of living. For example, instead of buying a bag of rice produced by farmers a few towns over for $10, people in developing countries can now buy a bag of rice produced in India or China for $3. Those $7 savings could then be saved or spent on something else entirely. Though great in theory, the removal of tariffs and protections has caused some unforeseen consequences. For example, according to some commentators, the creation of the global food market has fostered the growth of multinational agribusiness at the expense of small, independent farmers. Due to the nature of government subsidies to farmers, large corporations are able to buy crops and food at artificially low prices and then sell it across the world at marked up prices, eating into the design savings of everyday people discussed above. Moreover, the agreement signed, which opened up market access to developing nations, also unfairly benefits developed nations, according to some. For example, the WTO and other organizations require developing governments to stop giving their farmers subsidies and other market protections, thereby encouraging them to sell their goods on the global markets. However, the WTO does not hold developed countries to the same standards. For example, the average U.S. farmer receives $21,000 a year of subsidies from the U.S. government without any repercussions from the WTO. Whether opening up the agriculture of third world countries to the global marketplace actually benefits the farmers, or simply the global markets, is still a matter of hotly contested debate, and will likely continue to be so as the 21st century continues forward. Agriculture is one of the most important industries in the world today. Indeed, it is one of mankind's oldest occupations, and the farmers of the world produce all of the food that you and I eat every day. Though agriculture has been a relatively local business for centuries, in the 1980s and 1990s, international organizations like the WTO saw the growth of global food markets as an avenue for increased inclusion of third world countries in the global marketplace. The idea is that by opening up third world agriculture to global markets, farmers in developing countries will gain access to larger markets for their goods. Similarly, non-farmers in those developing countries will be able to spend less money on food by purchasing cheap foreign imports. However, there are many critics to the program. Many claim that the system unfairly favors developed countries and that the system has fostered the growth of for-profit agribusiness. Just which side is right is something which will likely be watched throughout the 21st century. It wasn't all that long ago, about 10 to 12 generations, that the average Englishman was born, lived, worked, and died all within a 10-mile radius. Today we have cars, planes, and trains which allow the average person to travel that distance in only a few minutes. Indeed, technology in the past couple hundred years, since the Industrial Revolution, has traveled in leaps and bounds. In this lesson, we'll discuss just a few of the technological innovations already made or currently being made in the 21st century, which no doubt will change our lives in exciting and unexpected ways. Though the digital revolution has been underway for roughly 30 to 50 years already, some of its ramifications are just being felt. The essence of the digital revolution is computers, such as the one on your desk, on your lap, or even in your pocket, which allow information to be stored digitally on microchips. The digital revolution has replaced many other forms of storage and filing systems. Gone, for example, are the Rolodexes from libraries, or the numerous filing cabinets which used to populate every office or home. Instead, hundreds, if not thousands, of documents can now be stored on a microchip smaller than a grape. More than just storing information, the digitizing of everything, from media to phones to television broadcasts, has changed our lives in unexpected ways and will likely continue to do so. For example, the creation of high-definition television digitized the signal in which most television stations broadcast. The resulting picture was far clearer and crisper than the previous analog signals. While this has been a joy for many television enthusiasts, especially sports fans, who can now view live events in definition nearly as crisp as real life, it has also presented a conundrum for some businesses. For example, owners of sports teams have had to find new ways to attract fans to their stadiums. Fans who can just as easily watch the game in high definition from the comfort of their own home. This is just one example of the many ways that the digital revolution is making some of our lives easier and better, while at the same time presenting new challenges for others. One of the reasons the digital revolution has progressed so far so fast is the new and evolving field of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology refers to the creation of artificial structures at the smallest sizes possible, at times even down to the atomic or molecular levels. Like the digital revolution, nanotechnology is beginning to touch every aspect of our lives. Indeed, the two trends are working in concert. Advances in nanotechnology are allowing digital code to be written on smaller and smaller surfaces, causing computer power and storage space to grow exponentially in recent years. Nanotechnology, however, extends into far more realms than just information technology. In the coming years, some of their hopes pinned on nanotechnology to help solve many of the world's issues. For example, recent advances in nanotechnology have allowed scientists to create solar fuel cells that are both smaller and 5 times more effective than current silicon-based cells. Additionally, entirely new and quickly progressing fields like nanorobotics hope to create microscopic machines which can build consumer goods, be used in complicated surgeries, and even self-replicate themselves if given the correct materials. The third technological revolution we will discuss is the Internet. Again, like the digital revolution, the Internet is not solely a creation of the 21st century. In fact, the Internet was pioneered in the late 1980s and early 1990s by Tim Berners-Lee, not, as you might have heard, by Al Gore. Even though the Internet was around before the 21st century, it was in the past decade and a half that the Internet has truly become a facet of everyday life. The Internet has changed our lives in unexpected ways, allowing us to have a world of information at our fingertips, allowing some people to work entirely from their own homes, and creating entirely new digital communities. Two concurrent innovations, social media and the smartphone, have both made the Internet a permanent fixture in the world today. Whether it's through Facebook, Twitter, or some other social media platform, social media has made it possible for people to stay connected with friends that live in distant locations, or better coordinate activities with those close by. Additionally, the smartphone, which is not just a phone but essentially a small computer, has made the Internet accessible to nearly anyone at any time. The growth of the smartphone industry and the rapidly expanding uses for the Internet has also spurred the growth of Internet infrastructure. For example, many restaurants and bars now boast of having free wireless Internet connections available for patrons' phones and laptops. However, as the Internet becomes more and more intertwined with our daily lives, those lives become harder and harder to keep private. Indeed, privacy concerns have abounded in recent years, as the privacy policies of social media platforms like Facebook have come under fire, and the Internet surveillance practices of governments like the United States and China have been increasingly questioned by watchdog organizations and politicians alike. 21st century has already seen many technological innovations. Some of these have already drastically changed the world we live in, while others will likely do so in the future. For example, the digitizing of all information, from hospital records to business contacts, has allowed many to do away with the musty old file cabinets which used to house thousands of documents. Now, those documents can be stored on disks and chips that fit in the palm of your hand. The same chips which allow us to store digital information have also increased computing power and allowed mankind to access the internet at ever greater speeds. From keeping up with friends to discovering how to make the perfect omelet, the internet provides us with a wealth of information at our fingertips. Similarly, nanotechnology should be one of the more promising fields to watch in the rest of the century. While encouraging the digital revolution, nanotechnology will also likely prove beneficial in fields from medicine to energy conservation. Facebook Me is such a common request between two people meeting each other nowadays that no one even bats an eye when they hear it. Never mind that Facebook is a noun and not a verb. The omnipresent social media platform has pervaded nearly all aspects of Americans' lives, whether it's as a way for you to invite people to a party this weekend or how your grandmother shares photos of her new dog with you. Perhaps the most astonishing thing is that Facebook and other social media platforms like it are barely even a decade old, true creations of the 21st century. In this lesson, we'll discuss social media, its brief history, and some of the major uses and concerns about it. Social media refers to any internet website, smartphone application, or other modern technology that allows people to connect with one another and build online communities. The breadth of this definition is vast, including groups of friends in the same city who create an online community or message board to coordinate activities better, and groups of people who have never met face-to-face and are simply united due to common interests or common causes. Social media is incredibly flexible this way. In general, it allows its users to decide what the uses of its product should be. This is a huge part of why it has become so successful so quickly. One of the first of these platforms, and certainly the first to gain widespread acclaim, was Facebook. Facebook was created in 2004 by Mark Zuckerberg and several of his Harvard classmates. Originally designed as a tool to allow Harvard students to view pictures and eventually communicate with other Harvard classmates, the site expanded to other universities and was open to the public in September 2006. It grew the fastest in these first years, having approximately 100,000 users by August 2008. By September 2012, Facebook's 1 billionth user had created an account. Facebook is not the only social media platform to explode in popularity so quickly. Arguably the second largest social media platform is Twitter. Twitter was first made public in July 2006 as a way to communicate with the public and with others in messages of only 140 characters in length. The service quickly gained popularity as people used it for all sorts of things, from people communicating with friends about their daily lives to news outlets publishing stories hoping to reach a broader and likely younger audience. Specialized codes were written to accommodate the format, as long hyperlinks were collapsed into shorter forms in order to accommodate Twitter's format. By summer 2010, Twitter reported that approximately 65 million tweets were posted each day on the site's servers. Though these are the two most well-known, there are other and newer social media platforms cropping up each day. Instagram, for example, was created as a way to quickly and easily share photos and quick captions with friends, family, and online followers, and was so successful it was purchased by Facebook in 2014. For each Instagram and Twitter, however, there are just as many social media failures as success stories. Whether it is due to improper marketing or usages that are too closely related to what successful platforms already do, it is important to remember that social media is a fluid and continuously changing environment. As we have discussed briefly above, social media has a diverse and varied number of uses that are largely dependent on the desires of the user. For example, it's entirely possible on both Facebook and Twitter to converse and share solely with friends you have made offline, even though both platforms encourage wider use. While many people use social media to converse with these friends, most users also use it to connect with new people or communicate with formerly close friends and family who live at a distance or who have simply been out of touch. While these are the most common uses for social media, especially among the general public, social media is also a huge opportunity for businesses, especially startups and newer businesses hoping to attract a wider and younger clientele. Marketing campaigns, social media-based contests, and carefully placed tweets during important events can reach users and make them aware of a company they may have previously never discovered. In fact, most tech-savvy companies nowadays are hiring full-time employees, at times even entire departments, to manage their company's myriad social media outreach accounts. Social media, especially Twitter, is also revolutionizing journalism. News outlets which used to only get information from a reporter on the ground can now gather information from countless sources who update their social media accounts as events happen. For example, when protests and revolution broke out across the Arab world in 2010 and 2011, the so-called Arab Spring, the tumultuous events were documented on social media, and the world didn't have to wait for a reporter to write up a story the following day. The news was reported as it happened. For all of social media's positive effects on the world, the platform also has its detractors. Twitter, for instance, has been criticized for forcing more nuanced conversation to be boiled down so as to meet the platform's 140-character limit. Facebook and social media in general is often in the news over its inability, and some would claim unwillingness, to protect users' private information, selling it to marketing firms. In other ways, psychologists and sociologists claim social media has a detrimental effect on the human psyche, as several studies have shown conclusively that using social media actually makes the user feel more inadequate or insecure about their own life. These questions and concerns over social media are all the more important because it certainly appears the platform is here to stay. Even though it is barely a decade old, social media platforms have allowed the world to connect in unprecedented and unexpected ways. Whether it's someone reconnecting with a high school classmate or a protester reporting tear gas being fired into a crowd, social media's myriad uses make it useful for nearly anyone who picks up a smartphone. Businesses, for example, can use the platform to connect to a wider and younger audience, while journalists can also use it to gain information about events on the ground quicker than ever before. With such an enormous clientele already, it will be exciting to see what uses and directions social media takes moving forward in the 21st century. No matter whether it's your phone, computer, or other electronic device, it always seems out of date a few weeks after you buy it. As soon as you've got your iPhone 5, Apple seems to introduce the iPhone 6 or something else entirely. Indeed, technology, perhaps more than anything else in the world today, seems to move faster and faster. So hold on, as this lesson gives you a crash course in the relatively short but diverse history of portable communication devices. Before there was the iPhone and the MacBook, there were far lower tech devices which allowed people to send basic communications to one another. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the pager, or beeper as it was sometimes called, was one of the earliest forms of portable communications device. Each device was generally about the size of a small wallet, with a numerical screen similar to the face of a calculator on top. Each pager had a phone number, which could be called if someone wanted to get in contact with the owner. When a pager received a call, it beeped, hence its nickname. Early models displayed only the phone number of the caller on the numerical face, asking the owner to call that number back as soon as possible. Later pagers could receive rudimentary short messages as well as phone numbers. Though beepers are largely obsolete among the general public, they are still used in some specialized occupations and workplaces, including hospitals. Another device that is out of date today but was widely used in the 1990s and early 2000s was the Personal Digital Assistant, or PDA. The Personal Digital Assistant was a handheld device that was essentially a working person's calendar, address book, email, internet portal, and many other options all rolled into one. Some versions could even recognize handwriting, allowing the user to take down addresses, phone numbers, or notes in a meeting by hand before digitizing the script. PDAs were widespread in the business world as they could organize several file cabinets worth of business contacts and business portfolios into a single handheld device. The addition of communications platforms, such as email and internet, made these devices all the more important to the business community. Though PDAs still exist and can be bought, they have generally been made obsolete by more powerful tablet computers or smartphones. Though the first true portable cellular phone was introduced in 1973, cell phones did not gain widespread popularity until the late 1980s and early 1990s. The earliest models were enormous by today's standards, and many were only available in cars or limousines. They generally had little to no battery life, or indeed were permanently attached to the car itself, and service was unreliable at best. However, cell phone technology progressed quickly, and by the late 1990s, phones were smaller, sleeker, more reliable, and had better options. Flip phones, for example, were much smaller than the brick phones which had dominated the market in cell phones' early years. As developers made phones smaller and coverage got better, options also improved, and by the early 2000s, text messaging, or short messages of 160 characters or less, could be easily sent from one cell phone to another. The latest and greatest evolution in portable communications devices is often presented as a twist on the cell phone, the smartphone. Though these devices are able to make calls, calling them phones is deceiving. Smartphones are basically small handheld computers that can do everything from make phone calls to sending text messages to easily browsing the internet. The smartphone as it's known today was first introduced in 2007 by Apple with the iPhone, and since then mobile phone companies and computer technology firms alike have scrambled to keep pace with one another in the highly competitive market. Smartphones are also able to download apps, essentially computer programs for the phone, that can do virtually anything, from tell you where the nearest Chinese restaurant is to tell you what the weather is like in Mongolia. As of 2014, smartphones are relatively ubiquitous in the Western world and are becoming increasingly popular and growing in developing markets like India, China, and Africa. Personal communications devices have a short yet incredibly diverse history. The first device of note, pagers, allowed people to notify the owner to call them back and later to leave short messages. PDAs were also incredibly important, not just as some of the first portable devices with email and internet connectivity, but as business and personal organizers. However, arguably the cell phone was the most important device of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Phones got smaller and better as technology progressed, and people could call or text virtually anyone from anywhere. The relatively recent technology which threatens to make them all obsolete is the smartphone. The smartphone, which in reality is a powerful handheld computer, can do just about anything possible through an internet connection or mobile phone coverage. They can even, on occasion, make a call. When was the last time you or your family moved? Perhaps you moved because you or your parents got new jobs, or perhaps you moved simply to be closer to friends or family. Maybe you moved just a few streets over, or maybe you moved across the entire country. Whatever the reason, moves likely had a big impact on you and your family. If more than just your family move, if 2, 10, or 100 families move for the same reason, demographers and geographers likely will note that as a migration trend. In this lesson, we will explore some of the global dynamics that confront the world today, note some of the factors causing migration today, and try to predict a few that may change the 21st century world. Let's begin by establishing where many important countries and regions in the world stand today in terms of population dynamics and economics. For the most part, the Western world, countries like the United States, Canada, and most of Europe, are some of the richest countries per capita in the world. Mean incomes here are generally pretty high, as is the standard of living. These countries also have aging populations, meaning that their average age is generally older than the world average. Basically, people in these countries are living longer and also having fewer children. Alternatively, there are developing areas of the world, such as Africa and some poorer regions of Asia and South America, whose experience is largely the opposite. The economies of these regions are poorer. Additionally, they also have much younger populations, as these countries have lower life expectancies. For example, in several African nations, a disproportionately high percentage of the population is under the age of 30 or 40. Of course, plenty of states don't fit into either of these categories. Two exceptions of note are China and India. China, for example, has only recently joined the ranks of the richer economic nations. Most of the country still remains far poorer than the average U.S. citizen, for instance. However, because of a strict one-child policy for over a generation, China has a hugely aging population which threatens to buckle the state's support systems. Despite the two general trends mentioned above, it's important to remember that not every country fits into that broad mold. Global migrations can be caused by various reasons. Whether it's spurred by armed conflict, economic crises, or other factors, Large groups of people often move for the opportunity to give themselves and their family a better life in a new country or region. In the 21st century, this rule of thumb and the demographic realities discussed above will largely dictate what the world looks like by the end of the century. For example, some of those nations with large economic sectors will require more workers than they have within their own borders, especially semi-skilled workers in the trades, in order to maintain their economic activity. For example, the Government of Canada already claims to have an enormous shortage of semi-skilled laborers in trades such as mining, forestry, and plumbing. These labor gaps will likely be filled by those poorer countries with more workers than they have jobs. Richer countries, in general, will likely be forced by their need for labor to have more friendly immigration policies. Furthermore, this migration of people from a poor area to a rich area is relevant on the smaller, national scales as well. Since the dawn of the industrial age, people have increasingly moved from more rural farming communities to more populated urban centers where there is more opportunity and greater wealth to be had. This trend will only continue throughout the century for many of the same reasons discussed above. People will simply continue to gravitate towards areas with greater opportunity and greater wealth. Studies have shown, after all, that when poorer populations become more mobile, they tend to improve their income, education levels, and their general standard of living. This does not necessarily doom poorer countries to losing their best and brightest. As economies improve throughout the century in different areas of the world, hubs of migration may change as the global economy does. The increased movement of different people around the globe will inevitably create issues. Firstly, migrant workers, especially those with little or no education, are susceptible to exploitation, both by their employers and by third parties like human traffickers. In addition, migrant populations will likely face increased opposition in their new country, be it from isolationist groups who generally want to end immigration, or those worried about the increased competition for domestic jobs. Additionally, as workers and families migrate around the world, there will be increased cultural friction as these groups inevitably bring their values and way of life with them. Governments which accept more and more migrant workers and families will have to do their best to protect these new immigrants from being discriminated against, both at the workplace and on the streets. In 2100, the world will likely look a lot different than it looks today. Perhaps in no other area is this truer than in demography. In an increasingly globalized world, people are more willing than in previous generations to pick up and move themselves and their families to areas of greater opportunity and wealth. In addition, larger, more affluent countries generally have aging populations which will soon need influxes of labor, while poorer countries tend to have younger populations with less economic opportunity. Throughout the century, it's expected that more and more people will migrate from poorer regions like Africa and parts of South America and Asia to more affluent countries where labor is needed. These realities will likely create issues such as exploitation and cultural friction, which will have to be carefully addressed by all governments involved. When I say the word culture, what do you think of? Perhaps you think of your favorite band, the common values you share with your friends or your community, or perhaps you think about your recent trip to an art museum. Culture, believe it or not, is all of those things and then some. Culture is essentially whatever values, practices, beliefs, interests, and customs are shared by a collective group of people, whether it's a few hundred people in a small town or several million people of an entire region. Today, the globalized world is changing cultures quicker and forcing interactions between cultures more than ever before. In this lesson, we'll explore just how cultures around the world are being changed and their reactions to globalization. In order to talk about how it is affecting world cultures, we should probably first discuss just what globalization is. Globalization can refer to many things, but generally it refers to the increased exchange of ideas, values, and culture across borders between disparate cultures and regions. Anything can be conscious or unwitting agents of this change, be it corporations, cultural trends, or actual people themselves. Globalization and its effects on the world are still a hotly contested issue. Some see globalization as a natural side effect of the growth of global capitalism and a generally positive development. After all, the exchange of beliefs and values across cultures has led to some of the greatest discoveries and challenged the greatest minds in our shared history. In addition, The integration of global economic markets has spurred some of the greatest economic growth in human history. In recent years, however, there has been considerable backlash against globalization, particularly in cultures in the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere who feel European and Western values in general are being unfairly forced upon them. While part of this is surely due to the intermittent military campaigns the United States and the Western world has conducted in those regions in the past quarter century, much of the anger can be traced to the encroachment of Western values upon traditional cultures in those regions. In fact, many of the terrorist groups with which the Western world seems to be constantly at war state a rejection of Western values and culture as one of the central tenets of their organizations. This encroachment of Western values upon the cultures of other worlds, whether conscious or not, is often referred to as cultural imperialism. The imperialism of the 19th and 20th centuries often referred to nations foisting their laws upon other nations with armies and co-opted governments. Cultural imperialism is much subtler. It refers to the supplanting of one culture for another in the minds of a people traditionally of another culture. Often, this refers to the encroachment of Western values on the rest of the world. One area in particular where there is often conflict is in gender roles and in the treatment of sex. For example, for the past century, women have been gaining greater and greater freedom in Western society as traditional gender roles have been challenged by feminist groups, philosophers, and other commentators. Though many of women's gains have been relatively recent, many of the philosophical underpinnings of the women's liberation movement, to make a long but incredibly important story short, were formulated during the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment itself was a movement particular to Western Europe and its cultural antecedents in North America. Its values, therefore, have very little cultural currency in other parts of the world which did not create and adopt Enlightenment-era principles. When it comes to sex and gender roles, the treatment of women differs greatly from region to region. For example, in the United States or in Europe, one does not think twice about seeing a woman behind the wheel of a car. However, some countries in the world, such as Saudi Arabia, are still male-dominated societies where women are barred from driving altogether. Though this is an extreme case, it's an example of the vastly different treatment of women and women's roles which still separate various world cultures. These vast cultural differences can create considerable friction. One of the purported agents of globalization and cultural homogenization that some groups fight against is multinational corporations. More than ever, corporations can very rarely be considered simply American or British, no matter where their headquarters may sit. McDonald's, for example, has stores in more than half the countries in the world. Multinational corporations are participants in globalization and cultural imperialism because they often peddle the same goods, message, and values in all of their stores or locations throughout the globe. To continue with our example, even though McDonald's menu changes in their stores depending on their location, each store is still committed to the same friendly customer service and food made quickly. While McDonald's is only one company, the existence of hundreds of enormous multinational companies today makes these companies, many of them Western-based agents of cultural imperialism as they expand their operations across borders and continents. The 21st century world is more globalized than ever before. People can literally speak to people or buy products from the other side of the world at a moment's notice. As a result, cultures which are incredibly different and have radically different histories now come into contact on a daily basis. The differences in these cultures, perhaps most prolifically in the treatment of gender roles and sex, can often create friction when cultures come into contact. Moreover, the export of Western values, in part by multinational corporations, upon the rest of the world has come to be known as cultural imperialism. Many groups and cultures, some doing so violently, have reacted against this process in the hopes of maintaining their traditional customs and beliefs. As the world becomes more and more globalized, this interplay between cultures and the inevitable backlash will help to shape global politics and culture in the 21st century. Every period and every group of people in history has had a different set of problems that face it. For example, in Europe in the Middle Ages, avoiding death, be it from disease, warfare, or mishap, was an everyday reality for countless Europeans. Alternatively, in the roaring 1920s in North America and elsewhere, society had to come to terms with its newfound prosperity and the changing of social norms and customs. In other words, every age has had its issues. In this lesson, we will discuss just a few of the pressing concerns that face you, me, and everyone in the 21st century. Perhaps nothing signaled the beginning of a new age in global safety like the attacks on September 11, 2001 in New York City, the Pentagon, and on Flight 93, which crashed in rural Pennsylvania. The heinous terrorist attacks that claimed nearly 3,000 civilian lives were only the beginning, as other attacks in London, Madrid, and Mumbai, India followed within the decade. The attacks were all part of a new wave of terrorism, propelled by highly organized, anti-Western groups like Al-Qaeda. The rise of these terror groups provided a different threat to the safety of the United States and other countries than had previously been seen. Rather than a traditional opponent that follows typical rules of engagement and fires on military targets, these new groups were and are intent on striking at civilians to fight what they view as the encroachment of Western ideals and values upon their own culture. This reality has radically altered the way in which many countries around the world manage their borders, immigration, and transportation sectors. The rise in security measures to protect against these attacks in the United States and around the world has also raised important questions about governments' access to their citizens' personal information. For example, the thousands of documents released by NSA contractor Edward Snowden in 2013 revealed widespread U.S. surveillance that at times broke international as well as U.S. law. These revelations have helped raise important questions that will have to be answered in the following decades, such as how much surveillance is too much surveillance? Is any or all of it justified if it stops all terrorist attacks on civilians? At the same time as governments fight to protect their citizens from terrorism, factors within society are fighting for change as well. For example, in Western culture, gay marriage, or the marriage of two people of the same gender, is continuously gaining traction. First legalized in the Netherlands in 2001, it has since been legalized in numerous countries like Belgium, Canada, and South Africa. In the United States, though it is not recognized federally, a growing handful of states have legalized the unions, and the Supreme Court of the United States has stated that other states must recognize the marriage licenses issued to gay people by other states. In the United States and in much of the world, there is significant opposition to the legalization of gay marriage, often from religious leaders and politicians who maintain marriage should be solely recognized as the union of one man and one woman. In states and countries where religion plays a larger role in society, such as in some parts of Africa and the Middle East, the blowback is even tougher. In Uganda in 2014, for instance, the country's parliament passed a law that made homosexuality punishable by death. In other countries, like Qatar, homosexuality, specifically male homosexuality, is expressly forbidden and punishable by prison sentences. Gay marriage, whether you are for it or against it, is arguably the largest civil rights issue of our time. The growth of the globalized world, something the terrorist groups discussed in the previous section are reacting against, complicates the matter. The increased legalization of gay marriage in the Western world causes other parts of the world to see homosexuality as a Western import and not something inherent in their own communities. This reality and the particulars of gay marriage laws themselves is something that the world will continue to grapple with throughout the 21st century. In addition to the pressure exerted on society by terrorism and groups advocating social change in the world, scientists and lawmakers alike are increasingly worried about the world itself. Climate change is perhaps an even more hotly contested issue than gay marriage. According to the vast majority of meteorologists, climatologists, and other scientists, the overall temperature of the Earth is rising at an alarming rate and wholly out of sync with the Earth's normal rhythms. These conclusions have been confirmed through numerous studies and data sets of things like Arctic ice core samples, deep ocean temperature readings, and other things that tell us what the weather has been like on Earth for thousands, if not millions of years. The fact that the Earth is warming is not the controversial part. The controversy lies in what, or whom, is to blame. According to most of the same scientists, human activity, specifically the burning of fossil fuels, is the chief reason for the Earth's unexpected warming. However, opponents, often politicians and special interest groups, maintain the warming of the Earth is a natural occurrence or, at the very least, too large of a process to be affected greatly by human activity. Regardless of whomever you trust in this argument, the effects of this unprecedented global warming will likely be felt in this century. Though experts differ over degrees, nearly all believe that global warming will result in melting ice caps, rising sea levels, and unpredictable weather across the globe. For example, the tiny island nation of Kiribati in the Pacific Ocean recently began relocating portions of its population to Fiji, as several of the nation's uninhabited atolls have recently been submerged by rising ocean levels. It's predicted that at current rates, the entire nation could be underwater by 2100. There are many issues that face the global community in the 21st century. Some, like the threat of terrorism and climate change, threaten our very existence, while others, like gay marriage and other civil rights issues, can change the way we view some of the basic relationships of modern society. Each and every one poses its own set of questions that our generation and the ones that come after it will have to answer. How much surveillance is okay as long as it makes us feel safe? Is the admission or denial of gay marriage something our consciences can live with? How will climate change affect our daily lives, and what can we do about it? These are just some of the pressing concerns of the 21st century, concerns whose answers will help dictate what the world will look like in 2100.
Have you ever wondered who helped make all the rules and regulations for how businesses and countries trade goods with each other? Today's global marketplace is extremely complex, with thousands of moving parts. Many of the electronics, clothes you wear, or food you enjoy may be partly made possible by the agreements and policies that the World Trade Organization has helped establish. The World Trade Organization, WTO, is a global organization that helps countries and producers of goods deal fairly and smoothly with conducting their business across international borders. It mainly does this through WTO agreements, which are negotiated and signed by a large majority of the trading nations in the world. These documents act as contracts that provide the legal framework for conducting business among nations. There are several groups within the WTO, with the highest decision-making authority going to a group known as the Ministerial Conference, which can make decisions on all matters and trade disputes among members. The WTO was officially created in January of 1995 and essentially replaced the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which had been in force since 1948, a few years after the Second World War. Before the WTO was created, an initiative to start something similar known as the International Trade Organization, ITO, took place. Unfortunately, the ITO treaty was not approved by the U.S. and a few other countries, and ultimately never went into effect. In the 1980s, as the world economies became more global in trade and business, it became evident that GATT was not built or structured to address many of the new global trading challenges that were arising. As a result, the biggest trade negotiating event on record began in 1986. It was known as the Uruguay Round, seeing as it took place in Punta del Este, Uruguay. One of the final accomplishments of this round was the creation of the WTO. The WTO is currently working on new negotiations and agreements, known as the Doha Development Agenda, and these started in 2001. As stated earlier, the WTO is a complex international organization with many moving parts. Simply stated, though, its main purpose is to help trade flow smoothly for all member nations so that they may increase the well-being of their countries and standards of living for their citizens. It works to educate and inform companies and governments on the acceptable rules that govern trade, i.e., imports and exports. When issues arise, it works to settle disputes based on legal agreements that the countries have adopted and ratified in their governments. In short, the WTO does many things. Here are just a few of its main focuses. Cut living costs and raise living standards through more economic trade and competition among countries. As more trade happens, consumers will have more choices for low-cost and higher quality products. Settle disputes and reduce trade tensions. This is by acting as a governing body and discouraging unfair practices such as export subsidies and dumping products at below cost to gain market share. Stimulate economic growth and create jobs. This is by lowering trade barriers such as custom duties, tariffs, import bans, and quotas that countries may have. This allows companies to enter new markets and grow their business, often resulting in higher revenues and more jobs. Gives smaller countries a voice. Over 3/4 of WTO members are developing countries, and countries in transition to market economies. The WTO works to ensure that these countries are heard from, and is not just the top 7 to 10 economies in the world driving agreements and policy. Contribute to peace and stability. Many political and government tensions can arise from economic disputes between countries. By helping develop agreements that ensure free and smooth trade, countries should experience more peace and stability among each other. As of 2013, there were 159 member countries that were part of the WTO. Countries such as the United States, Canada, China, Honduras, Japan, Mexico, Pakistan, Singapore, the Russian Federation, Australia, and South Africa are just a few. Many countries officially joined in 1995 when the WTO replaced GATT, which they had been a part of before. Countries who want to join will often become an observer first. This allows them to follow discussions that are of direct interest to them and get to know how the WTO works better. It is important to note that you do not have to become a member if you are an observer. Those countries that do apply for membership will find that the process of becoming a WTO member is quite unique to each country, based on its economic development and current trade structure. The whole process takes about 5 years on average. The World Trade Organization, WTO, is a 159-member global organization created in 1995 that helps countries and producers of goods conduct business in a smooth and orderly fashion. It replaced the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, and focuses on governing trade, settling disputes among countries, stimulating economic growth, giving small countries a voice, and creating overall peace and stability in economic transactions.